My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, what we are seeing now, bonhomie taking place between India and Japan. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the visuals that we can clearly see. Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Shigeru Ishiba, who's the Prime Minister of Japan. Both of them travelled in the train, the famous bullet train of Japan. Grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Indeed, Aishwarya, these are the pictures, these are the visuals of, the strength of India-Japan partnership, the strength of India-Japan ties, and the kind of time given by Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba with Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his Japan visit. One can see that, how much he believes in India-Japan partnership, and also how Japan thinks that this partnership is paying its dividend in the way it is, paying the fruits of this partnership. So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba both have travelled in bullet train to Sendai. Sendai is a place where Shinkansen, the bullet train, the facility is there, and both India and Japan are looking at a joint venture in India for the joint production of Shinkansen products. And India is partner of the Shinkansen bullet train project in India, because when Prime Minister Narendra Modi first visited Japan in 2014, at that point of time, when Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was there, both India and Japan laid the foundation of this partnership and initiated the India-Japan, the Shinkansen high-speed bullet train project between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. That project is progressing well. As per the latest update, the 8 stations have been turned into a modern station suited for the bullet train project, including the Ahmedabad, Surat, Vapi, Bilimora, Sabarmati. All these stations have been upgraded and new stations have been constructed in these cities. Besides that, the elevated track of this high-speed rail corporation has also been laid in Maharashtra as well as in Gujarat. So that project is progressing. And besides that, both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba, when they will be visiting the Shinkansen facility, the next phase of this partnership will also be rolled out. Besides that, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba are also likely to visit a semiconductor facility there in Sendai. And semiconductor is another area of cooperation. We have seen yesterday that how India and Japan have resolved to take forward their partnership to new areas of critical and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. The digital partnership 2.0 has been agreed between India and Japan. Besides that, the high-speed technologies from space to maritime domain, various other sectors are also being explored and worked upon by both these countries. And these are the two powerhouses of Asian economy. If you see India and Japan, when they come together, as rightly been agreed and echoed by both the leaders jointly, that Japan's technology and India's talent can not only bear fruits and pay dividend to both the countries, but also can bring greater good for the global economy and to various other countries. And that's why India and Japan call their strategic partnership as a special strategic global partnership. So both these countries, India and Japan, are not only working on joint projects, but also working in third countries along with these projects, and that's why this visit is very important as far as the current situation is concerned, the current economic turmoil is concerned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit is likely to yield the economic partnership as well as many other projects which are likely to fructify in due course of time.
Right, Pranay, you rightly pointed out in due course of time, and that's exactly what India at the moment is looking at. We are now already seeing 50% tariffs coming in from the United States of America. For India, the priority is to safeguard Indian exporters and to open up new markets. Also to look at certain areas where India can be extremely self-reliant. So I believe those are also some of the conversations that we will see taking place in the bilateral meeting between India and Japan.
Absolutely, and if you see the agreements which were concluded yesterday, and also the vision document jointly being shared by Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Japan, one can make out that how Mahua in India and government of India has agreed that how India and Japan can collaborate because the biggest threat about US tariffs is about job losses, and see how Japan has stepped in to help India because this is a relationship of complementarity. This is a partnership where both get benefited out of stronger ties, because Japan is a country which has fantastic technology. They have a lead, a global progress of technology. While on the other side, India is a human resource rich country, and both India and Japan have agreed that how Indian human resource or Indian talent can be repurposed as per the requirement of the Japanese industry, because Japan is demographically they are the average age is old in Japan, and they need they need talent, they need trained and skilled human resource, and that's why both countries have decided that in next few years,
Right.
Japan will be helping India and Indian talent to get repurposed, get skilled, and then the same youth will be employed in Japanese industry, especially in the STEM sector, the science, technology, electronics. And these are the sectors where Japan is looking at the Indian talent, and for that, a state-prefecture partnership has also been agreed. What does it mean? It means that the Indian states will be partnering with the Japanese state, and the education system, the training system will also be aligned so that the Indian youth can understand the Japanese market. They can prepare themselves. The Japanese language will be taught in many will be promoted and taught in many Indian cities and Indian states,
Right.
so that Indians can learn Japanese and they can work in Japan.
Pranay, please stay on with me. Let's listen into the heart-warming welcome that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has got in Japan.
Welcome to Japan. Thank you.
Welcome to Japan. Welcome to Japan.
My colleague Pranay is with me on the story. Pranay, a heartfelt, warm welcome given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, we just heard Prime Minister Modi saying thank you, welcome to Japan. This is what the Japanese people have been telling Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All smiles. Also, this speaks about the warm relationship that India has had with Japan over the past many decades.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, India and Japan share a very warm relationship, people-to-people ties, cultural ties, and we have seen how the Ruma doll was presented to Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, and that Ruma doll has historic there is a connection between the Ruma doll story and in India, because it is believed that it was based on a Kanchipuram, a Buddhist monk, which is very revered in Japan. And the people of Japan also understand that the complementarity which we are talking about, that how India and Japan can come together, it will be a beneficial partnership between both India and Japan. People in Japan also know that how Indians respect Japan. We've seen historically, even during our independence movement, we have seen how Subhash Chandra Bose got support. Raj Bihari Bose, many freedom fighters got support from Japan at that point of time in India's struggle against the British Empire. And even after that, when India and Japan came together for many projects, like the shining example is Delhi Metro. When India decided to go for a metro rail project, Japan was the first country that goes, and Japan gave us the technology, the engineering support, and now we have that widespread metro network in India, and that metro network is being taken to various other cities as well. So definitely, this is a partnership which has given fantastic results, and that's why India always go to Japan whenever we need space technology, and we have seen right from the Japanese car brands to Japanese, Japanese technology in space sector. India and Japan will be collaborating for Chandrayaan 5 project. There are many sectors where India and Japan are collaborating. Over 1,000 Japanese companies are there in India. Over the course of years, Japan has pledged to invest $58 billion in Indian economy. And as Prime Minister Ishida said, that Japan has already been contributing to India's Prime Minister Modi's Make in India vision. And Prime Minister Modi also said yesterday, after his talks with Prime Minister Ishida, that we are inviting Japanese companies to not only contribute in Make in India, but make for the world. So, and we have seen that before, traveling to Japan, Prime Minister Modi was in Gujarat, and there, the Suzuki plant has rolled out e-Vitara, a car which will be exported to various other countries from India. So it's made in India, but made for the world. These are the projects where India and Japan are collaborating and working in the direction. But besides that, on the strategic aspect, if we talk, Aishwarya, India and Japan are planning, they have resolved to contribute and partner big time in the defense sector as well, not in terms of the joint military exercise, but also in terms of joint research and joint production of defense equipment.
Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. We are seeing grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Japan. It's time now for the handshake that the world has its eyes on. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years. This visit is with regards to the SCO, that is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. He'll be arriving at about 4 p.m. in China today. During this visit, Prime Minister Modi will also be holding bilateral conversations with the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This much-awaited meeting comes at a very crucial junction. We have seen how following agreements have taken place over both the nations, especially with regards to military disengagement along the LAC, that is the line of actual control. Now, the LAC has been a big flashpoint since 2020 Galwan clash. It's being said that there was a secret letter which was sent by the Chinese president to President Draupadi Murmu in March this year. And after that, it helped in making sure that the thaw between Delhi and Beijing, that somehow was stopped. Images that you're seeing on your screens coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Japan. A very warm welcome given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Modi is on a 2-day visit to Japan. After this, he'll then be moving on to China. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the Japanese Prime Minister. What you are seeing is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who travelled from Tokyo to Sendai. It's almost 400 kilometers. Now, this was a journey that was done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Japanese Prime Minister. This journey from Tokyo to Sendai was done in the bullet train. Bilateral conversations took place between India and Japan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. The famous Japanese bullet train, that's what you are seeing. This is Sendai in Japan. The bonhomie, very, very visible between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. In fact, the entire journey, 400 kilometers from Tokyo to Sendai, was done on the bullet train, the famous Japanese bullet train. India already has had an MOU signed. India is building the bullet train with the Japanese technology. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Shigeru Ishiba all set to visit a semiconductor facility also. Now, semiconductor is another area that we are seeing collaborations being done between India and Japan. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, very, very crucial meeting coming in. India at the moment is looking at making sure that they have diplomatic ties and improved diplomatic ties with other nations, given what the United States of America is doing. India and Japan historically have had very strong ties. In fact, this train journey, very, very significant between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister.
Aishwarya, India has always advocated for a multipolarity of the world, and that's why, in our right to exercise our strategic autonomy and autonomy to fulfill our national interests and pursue our foreign policy. Any partnership of India, any effort to improve India's ties with any other country is not at the cost of any other country. It is not a reaction to what US is doing. We are engaging with the United States, but on the other side, Japan is important partner of India. It has always been a strategic partner of India since last 2.5 decades. We have seen how India-Japan partnership has grown. It has matured, and how India and Japan are partnering in various other domains now. But we have also seen that how India and Japan withstood many challenges and worked together to resolve those issues. So that is also a shining example. We have seen even take the example of the high-speed rail project, from land acquisition to the progress of this project. Yes, there have been delays, but there has been patience in Japan. How Japanese have worked out to resolve those issues, and how India has also fulfilled the pledge and the support we have extended to the Japanese engineers to fulfill our dream to have a bullet train project. That is a shining example that how two countries should work out and resolve their issues. What is happening in terms of the India-US relation? Yes, we are engaging with the United States at various levels, and there have been various voices coming from in the United States, because India still enjoys. There are a lot of friends of India in the United States, and they are also questioning the Trump administration, their decisions. But coming back to India-Japan ties, these are the areas and the sectors. You see the vision document rolled out by, after the meeting of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba yesterday. The number of MOUs concluded yesterday. The various sector-wise things, be it the employment sector, be it the human resource, repurposing or human resource training sector is concerned, be it the defense partnership, defense and security has also emerged as a very important pillar of India-Japan ties. We have shared values in terms of freedom, in terms of democracy, in terms of our conviction and our commitment for free and fair navigation. And though about all those things, India and Japan have always worked together, and that is a prime example that how India and Japan are, taking forward their partnership. And as I mentioned, that India-Japan ties if you see the spectrum of India-Japan partnership, their friendship, it is from high seas to the outer space. India and Japan are partnering for the Chandrayaan-5 mission. And also in the maritime domain, Japan is helping India to acquire the finest of technology, to develop the Indian industrial complex. And also recently, Japan has opened its defense sector. Japan has made some constitutional changes, and now Japan want to go big time in the defense sector. And Prime Minister Ishiba, yesterday he mentioned, Aishwarya, that he first visited India in 2003 when he was the chief of defense agency. And now the same guy is heading Japan and its government. And he said that defense is an important area where both India and Japan can come together. They can work together, joint projects, research projects, joint production, facilities have been agreed between India and Japan. And we have seen how Indian and Japanese, industries have worked together. Japan is a bit difficult market, you can say, because it requires patience and time to penetrate the Japanese market. But once you have access in Japanese market, Japanese always believe in long-standing relations, and that's why India is looking at greater penetration in the Japanese market. Yeah, we have a trade deficit with Japan. India want to abridge that trade deficit with Japan, and also India want to work on various projects with Japan in terms of critical and emerging technologies. AI is an important area where India and Japan have agreed to work together. Also, a digital partnership 2.0 has been, agreed in MOU signed yesterday after the delegation level talks between Prime Minister Ishiba and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this visit of Prime Minister Modi as part of the big Asian outreach, this is also to show the world that how these Asian countries can partner together on one side. With Japan, with China, India has tried to minimize the differences, and not to let the differences turn into dispute, and not to let the competition turn into conflict. So this is also an example that we resolve our issues. We know how to, minimize the differences and how to work together with our partners and even with countries with whom we have differences. On the other side, this is also a subtle but a very strong message to United States and those in United States who think that India is a dead economy. Prime Minister Ishiba, because Japan is a long-standing partner and ally of United States, but Japanese Prime Minister, in presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said that Indian economy is an economy of hope. Indian economy is an economy which is fast-growing economy. Many Japanese companies are investing in India, and that is an example for the world that how a world is showing confidence in Indian economy. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also, while he addressed the economic conference and addressed the industry captains, he said that Indian economy is fast galloping. Indian economy is a stable economy, and India has become a stronger country, and that is a place of future. That is a place for you to invest in.
Right. Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details, putting things in perspective and also highlighting how crucial India-Japan ties are. Images that you are seeing on your screens, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Japan. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while he was speaking with the Indian diaspora, said Japan's technology and India's talent together can lead the tech revolution in this century. Prime Minister Narendra Modi having a conversation, this 400-kilometer drive, bullet train ride from Tokyo to Sendai was done between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister. India is now hoping to purchase as well as sign MOUs related to defense, trade, technology and business partnership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Japanese Prime Minister, both of them travelled from Tokyo to Sendai, roughly 400 kilometers. Now, from a grand ceremonial welcome to multi-dollar announcement, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Japan visit is all about scaling up the India-Japan partnership. Investment, technology, green growth, they are at the heart of the talks that are taking place, and this is setting the stage for the new era in the bilateral ties. Now, this is a time when India is dealing with the tariff blow. We are telling you everything in this report.
A red carpet welcome in Tokyo. Greeted with the Gayatri Mantra and Vedic chants, Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicked off a high-impact visit to Japan. Culture, technology and partnership. Prime Minister Modi's visit was packed with symbolism, strategy and big announcements. During his two-day tour, Prime Minister Modi was presented with a Daruma doll by the chief priest of the Shorinzan Daruma temple. Daruma doll is a gift with an Indian link that once again signifies the civilization ties between the two nations. At the 15th India-Japan Annual Summit, Prime Minister Modi held talks with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba with a focus on trade, investment, defense and emerging technologies. At the MOU exchange, Prime Minister Modi unveiled an ambitious investment roadmap with $10 trillion in the pipeline.
हमने अगले 10 वर्षों में जापान से भारत में 10 ट्रिलियन येन निवेश का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है.
But the partnership goes far beyond numbers. India and Japan are now co-architects of the next innovation wave.
डिजिटल पार्टनरशिप 2.0 और AI कोऑपरेशन इनिशिएटिव लिया जा रहा है. सेमीकंडक्टर्स और रेयर अर्थ मिनरल्स हमारे एजेंडे में सबसे ऊपर रहेंगे.
From AI to semiconductors, the digital partnership is shaping the future. On the green front, both nations are strengthening their clean energy collaboration, laying the foundation for sustainable growth.
हमारा जॉइंट क्रेडिट मैकेनिज्म ऊर्जा के लिए एक बड़ी जीत है. इट शोज दैट आवर ग्रीन पार्टनरशिप is as strong as our economic partnership.
In a heartfelt moment, Prime Minister Modi thanked Prime Minister Ishiba, saying this friendship rests not just on MOUs but on shared trust and long-term vision. A sentiment echoed warmly by the Japanese Prime Minister.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री इशिबा का उनके आत्मीयता भरे शब्दों और गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं.
It is a great honor for me to stand here together with His Excellency Prime Minister Modi at such a moment. I wish to see our bilateral cooperation develop even further into the future.
Prime Minister Modi's visit also comes amid tensions in India-US trade ties under President Donald Trump's tariff policies. But in Tokyo, it is a different story. With billions in investment, tech at the core, and green goals aligned, this visit marks a defining moment for India-Japan ties. Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first visit to China in the last 7 years. Now, these talks come at a time when we are seeing the global economic turmoil and the tariff trump that is coming in. But to understand what's at stake, we must also look at India-China history. We have seen Wuhan, we have seen Galwan, and then the BRICS summit that took place. The relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping has actually swung between that of utter bonhomie and then to utter breakdown. But can we see a reset of ties taking place between both the nations?
Two Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping traveled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signaled the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped push forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China's Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, it isn't just another diplomatic stop. It's his first China trip in the last 7 years. The stakes are very high, and this actually could recalibrate Asia's power balance. From Galwan's shadow to global trade, this visit may actually redefine India-China dynamics. Take a look at this report.
Narendra Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit is far more than a ceremonial visit. It marks his first trip to China in 7 years, and it could well reshape the balance of power in Asia. Relations between India and China have always been a complex mix of cooperation and confrontation. The 2020 Galwan Valley clashes were a breaking point. Lives were lost, trust collapsed, and ties sank to their lowest in decades. But 5 years on, New Delhi and Beijing appear ready for what some are calling a strategic reset.
China was ripped up by Xi Jinping and his actions in 2020, which culminated in Galwan, where 20 brave Indian soldiers lost their lives, and several Chinese soldiers died as well. Now that was a red line, so to speak, between India-China relations, but things have moved on since then. The relationship is not as adversarial as it used to be in 2020. It looked like India and China were going to go to war, but now that seems to have abated. A better sense seems to have prevailed in Beijing, and what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, beginning with the summit in Kazan, was a warming, a thawing of ties between India and China. There was a certain outreach made by China, and India seems to have reciprocated.
At the heart of this lies India's foreign policy evolution. Gone are the days of Cold War non-alignment. What we see today is multi-alignment, a deliberate strategy to engage all major powers while preserving strategic autonomy. India is not choosing sides, it is choosing options.
आप अगर पुराने रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, सदियों तक चीन और भारत एक दूसरे से सीखते रहे हैं और दोनों मिलकर के दुनिया की भलाई के लिए कोई न कोई कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहे। ग्लोबल पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स हैं कहते हैं कि दुनिया का जो जीडीपी का था, उसका 50% से ज्यादा अकेले भारत और चीन का हुआ करता था। इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन।
Economics is a big driver here. Despite tensions, China remains India's second largest trading partner. Yes, the trade deficit bothers New Delhi, but the reality is India's manufacturing ambitions still depend on Chinese components and raw materials. Put simply, India cannot industrialize at scale without some level of cooperation with Beijing. Security is another key layer. The SCO, once focused on fighting terrorism, has now grown into a platform that offers an alternative to Western-led institutions.
The SCO was established with the primary goal of countering three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism, which continue to remain a challenge. Today, as a regional platform, there is a broader range of sectors of cooperation among the SCO members.
For India, active participation ensures its voice is heard in multiple forums without getting trapped in one-sided alliances. Border management is perhaps the most immediate concern. The revival of the long-dormant Special Representatives framework is a breakthrough. Both sides are exploring early harvest solutions, resolving simpler segments of the contested border first, leaving harder disputes for later. It's pragmatic, if not ambitious. Then there's the American angle. Washington's tariff war, particularly under Donald Trump, has rattled New Delhi. India still values its partnership with the US but doesn't want to appear overly dependent. Engaging China helps India widen its options and sends a clear signal. India will not be boxed in.
साथ होना ना सिर्फ बेनिफिशियल है बल्कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए भी जरूरी है। और जब 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी है तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि भारत चीन के बीच में स्पर्धा सब स्वाभाविक है, स्पर्धा कोई गलत चीज नहीं है, ये संघर्ष नहीं होना चाहिए।
But let's be clear, this is not a love story. Beijing's tight embrace of Pakistan and its growing naval footprint across the Indian Ocean remain red flags for India. Old suspicions cannot be wished away. Still, the ripple effects of Modi's China gambit could be significant. A revived Russia-India-China trilateral, dormant for over a decade, may re-emerge as all three grapple with Western pressure. That would be a big shift in global power politics.
I mean, these are two countries who are neighbors. They lost trust over Galwan and other issues. It is time for these two civilization states realize that neither one of them are going anywhere, that there has to be a resolution to the issues in there. Trust has to be built slowly based on actions, not words. But you have to start somewhere. And while you can have suspicions about anybody, you can point to this and that, the issue is, what is the future? Want a future under the United States where, whoever is in power is going to dictate what you do, and if you fight back, you're involved in an asymmetrical conflict, which is very difficult to win? Or do you want to be a proud nation that determines its own future in a multipolar world where consensus, right, and cooperation are the main key elements?
In truth, Modi's Tianjin visit is not about resolving every dispute. It is about creating space. For China, easing tensions with India blunts America's containment efforts. For India, engaging China while staying close to the West is multi-alignment in action. The world is moving towards multipolarity. Whether China and India can compartmentalize their rivalries while cooperating on shared interests will determine not just Asia's stability, but the very architecture of the global order. And that is why Tianjin matters. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Pariwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, India-Japan partnership vital for world peace. India's GDP growth accelerates to 7.8% in first quarter of the financial year 2025-26. Thailand court removes PM over leaked phone call with Cambodian leader.
Longest-standing biannual survey, India Today Mood of the Nation. How many seats for BJP elections were held today? How do you rate Operation Sindoor? How is the opposition performing? Who is India's best Chief Minister? Who should be the next Prime Minister? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. Don't miss out. 500 rupees off on all digital and print plus digital plans.
India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the Japanese Prime Minister on board the bullet train on the way to Sendai. Leaders meet Indian train drivers currently training in the East Japan Railway Company. A grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets and greets Indians. Thank you. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi will be holding a bilateral conversation with the Chinese Premier. Will also be meeting the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Amid the global tariff war, Russian President Vladimir Putin all set to visit India in December. A statement coming in from Kremlin says Putin will be holding a bilateral conversation with PM Modi. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup once again. Brazenly says Home Minister Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on the table for display. BJP says these remarks are disgusting and disgraceful. Leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi accused by the BJP of disrespecting Prime Minister during a rally in the state of Bihar. Home Minister Amit Shah says this is politics at its lowest and is now demanding that Rahul Gandhi must apologize. Big blow to Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of the tariffs levied by Donald Trump are illegal. Rattled Trump Sarkar says they are all set to appeal and also say all the tariffs will remain in place. The top story that we are following here on India Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, they have reached Sendai. Those are the images that are coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi travelled on the famous bullet train with the Japanese Prime Minister. Images that you are seeing on your screens are of the grand welcome that was done by the Japanese for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Sendai. My colleague Shivani Sharma is now joining me on the story. Shivani, when we are looking at these meetings that are taking place, the way in which the Japanese have welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi is signalling good ties and good days to come both for Japan as well as for India. Historically also, Japan and India have had very good relationships.
Certainly, Aishwarya, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Japan, and especially in reference to what's happening with the United States and the geopolitical happenings that are going on, it's very, very significant. Especially today, this journey on this high-speed bullet train is very important and significant. It is showing that how India is collaborating with Japan in terms of technology, in translating the technology, the AI, the workforce in Japan and bringing it home to India so that India can also prosper with this collaboration, and also showing and giving out a message, a very strong one, that India is not going to come under any kind of pressure from the United States when it comes to the tariffs. It is collaborating with its global partners. Japan is one of them, and holding these and strengthening these ties, not only in terms of security cooperation, because there was a declaration that was signed yesterday in which there are a number of points on which India and Japan are going to work together in terms of security, in terms of economy, in terms of holding more tri-services exercises, in terms of having more maritime cooperation and exercises. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Prime Minister of Japan, is traveling on this high-speed bullet train. This means that they are not only working together to bring this technology to India in collaboration with Japan, but also bringing a lot of economic investment. The investment from Japan is being aimed to get doubled in the coming years. So that's the focus of this particular visit. In all directions, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding bilateral ties. He's met the 16 governors today before his journey to Sendai on this high-speed train. So a lot of bilateral ties out there, a lot of work going on with Japan in terms of technology, economy, security. And now this significant strengthened the people-to-people ties between.
We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Shivani there. The images that you're seeing on your screens are of the grand welcome that was given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had travelled 400 kilometers in the famous bullet train with the Japanese Prime Minister. My colleague Shivani Sharma back with us. Shivani, we have seen how this is a very crucial relationship between India and Japan, and we are also seeing the regrouping of sorts, the coming together of sorts of the Asian nations, given the fact that Donald Trump is saying that all the tariffs will be levied.
Aishwarya, see, Japan is one of the partners of Quad, which is with India, Japan, Australia and United States. And when United States is levying a lot of tariffs on India, India is pursuing its strong ties with Japan, other nations also of the Quad. And it's working to enhance its ties not only in this Quad formation, but also outside this Quad formation. India and Japan, they are sharing strong ties, and this annual summit is about strengthening these ties. This has been the first meeting of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the PM, the present Prime Minister of Japan. But the ties are quite old, and every year this kind of a summit is reviving these ties, and what more can be done by both the nation in terms of security, in terms of economy. And right now, this year, when we are speaking about this particular summit, it's all the more important because there is a very strong signaling from Japan also that India is a strong partner. India is a partner with which Japan wants to do a lot of business in AI, in economy, in tourism, in the technology which is related to these bullet trains. So developing these ties in the Quad and outside the Quad is also very important. And in these times when United States is putting a lot of pressure with those 50 plus 25% penalty of the tariffs, so India is not only working with its partners like Japan, but also with Russia and a lot of other countries with which India shares an all-weather partnership.
Thank you, Shivani, giving us all those details, also putting things in perspective. We are now seeing a new bonhomie taking place between the Asian nations. Indian Prime Minister travelled 400 kilometers in the famous bullet train with the Japanese Prime Minister. News that's coming in from the state of Bihar now. Today is the last leg of the Voter Adhikar Yatra. Akhilesh Yadav has joined Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav. Show of strength being done by the opposition in Bihar's Siwan region. Akhilesh Yadav has attacked BJP with regards to the Voter Adhikar rally. BJP wants to rob voters of their right. BJP wants to rob votes. That's what they are now looking at doing. This is a big statement coming in from Akhilesh Yadav, who said BJP wants to rob votes. Akhilesh Yadav attacks BJP in the Vote Adhikar rally.
अखिलेश जी बिहार आ गए हैं आप। अवध देखिए, अवध की जनता ने बीजेपी को हटाया है। हमें उम्मीद है कि मगध के लोग भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हटाएंगे और पलायन बीजेपी का होगा। ये एसआईआर धोखा देने का बात है। ये सरफिरा फैसला है। आयोग को इस समय ये फैसला लेना, इसका मतलब है कि वोट चोरी के साथ साथ वोट डकैती की तैयारी चुनाव आयोग कर रहा था।
अखिलेश जी, वोटर अधिकार यात्रा में आपके हिस्सा लेने का क्या मतलब है? राहुल गांधी, तेजस्वी।
मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ राहुल गांधी जी को, तेजस्वी जी को और बिहार की जनता को, जिन्होंने ये स्वीकार किया है कि वोट चोरी हो रही है और अपने वोट के अधिकार को बचाने के लिए लड़ाई लड़ेंगे।
कांग्रेस दफ्तर में कल लाठियां चली और राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि तू तड़ाक की भाषा बोलते हैं।
ये बीजेपी बिहार से बाहर होगी और बीजेपी का पलायन होना निश्चित है। यहाँ से बीजेपी का पलायन होगा, बेरोजगार पलायन नहीं करेंगे, रोजगार मिलेगा। तेजस्वी जी ने जो नौकरियां दी थी, रोजगार दिया था, लोगों को आज भी याद है।
We are now seeing how Rahul Gandhi has been at the forefront of the yatra that he's taken out, the Vote Adhikar Yatra that has been taken out by Tejasvi Yadav and the Congress Party. The visuals that you are seeing on your screens coming in of the opposition leaders. Akhilesh Yadav has also joined Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav in Siwan in the state of Bihar. Rahul Gandhi has been speaking about the fact that voters are being taken for a ride, also being pointing fingers at the BJP. Today's day 2 of the Maratha quota protest taking place in the city of Mumbai. Manoj Jharange has resumed the hunger strike in the city of Mumbai. Jharange on indefinite hunger strike. He's now demanding reservation for Marathas in jobs. Also demanding reservation for Marathas in the education sector. Images that you're seeing on your screens coming in from the city of Mumbai. We are now seeing Manoj Jharange resuming his hunger strike in the city of Mumbai. The Maharashtra quota for Maharashtrians has been a big bone of contention. This is the Maratha quota controversy coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Images that you are seeing on your screens coming in. We have seen how this is not the first time Manoj Jharange has been on the hunger strike. In fact, his hunger strike has actually brought the city of Mumbai to a standstill, given the fact that the Ganpati celebrations are also taking place in full swing. Manoj Jharange is now demanding all the Marathas should be recognized as Kunbis under the OBC for job and for education reservation. He started his indefinite hunger strike. This indefinite hunger strike is taking place at the Azad Maidan in Mumbai. News that's coming in from the national capital now. A shocking murder has taken place in the national capital. Kalkaji temple volunteer has now been murdered. A scuffle took place over the prasad. It then took a fatal twist. Youth beat the temple volunteer to death. Those are the images that you are seeing on your screens. The accused, Atul Pandey, has now been arrested. Hunt is on to nab the other accused in this case. These are the images that are coming in from the national capital. We are now seeing shocking murder in the national capital. Kalkaji temple volunteer has been murdered. Scuffle over prasad takes a fatal twist. Youth has beat the temple volunteer to death. Accused Atul Pandey has now been arrested. The hunt is on to nab the other accused in this case. Images coming in from the national capital in the Kalkaji region. There was a controversy, a scuffle that broke out because of the prasad. A temple volunteer has now been murdered. Scuffle broke out over prasad and it took a very fatal twist. The youth who wanted the prasad beat the temple volunteer to death. The accused, Atul Pandey, has now been arrested. The police is now hunting for the other accused.
प्रसाद चुन्नी मांगी उन्होंने, उसके बाद मारपीट शुरू हुई। अब जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ आप देखिए ठीक इस जगह का है, यहाँ पर वो शख्स गिरा हुआ है। 11 सेकंड में दिख रहा है कि किस तरीके से उसको लात, घूंसे और डंडे जो कुछ जिसके हाथ में है उससे वो उसकी पिटाई कर रहे हैं, जबकि उसका रिस्पांस बिल्कुल बंद हो चुका है। इस वीडियो से ही साफ जाहिर है कि इसके काफी पहले से मारपीट हो रही थी, उसको पहले से मारा जा रहा था, क्योंकि इस वक्त तक वो पूरी तरीके से बेसुध हो चुका था। क्या उस वक्त और सेवादार आसपास मौजूद नहीं थे? क्या पुलिस भी अंदर मौजूद रहती तो उस वक्त पुलिस मौजूद नहीं थी? या फिर सब कुछ इतनी जल्दी हुआ कि योगेंद्र सिंह को बचाने का वक्त ही नहीं मिला किसी को? ये सारे पॉइंट जो है वो जांच के विषय है। पुलिस ने कत्ल का केस रजिस्टर कर लिया है और जांच को आगे बढ़ाई जा रही है।
News that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir now. Heavy rains trigger landslides in Jammu and Kashmir's Riasi region. 7 people are dead in the Riasi landslides. Few people have been trapped under the rubble. Relief and rescue operations are underway.
जो 10 साल का था उससे छोटे थे और 5 भाई और उनकी
My colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt is now joining me on the story. Sunil Ji, very unfortunate news coming in. We understand few people are still trapped under the debris. This is a massive landslide taken place in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi region.
Aishwarya, monsoon fury continues to wreak havoc in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Jammu region. 2 tragedies have taken place in Jammu region in last 12 hours. There has been a major landslide in Mahua area of Riasi district of Jammu region. 7 people have lost their lives there, including 5 children. The rescue teams are on the spot. They are clearing the rubble, but monsoon fury continues to wreak havoc. And in another incident, there has been a cloudburst incident at Rajgarh area in Ramban district of Jammu region. 4 people have lost their lives while 1 more person is missing. The local administration has sent teams from the SDRF, local police and other agencies. They are trying their level best to clear the rubble. But Aishwarya, weather remains inclement in many parts of Jammu region. The residents had heaved a sigh of relief because for 2 days the weather was normal, but once again there were rains late last evening in many areas of Jammu region, particularly in the hilly districts like Riasi, Ramban, Doda. In Badrawa area of Doda district, there have been flash floods triggered by the heavy rains. So the administration is closely monitoring the situation, but unfortunately more lives have been lost in these floods and landslides, and the death toll has now mounted to 56 in entire Jammu and Kashmir, 54 in Jammu region and 2 in the Kashmir Valley. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to arrive here in Jammu tomorrow. He will be on a 2-day visit. He is going to take stock of the situation. He is going to assess the damage that has occurred here due to floods and rains. He is also going to meet top officials, and Amit Shah is also going to visit the flood hit areas in Jammu city, in Katra as well as in Kishtwar. Aishwarya, back to you.
Sunil, we have also seen how there has been a cloudburst incident coming in from Ramban region. Flash floods have hit the entire area. 4 people dead, 1 is still missing.
Yes, another unfortunate news has come that in Ramban district there has been a cloud burst, and the scenes are horrific. Scenes of devastation and destructions are being witnessed at Rajgarh area in Ramban district. As I said, that 4 people have lost their lives. 1 person is still missing. The teams from the local administration are there. Rescue teams are also there. They are clearing the debris, and they are trying their level best to trace the 1 missing person. Alert has been sounded in many areas of Jammu region. People have been advised not to venture near the rivers. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains shut. Efforts are on to restore the traffic connectivity on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. But an unprecedented situation is being witnessed in Jammu region. There has been record rainfall in Jammu region, and it has triggered floods, it has triggered landslides, and people are facing a harrowing time. Aishwarya, back to you.
Thank you, Sunil Ji, giving us all those details. These are the flash floods which have hit Rajgarh in Ramban in Jammu and Kashmir. News that's coming in at the moment. Kochi Canara Bank employees stage a protest over beef ban in the canteen. Employees serve beef to oppose the beef ban. Regional manager imposed beef ban in the canteen. The protesters have now received support from the left party. Left MLA now backs these protesters. K.T. Jalil said, no Sangh agenda to be allowed in the state.
ഈ റീജിയണൽ ഓഫീസിലെ ഓഫീസർമാർ ഞങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ച് പറയുന്നു, അവരാരും പേര് വ്യക്തമാക്കുന്നില്ല, അവർ ഞങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ച് പറയുന്നു കുറച്ച് ദിവസങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് ഈ മാനേജർ, ഈ പറയുന്ന റീജിയണൽ മാനേജർ അവരുടെ ഓഫീസർമാരോട്, ഇവിടെ ഓഫീസർമാർ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ, ഓഫീസർമാർക്കിടയിൽ BFI സംഘടന ഇല്ല, അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് വരുന്ന ഈ മാനേജർ പറയുകയാണത്രേ ഈ ഓഫീസിനുള്ളിൽ ആരും ബീഫ് കഴിക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇവിടെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ക്യാൻറ്റീൻ പോലെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ക്യാൻറ്റീൻ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നവരോട് അവിടെ ബീഫ് പണ്ടുപോലെ കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നതാണ്. ബീഫ് എല്ലാ ദിവസവും അല്ല, ചില ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ അറിയാമല്ലോ, ബീഫ് ഇനി മുതൽ വിതരണം ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇത് ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടന പ്രകാരം പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പൊതുമേഖലാ ബാങ്കല്ലേ. ഞങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച്, ഞങ്ങളിവിടെ പണിയെടുക്കുന്ന ജീവനക്കാരെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് തീർച്ചയായും ഈ ബാങ്ക് നിലനിന്ന് പോകണം, ബാങ്ക് നല്ല നിലയിൽ പോകണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നവരാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ. സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഈ റിപ്പബ്ലിക് രാജ്യത്ത്, റിപ്പബ്ലിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഭരണഘടന നിർവചിക്കുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ ഭക്ഷണം എന്ത് കഴിക്കണം എന്നുള്ള അവനവൻ്റെ തീരുമാനമാണ്. ഞങ്ങളാരെയും നിർബന്ധിച്ച് ബീഫ് കഴിപ്പിക്കുകയല്ല. ഞങ്ങളിന്ന് ഇവിടെ ബീഫ് കഴിച്ച് തന്നെ ഇതിൽ പ്രതിഷേധിക്കും.
My colleague Shibi Mole is now joining me on the story. Shibi Mole, we are seeing it's beef which has once again become a big bone of contention in the state of Kerala. There are protests taking place over the ban over beef in a canteen.
Well, this is a specific incident that took place because regional manager, who is reportedly a native of Bihar, had imposed an unofficial beef ban in the offices of Canara Bank as well as in the canteen. So the BESI, which is the which is the Bank Employee Federation of India, their organization was actually protesting against this regional manager after the allegation that the regional manager has been mentally harassing some of its employees. So the initial protest was planned against it, but later some of the officers who are not part of the organization BESI had informed the office bearers that, this man has asked us not to eat beef, not to consume beef inside the office, as well as he has also asked the canteen staff not to, serve beef in the canteen. And that's why we decided to protest against it, because as per our constitution, food is our choice. We have the right to make our choices. India is a diverse country with people from different community having different kind of food. So it's a specific choice. There's no particular, thing said in the constitution that, this should not be eaten or this should be eaten. So nobody's forcing anybody to have anything. But if you're forcing us and telling us not to eat this, then we will eat and protest is what the Employee Federation, the Bank Employee Federation of India said. They organized this event outside the regional office against the regional manager. They said that after this, they tried talking to the manager to sort out these issues, because it's not just about the beef ban, but also about other complaints raised by the employees against the regional manager, saying that there's been multiple incidents where he tried to mentally harass these employees. So the discussions are ongoing, but what the officers and the employees are saying is that this is our mark of protest when somebody is telling us what to eat and what not to eat, because ultimately it's our freedom of choice.
Right, Shibimul, please stay with us. We've got some more news which is coming in. News that's coming in from the state of Kerala. An explosion has taken place inside a house in Kannur. One person has been killed in this mysterious explosion. Body of the victim has been found. It's dismembered at the moment. Deceased yet to be identified. My colleague Shibi Mole is still with me on the story. Shibi Mole, a lot of uncertainty with regards to what exactly happened. We understand one person has been killed in this explosion.
Well, exactly. In fact, it took place at around 2:33 a.m. Today in the early hours of today. So, what we're understanding is they've identified the victim, because initially when the body was found in the dismembered state, and right now the police have identified the victim as well as the accused in the case. What the commissioner is saying is that as of now, it looks like these are explosives used during the festivals and all, like a little more heavier than crackers is what we're understanding. But that rented house, it took place inside a rented house. That rented house has completely been destroyed. So it was a massive explosion that took place is what we're understanding. They've identified the victim and the accused. The investigation is going to begin and they'll look into it in detail is what we're understanding. And the Kannur commissioner said that the crime branch will be investigating the case. They're assigning a team to look into what exactly went into this explosion because as per initial reports that the accused and the victim are relatives also. So if there was any other personal issue regarding it is what the police will be primarily focusing on.
Thank you, Shibbi Mulkiji, giving us all those details. A mysterious explosion has taken place inside a house in Kannur in Kerala. Yes, that's coming in from the state of Bihar. Now it's the last leg of the voter Adhikar Yatra. Akhilesh Yadav joins Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, a show of strength by the opposition in Bihar's Siwan area. Akhilesh Yadav attacks BJP. He's attacked BJP in the Vote Adhikar rally. Akhilesh Yadav says BJP wants to rob votes. The BJP does not want voters to go out and to vote. BJP now wants to hurt the opposition, and that's the reason why this voter Adhikar Yatra is being taken out by Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav in the state of Bihar. This is the last leg of the voter Adhikar Yatra. My colleague Mosmi Singh, who's been tracking this Yatra very, very closely, is now joining me on the story. Mosmi, we have seen dramatic visuals coming in. At the moment also we can see it's an open jeep. Rahul Gandhi along with Tejasvi Yadav, both of them are standing. A show of strength also by the opposition, Mosmi.
Aishwarya, if you can hear me, we are on that truck right ahead of that voter Adhikar Yatra that's moving on in Chapra. That was considered a stronghold of Lalu Yadav for a long period of time. He contested elections from here, defeating political bigwigs like Rajiv Pratap Rudy and Sharad Yadav at the same time. But that was way back. Right now in 2004. Right now what we're seeing is amalgamation, a permutation combination of sorts in the opposition. We've seen Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, the duo in Uttar Pradesh, but this is the battleground of Bihar where these visuals are panning out. Akhilesh Yadav there in that red cap, his trademark red cap, along with Rahul Gandhi. We can see Rohini Acharya take to center stage there, right in the center. Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav along with Tejasvi Yadav and all the other alliance partners there, together here moving from Chapra to Ara. This is the last leg, the last day of the road show that has started from Sasaram, and the opposition is trying to punch above its weight by reaching out to people on the roads, on the streets, from vote chori to Samvidhan Bachao. That is the echo that we hear right now.
Right, thank you, Mosmi. My colleague Mosmi giving us all those details, herself travelling in the truck which is right in front of the jeep in which Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav are now travelling. On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, India-Japan partnership vital for world peace. India's GDP growth accelerates to 7.8% in first quarter of the financial year 2025-26. Thailand court removes PM over leaked phone call with Cambodian leader.
दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Our next guest for Run Politics, we have with us Mr. Revant Reddy. Clichés agar bolein to you don't carry the weight of your legacy, you have created your own legacy. What will you say to those who say that you are a political mercenary and you don't have a core political ideology? आपको वैसे डीके शिव कुमार जी को तो याद है, आपको भी आरएसएस एंथम तो याद होगा।
Chandrababu Naidu is too senior, Lokesh is too young. I'm middle one.
आपने अभी 3-4 दिन पहले, if I'm not wrong, बोला है that Rahul Gandhi will become the next
Prime Minister of this country. Yes. संविधान को बदलने वाले, संविधान को बचाने वाले के बीच में चुनाव हो रहा है।
राहुल गांधी के अगर कोई फेवरेट कैंपेनर एंड करंट फेवरेट हैं वो आप हैं, सही है?
There was a time when India was only seen as the world's back office, writing code for someone else's future. But today, the future of tech is being written right here at home. From cutting-edge consumer technologies to battlefield innovations, India is no longer just catching up. We are actually leading revolutions. And today, on the Tech Today show, we bring you stories of Indian pride that will just change the way you guys look at technology. This is Cyrus and you are watching the Tech Today show, and let's kick things off with the top tech headlines of the week. Apple has officially scheduled its next big ore-dropping event for the 9th of September at Apple Park in Cupertino. Expect the iPhone 17 lineup, possibly including an ultra-thin iPhone 17 Air, plus the iPhone 17 Pro, as well as new Apple Watches, AirPods Pro 3, and perhaps even a HomePod Mini 2. As a fresh dose of Apple innovation lands soon, the Tech Today team will be on ground zero getting you all of the updates. So stay tuned. Following a tragic teen suicide and related lawsuit, OpenAI is adding new safety features to ChatGPT like parental controls, trusted emergency contacts, and warnings during prolonged high-risk chats. The updates aim to ground teens in reality and de-escalate crisis moments. These improvements are part of its enhanced GPT-5 version and reflect a growing focus on responsible AI, especially for vulnerable users. WhatsApp has launched a writing help, an AI tool that helps you rephrase, proofread, or tweak tone in your messages. Think professional, funny, or supportive texts. Powered by Meta's processing tech, all suggestions stay encrypted and private. It's rolling out now in select regions for English users. So say goodbye to message typos and awkward tones. Realme just surprised everyone with a concept phone packing a whopping 15,000 mAh battery. Enough for 50 hours of video or 30 hours of gaming. What's cooler, it's slim with an 8.9mm design and comes with an all-silicon battery with built-in cooling like a mini AC phone. It's still a prototype, so buyers beware. But if it ever hits the mass market, it could radically change the charging game. Neuralink has taken a plain sci-fi story and made it real. Noland Orbo, paralyzed from the shoulder down, became the first human to receive Elon Musk's wireless brain chip. Now he can control a computer and even play games using only his thoughts. It's a stunning step in brain-computer interfaces, though it also raises important ethical and safety questions. Now, this is coveted piece of technology. The launch of an iPhone usually means people just lining up outside of these shiny stores, maybe in the US, the London, and across the globe, everybody wants to just get their hands on the latest iPhone. But this year, with the iPhone 17, there is a bit of a desi twist that I want to talk about. Get this, the iPhone 17 series, by the way, is being made right here in India, and that is big for all of the Indians. But here's the thing. Here on the Take Today show, we are going to be doing a deep dive into the fine print of all of this. Is the iPhone 17 series really made in India? Will it be cheaper for Indians if that's the case? So questions like these is something that we will try to take a look at. So let's unpack all of this in this segment. Get this, India right now produces over 40 million iPhones. With an increase of about $2.5 billion in investment, it's expected to go up to 60 million units per year. Foxconn, Apple's biggest manufacturing partner, has already poured billions into India. Its massive Devnahalli plant outside Bengaluru is now buzzing with activity. Tata Electronics has also taken over Western's Karnataka facility and is expanding into Tamil Nadu. Together, these two are putting India on the global iPhone map. And why does Apple choose India for the iPhone 17? First, the huge domestic market, and second, skilled and cost-effective workforce. Not to mention that Apple has been trying to steer away from China amid the rising US-China tension. Alright, let's talk a little about the manufacturing dynamics here. Until recently, China made more than 90% of the world's iPhones, and that number is slowly decreasing because today, India contributes around 18% of Apple's iPhone production, and that number, by the way, is expected to touch around 20% by the end of 2025, and that just speaks volumes of the kind of production capabilities that India has. And slowly the picture is changing. China leads with roughly 75% production. Countries like Brazil, Vietnam, and even the US make up the rest. So yes, India is still playing catch up, but we're catching up fast.
At Cyber Media Research, our insights point to Apple accounting for close to 70% of the smartphone exports from India in H1 2025, with shipments jumping 44% year on year to markets in Western Europe as well as United States. So the growing maturity of Make in India augurs well for India's rise in the global electronics value chain.
Now I want to talk about the big reality check here. A lot of people get confused. There is a difference between make and assemble. India assembles iPhone, but the parts like display, the processor, all of these come from the outside. Like the chip is made by TSMC, which is made in Taiwan. The displays, most of it are being made by Samsung, BOE, and LG in South Korea and Japan. The camera, well, still largely from China with a collaboration between Sony and Apple. So this is the story. The components are coming from different parts of the world, and that's how the iPhone, Apple kind of gets the final product. India's contributions in making the iPhone components were under 10%, but now have risen, possibly exceeding 20% thanks to ongoing localization efforts. In other words, for now, we are putting the puzzle together, but don't have many of the pieces yet. The most we actually make is PCBs and connectors. Now, Foxconn's Chinese arm called Yuzhan Technology recently pulled back about 300 Chinese engineers and technicians from its Tamil Nadu facility. Now, it's one of the key iPhone assembly sites here in India. Now, why did the Chinese do that? Because industry watchers are saying that this is Beijing's way of slowing down India's rise in the Apple's supply chain. And that is basically strategy to make sure India doesn't produce at the capacity that is required. Now, this is a reminder that making an iPhone isn't just about the technology. It's also about geopolitics here.
So even if they have to create some hurdles, so I think one thing what we need to look into is the currency. If the Chinese currency becomes more attractive, then that disabilities becomes even more, the gap becomes even more higher. So that is one, because we still need to import a lot of components from China and dependency is still there. What we need to do is to create a local IP and knowledge transfer from some of these countries like China, Korea, Japan, or Taiwan, and see how we can build a local tech or even some joint ventures, what we have started to see with some countries.
But here's the good news. Apple's bet on India isn't just about factories. It's about the bigger picture. 2 new Apple stores are opening, one in Bengaluru and one in Pune. Thousands of jobs are being created at Foxconn and Tata plants, and India's tech manufacturing credibility is getting a global upgrade. For a country that was only a smartphone consumer until recently, this is a big leap. Now, let's answer the question that is on everyone's mind. If the iPhone is truly made in India, why does it still cost more than what people are paying in the United States? And then there is the Trump twist. The US president has been vocal about wanting Apple to make iPhones in America. But here's the catch. Experts say that if iPhones were made entirely in the US, prices could jump up by 20 to 30%. That means your shiny iPhone could easily cross the 2 lakh mark. Would you buy it then? So here's the bottom line. Expect the iPhone series to look something like what you see behind me. But the iPhone 17 isn't just another phone. It's proof that India is no longer just a market for Apple, but is really a player in its global supply chain. And remember, we are not fully there yet. India still needs to catch up a little because the chips, the displays, everything is still imported and we are assembling. But the foundation, I would say, is set. Our next story is about India's pride, Operation Sindoor, where Indian drones powered by startups in India are showing the world just how far homegrown technology has come. Now, Operation Sindoor showcases India's might in aerial defense technology, and a part of that is being fueled by Indian startups and the entire ecosystem. So, today on the show, we will show you some of the drone tech that is being used right now in combat and what are the capabilities they have and how are Indian startups and the entire ecosystem really pushing boundaries in this sector and keeping the country safe. India's next generation of warfare is being shaped not by tanks or fighter jets, but by drones. A new breed of Indian defense startups is building everything from swarm drones to high-end surveillance UAVs, many designed to counter hostile drones head-on. Powered by government backing of around 1 to 2 crores per project through grants by Innovation for Defense Excellence and the Atmanirbhar Push, these homegrown innovations are now moving from prototypes to real-world battlefields and redefining how India fights and secures its borders. Take for instance the FPV-7 by IG Drones, which has a cruise speed of 140 km per hour and a range of 4 km. It can also carry a payload of up to 1 kilo, which could be supplies or even an explosive. Its low noise signature and mounted camera let it slip quietly into enemy territory, scout, strike and return, the kind of innovation designed for modern warfare.
In the combat role, we use small drones, which is called the Kamakaji drones, and a target which is there, say 1 kilometer, which are small targets, like it could be a radar station, it could be a gun position, it could be a bunker, it could be petrol fuel dump, petrol, oil and lubricant dump. So it destroys that. And that cripples the enemy capability of launching any attack. Also, in Operation Sindoor, we used as an observation post for the firings which were taking place. That is called, particularly for the artillery. You know that the artillery firings were taking place. In small quantity also it was used for the logistic operations.
The company also manufactures heavier drones like the Jaga XL, which can carry up to 2 kilos and fly up to 50 minutes. Drones like these aren't just for combat. They are the eyes in the sky scanning from higher altitudes with thermal cameras and sensors ready to track, follow and strike if needed. They come equipped with multiple sensors, allowing these drones to hover, go to specific waypoints at 50 kilometers an hour and can even be controlled manually. Besides these, there are heavier drones to resupply troops at higher altitudes, as they can carry heavier payloads of up to 80 kilos. That's almost like carrying a soldier's full kit. And then there's the next frontier, solar-powered drones like the Tejas 1. Built for endurance, this fixed-wing UAV can fly longer, farther and cleaner, all on sunlight. These can be used by the Army, Air Force and even the Navy. Developed by Maratha Aerospace, Tejas 1 comes with a range of up to 150 kilometers but needs at least a 200-meter runway to lift off. Since it's powered by the sun, it can go longer distances for longer durations. The payload can carry high-resolution cameras for reconnaissance missions, environmental monitoring and even disaster response. For communication with ground stations and other aerial vehicles, it uses these ground antennas.
So what it can do, it can be behind at a certain altitude and can provide line of sight communication to the drones operating in the front region. So that's how it can be used in the combat side also. So with its payload, electronic, you can say electro-optical payload or IR or LRF or even EW payloads, it can support, it can do effective surveillance of the enemy area and give that inputs to our forces so that they can take corrective actions.
And then there are other players like Aerosys, which are also making kamikaze drones and advanced quadcopters that can carry explosives and drop them in enemy territory. Each of these drones has been made in India, which also gives a push to the indigenous industry. However, these startups have many challenges they need to overcome to deliver the best technologies.
Many of these technologies require huge investment, which at times may not be available. Although government these days is a lot more generous in terms of providing funding, but then a lot of this funding actually needs to come from the private sector. Because as a private investor, if I am investing my money, then I'll make sure that this entity succeeds. Because otherwise I lose my money. So I'll ensure that whatever expertise is required for that startup is available.
There is no denying the fact that in future warfare, drone will be in the front line. That is why, having recognized that, Indian Army has taken a lot of steps. One is that they have identified that within the restructuring proposal, they will have drone specialized companies, drone specialized units, drone specialized brigades. And then Army is creating that positive scenario so that millions of drones can be manufactured in India, just like the Ukraine or the Southern Korea or many other countries are manufacturing today.
And there's the obvious push that needs to come from the government to promote the development of local talent and technologies. Now, this is really an inspiring story of the Indian drone startup ecosystem that we really enjoyed bringing to you. So here's the thing, I was recently recording a video link, but I wanted to experiment a little with it. So I used an AI tool to change the camera angle, and not only that, I put myself in the recording when I was sitting in a jungle and doing it. And if that wasn't enough, I tried putting myself in a space exploration kind of a scenario and even changed the camera angles. I was doing all of this. Now, yes, my face did come out looking like a piece of clay and it wasn't really accurate. But imagine what you can do with AI if results like these can get more accurate. You can change environments, you can actually change the camera angle, the lighting, everything. So all of this was done, by the way, using an AI tool called Runway. So on the AI Guru segment today, let me give you a glimpse of an AI tool that is completely changing the way we produce videos and even edit them. Check this out.
Runway's Aleph gives anyone a full-blown video studio in their browser. You can turn plain text prompts or even rough images and clips into high-quality videos. You can ask it for cinematic shots, cartoon-style edits, or even ultra-realistic renders. Some of the tools allow you to animate only specific parts of a scene.
The OnePlus Pad 3 is finally here.
Instantly removes backgrounds without needing a single chroma key wall. And multi-frame generation, where you can create sequences from another virtual camera that actually flow.
So here's the thing, there are a lot of people out there.
Instead of those awkward 3-second AI clips we used to get. While there are many inaccuracies in terms of the quality, natural movements, the models can get better with time.
An interesting part about using software like this, it's all about experimentation, how good you can be with your prompts, how creative you can be in terms of the camera angles and the lighting that you want to use while using this software. So you have to be very smart with the words that you use to prompt, and then creativity part can be handled by the AI.
But here's the real talk. What does it cost? And how far can you push it? Free tier, Runway lets you generate short clips about 4 seconds each at a resolution of 720p. Great for experimenting, but not enough if you're looking for professional grade output. With Runway Standard or Pro, you can generate clips up to 18 seconds long. In crisp 1080p resolution. You also get faster processing, priority servers, and more credits for heavy use. Prices start at around $12 a month, going up to $28 if you want the full suite. Now, of course, Runway isn't alone. Adobe is cooking up Firefly, Pika Labs is making waves, and even Stability AI is testing its own video models. But Runway's Aleph is ahead right now because it doesn't just generate cool-looking visuals, it delivers editable, usable video.
Now, AI is truly taking over everything. It's because of tools like these that you are seeing an explosion of these AI-generated content on Instagram and YouTube. And who knows? The better these AI tools get, you won't be able to tell the difference between what is real and what is not in the future. And a little scary as it is, but that's what AI will do. And you need to prepare for it. That's a wrap on this edition of Tech Today. And remember, we will be back next week with more breakthroughs, big launches, and all of the trends that are shaping your digital future. Until then, keep watching Tech Today, and for everything tech, do visit us. I'll see you next week. Take care.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister take a train, the bullet train, to Sendai. Leaders meet the Indian train drivers currently training at the East Japan Railway Company. Grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Sendai. Prime Minister Modi greets and meets the Japanese residents. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi all set to hold a bilateral conversation with the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping. He'll also be meeting the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Floods continue to batter North India. Cloudburst in Jammu Kashmir's Ranban now triggers flash floods, kills 4. Landslides in Riyasi claim 7 lives. Cloudburst and landslide in Uttarakhand also claim 6 lives. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins the Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar's Saran area. Akhilesh Yadav slams BJP, says BJP is robbing voters of their vote in the state of Bihar. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup once again, brazenly says Home Minister Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on the table for display. BJP terms these remarks as disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Donald Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of the tariffs being levied by Donald Trump are illegal. Rattled Trump Sarkar says they will appeal to higher courts and say all the tariffs will remain in place. It is day 2 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Japan. Prime Minister Modi met the governors of 16 Japanese prefectures, highlighting the potential of state-prefect collaboration. Prime Minister Modi also took the bullet ride along with the Japanese PM, Shirigu Ishiba. Then they met the Indian train drivers currently training at the East Japan Railway Company. Crowds at Sendai greeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There were chants of Modi-san welcome. As he arrived in the Japanese city, people were waiting to catch a glimpse of him. As soon as he stepped out of the train station, hundreds of Japanese people, including few Indians, greeted him. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also interacted with children in Sendai. PM Modi will now be visiting key industrial facilities, including a semiconductor plant and a bullet train coach manufacturing site. Modi-san, welcome. These were the chants that were being echoed by the people as soon as Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached Sendai. Listen in.
Welcome to Japan. Thank you.
Welcome to Japan.
My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, this is a very, very crucial meeting. We are seeing various industries that Prime Minister Modi has already visited. One of the most important is the semiconductor factory that he will be looking at. Not just that, we'll also understand that new ties, that's something that Prime Minister Modi is looking at. Given what's coming in from the United States of America, we are seeing the coming together, the grouping of the Asian nations now.
Ashwarya, if people think that what President Donald Trump is doing is hurting the Indian economy, then the remedy comes from Japan. If you see the kind of agreements done between India and Japan, clearly this shows and indicates that how India and Japan can solve many of the problems and challenges currently being faced by by the Indian economy currently, be it the employment issue. Japan and India have agreed over the course of 5 years, there will be an exchange of skilled labor and between India and Japan to the tune of 5 lakh people, and for that India and Japan will be working for the state and prefecture level partnership. There will be promotion of Japanese language in India for the skilled and semi-skilled laborers in Indian semi-skilled and skilled laborers who can work in Japan. So how they can be trained, they can be repurposed, and how they can be, be prepared for the Japanese industry. As Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba said, that the Japanese technology and the Indian talent can work together. But besides that, if the kind of facilities visited by Prime Minister Modi in Sandai clearly shows the Bulletin project, a project which is already ongoing in India. A lot of infrastructure has already been built in the state of Gujarat as well as in Maharashtra as part of this bullet train project. Besides that, semiconductor, this Tokyo Electron Limited is the semiconductor, is a fab foundry tool maker industry.
Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. Also, as my colleague is pointing out, that we are seeing new collaborations taking place, and what India is feeling, the heat coming in from the United States of America, then it is Japan which can really help India coming out of these tariffs. We are now moving on to the handshake that the world is setting its eyes on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO, that is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. He'll be arriving in China at about 4 p.m. today. During this visit, Prime Minister Modi will be holding bilateral talks both with the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin. This much-awaited meeting comes at a very critical junction. We are seeing agreements taking place between both the nations, notably on military disengagement along the LAC. Now, LAC has been a major bone of contention, a major flashpoint since the 2020 Galwan clashes. It's being said that there was a secret letter which was sent by the Chinese president to our president, President Draupadi Murmu, in March. And this actually made sure that there were conversations that were happening between India and China. This report is also suggesting that this letter was an attempt to test the waters on improving bilateral ties. This message was later shared with Prime Minister Modi, which then set off a series of back-channel talks and helped revive diplomatic engagements between both the Asian giants. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, this meeting comes amid Donald Trump's tariff tyranny. China has very strongly opposed US decision to impose 50% tariffs of India. Beijing, in fact, also said that they are very firmly standing with India, and they are standing with India to protect the global trade rules, and also said that if you remain silent, then you will only embolden the bully. Narendra Modi all set to meet the Chinese president. Now, this is his first visit to China in the last 7 years. The talks come at a time when global economic turmoil and the Trump tariff controversy is raging on. We need to understand what's at stake, but for that, we also need to understand the history between India and China. We have seen Wuhan, we have seen Galwan, and we have seen the BRICS summit. Now, the relationship between India and China has actually swung between bonhomie and breakdown. Can there be a reset of ties? That's the big question.
Two Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping traveled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signals the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped pushed forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
No stats coming in from the state of West Bengal now. TMC MP Mahua Moitra once again has landed herself in deep soup. While speaking to reporters about the infiltration of illegal Bangladeshi immigrants into the Indian territory, the Lok Sabha MP brazenly said Home Minister Amit Shah should be beheaded and his head should then be placed on the table for everyone to see. She further demanded accountability from the central government over the infiltration situation, claiming Prime Minister Narendra Modi had himself admitted infiltrators are entering and insulting women's dignity. The BJP has gone all guns blazing against the Trinamool Congress and termed these remarks as disgusting and disgraceful. BJP also stated Mahua's comments were drenched in venom and she must apologize for using the language of urban Naxals. TMC defends Mahua Moitra and claims that she just made a figurative speech. Her remarks are being taken out of context.
আমি জিজ্ঞেস করছি যদি ভারতের সীমান্ত রক্ষা করার আমাদের কেউ নেই, যদি অন্য দেশের মানুষরা রোজে শয়ে শয়ে লাখে লাখে কোটি কোটিতে ঢুকে যাচ্ছে, যে আমাদের মা বোনদের উপর চোখ দিচ্ছে, আমাদের জমি কেড়ে নিচ্ছে, তা তোমার প্রথমেই তো অমিত শাহের মাথাটা কেটে তোমার টেবিলে দেওয়া উচিত।
टीएमसी के अंदर में जिस तरीके की वायलेंट मानसिकता है, उस मानसिकता का ही ये सरफेस में आ जाना वही आ गया है सरफेस में, और इसका ही एग्जीबिशन है। जब एक सो कॉल्ड पढ़े लिखे विदेश में पले बड़े ऐसे नेताओं के मुंह से इस तरीके की भाषणबाजी आती है, इस तरीके की शब्द का इस्तेमाल होता है, वो तो तब जाके पता चलता है कि कितना अंदर में जहर भरा हुआ है।
कुछ लोग अपने राजनीतिक हताशा का पराकाष्ठा दिखा रहे हैं। ये लोग सभी मर्यादाओं को उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं। कुछ दिन पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी को कांग्रेस की मन से, आरजेडी की मन से बिहार में अत्यंत असभ्य भाषा में गाली किया गया था। आज एक टीएमसी की सांसद इन्होंने इस प्रकार की, जो कभी राजनीति में शत्रु के बारे में भी नहीं सोचते, इससे काम शब्दों को उन्होंने कहा है। जो लोग बांग्लादेशियों की ताकत पे राजनीति करते हैं, उनको निश्चित रूप में चिंता में रहना पड़ेगी।
It's the battle for Bihar which has now taken a very ugly turn. In the political discourse, hitting a new low, Congress leader abused Prime Minister Modi and his dead mother. Adding fuel to fire, Rahul Gandhi has been accused by the BJP of disrespecting the Prime Minister. On 28th of August, the Gandhi Scion during a rally said, Prime Minister chup ho jayenge, Prime Minister ek shabd nahi bolenge. Unko pata hai कि अगर वो बोलेंगे तो वो पकड़ लिए जाएंगे. These remarks have set off massive backlash. The BJP has hit back hard. Home Minister Amit Shah saying that this is politics of hate at its lowest. He now wants Rahul Gandhi to apologize. BJP said this nation is watching the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi with disgust. Congress isn't holding back either. The counter charge is that this is just a bit to divert attention from the issue, the whole issue of vote chori.
अगर मैं आरोप लगा रहा हूं प्रधानमंत्री पे हर रोज कि तुम वोट चोर हो, प्रधानमंत्री चुप क्यों है? प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द क्यों नहीं बोल रहा? क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री वोट चोर है और वो जानता है कि हमने उसको पकड़ लिया है। जैसे ही मैंने ये देश के एक्सरे की बात की, वो नरेंद्र मोदी कांपने लग गया। जैसे ही मेरे, उसकी आदत है, जैसे उसको डर लगता है ना, वो झूठ बोलना शुरू कर देता है। जैसे ही उसको डर लगता है, वो कभी पाकिस्तान की बात करेगा, कभी चाइना की बात करेगा। तो एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद एक झूठ बोल रहा है, मगर इस बार नहीं निकल पाएगा।
धीरे धीरे ये जो इशू पकड़ के लोगों को भ्रमित करने का कोशिश कर रहा था राहुल गांधी और गुमराह करने का कोशिश की, तो जब उसमें विफल हो गए, डेस्परेट होके माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्वर्गीय माता जी के लिए जो अभद्र भाषा का प्रयोग किया है, इसके लिए थोड़ी भी शर्म है तो भी, थोड़ी भी सेंस है तो भी राहुल गांधी को अनकंडीशनल माफी मांगना चाहिए।
गाली गलौज यात्रा निकाले हुए जिस तरह आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के माता जी के खिलाफ गाली गलौज किया गया, ये स्पष्ट दिखता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल हो या महागठबंधन की पार्टियां, इनके मानसिकता में सिर्फ और सिर्फ दूसरे को गाली देना है।
वोट यात्रा चल रही है और जो ये लोकतंत्र की, राइट की यात्रा है, संविधान की यात्रा है, भाई हम लड़ रहे हैं कि आपका वोटिंग राइट से आप किसी को भी नेता बनाते हैं और सरेआम दिख रहा है कि आपने कर्नाटक हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, हरियाणा हो, बहुत सारी गलतियां और फेक वोट सामने आए हैं। ये जो भी शोर शराबा हो रहा है, ये भाजपा इस मुद्दे को, जो एक सैलाब पूरे इंडिया गठबंधन के साथ बिहार में चल रहा है, उस मुद्दे को बरगलाने की नाकाम कोशिश है।
News that's coming in from the state of Telangana now. It's the BRS that is protesting against the urea crisis in the state of Telangana. BRS is protesting, and this protest is being led by KT Ramarao. We want urea slogans were raised by all the protesters. BRS criticizes Telangana Chief Minister over the urea crisis in the state. KTR says Congress government is betraying farmers. My colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining me. He's standing at the protest site where this protest is taking place. Abdul, we understand urea has become a big bone of contention. Questions are being asked about the BR is now asking questions. Protests are being led by KT Ramarao. We want urea. These are the slogans which can be heard in the protest.
Well, the Telangana State Assembly 6th session begins today. Today is the first day where the government is set to table the most controversial report, the Kaleshwaram report today against the former Chief Minister KCR and T. Harish Rao is what is being said. Now here, ahead of the session, the BRS leaders have gathered here at the gun park in front of the Telangana Legislative Assembly, demanding that the urea crisis gets a solution, and they have projected that urea crisis is only the negligence of the state and the central government, which is affecting a huge amount of farmers. And now the government should talk or have a discussion on the urea crisis in the state of Telangana. We have seen how the farmers had been waiting in long queues just for a bag of urea, and the shortage of urea has led to this particular crisis in the state of Telangana. Now, the state government has reacted that it is only responsible for the supply of urea, whereas the manufacturing and the import is the responsibility of central government, and it is the BJP government in center which is not providing adequate amount of urea to the state government. That is the reason the shortage in supply is ongoing in the state of Telangana. We are right now at the gun park where the BRS cadres, as you can see behind me, had been protesting against the shortage of urea here. They had been waiting for 1.5 hours. However, the BRS MLAs and MLCs have gone inside as the session begins. But the protesters and workers here are waiting and protesting regarding the shortage in urea in the state of Telangana.
Thank you, Abdul. Abdul Bashir, who's standing right at the place where the protest is taking place in the state of Telangana against urea. Overnight, very heavy rains have wreaked havoc across northern India, especially in the hill states. Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, all of them have been hit very hard. They are grappling with the aftermath of floods and landslides. In Jammu and Kashmir, flash floods have swept through Ramban area after a cloudburst over higher reaches triggered sudden flooding. At least 4 people have been confirmed dead. One still remains missing. Several houses have been damaged. Some even have been washed away because of the gushing water. Rescue and relief operations are underway. Persistent rain is now hampering the relief efforts. If we go further south, In Uttarakhand's Chamoli district, the Badrinath National Highway stands blocked at 5 points because of landslides caused by continuous rainfall. In Uttarakhand's Bageshwar region, the MLA is now reviewing the relief efforts. He slipped while he was crossing an overflowing stream. His gunman has been swept away because of the strong current. The MLA's phone was also washed away, but both were later rescued by the villagers. In Himachal Pradesh, severe flooding because of widespread destruction. One such structure collapsed under the force of water. This was actually something that was caught on camera. Dramatically, it showed the fury of the rains. The northern part of the country, especially the hills, at the moment are feeling the fury of the rains.
Flash floods and incessant rains have caused immense damage in Himachal Pradesh, and the most hit is Manali. And this is where we are in Bang. India Today team has reached Bang area where this Shere Punjab Dhaba, which was a popular eatery for the tourists, for the locals. You can see it's just it's the front side of this dhaba hangs. Rest of the dhaba, which was on the back side, was taken away by river Byas when it was in its full spate. Although the river Byas has come down a bit now, but a few days back when the flash floods came, heavy water came, this entire dhaba you can see, which was right there till that stone, it has been swept away, washed out, and this front side only stands now. These shops also on this side, these shops also swept away. So a lot of destruction, a lot of damage has taken place in this Bang area, and you can see this front side of Shere Punjab Dhaba is hanging, and this is the only thing left here now. So you can imagine what kind of impact of flash floods and the incessant rains this region has faced has been done on this area. From Bang, with camera person Gunjit, this is Asim Basi, India Today.
News coming in from the United States of America. It's the US that has deployed warship in the Caribbean. 7 US warships docked at the Panama Canal. Mega US naval buildup in southern Caribbean. US Navy deployment all set to target the drug cartels. Donald Trump is boosting maritime force near Venezuela. Images that you are seeing on your screen, 7 US warships have now been docked. The US Navy is now targeting the drug cartels. United States now deploys warships in the Caribbean. 7 US warships have been docked at the Panama Canal. Mega US naval buildup in southern Caribbean. US Navy deployment all set to target the drug cartels. Donald Trump boosts maritime force near Venezuela. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, we are now seeing how the United States is looking at targeting the drug cartels. There's also a little bit of friction taking place because of massive naval buildup in the southern Caribbean.
Right, Aishwarya. There's a sizable naval buildup there in the Caribbean right now, along the coast, around the coast of Venezuela, because President Donald Trump has pursued a policy of zero tolerance against the fentanyl or the drug cartels. Trying to push the narcotics in the United States and also the illegal immigration. We know that how he has closed the southern borders, how he has closed and acted upon the illegal immigration issue. But in this case, this could also spiral. There are concerns in Latin America regarding this naval buildup, because U.S. has deployed the Southern Command of United States military has deployed around 7 warships and 1 nuclear submarine around Venezuela.
Right.
And they are carrying around 6,700 Marines, and there are many ships and many Marines are also there on board. So people are looking at, is President Donald Trump trying to take any military action against Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, on whom the U.S. has already increased the reward. And
Right.
recently, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, visited the Southern Command of U.S. military.
Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. Southern Command of the military was also visited by the US administration. There's tension now because of 7 US maritime deployment being done. On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, India-Japan partnership vital for world peace. India's GDP growth accelerates to 7.8% in first quarter of the
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Never again. When you hear the word never again, the context usually that you and I would think of is 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Never again will we let Pakistani state-sponsored radical Islamist terror bleed our country. But then we have been bled for a very, very long time. And on the Chakraview podcast today, explaining why he's wearing that never again t-shirt and the context is a very special guest. I want to welcome on the Chakraview podcast Vivek Ranjan Agnihotri. Sir, welcome, the director and writer of the Bengal Files and the Tashkent Files. You're very close on the trilogy of files that you've done. But sir, before we dive into that conversation, welcome to the Chakraview podcast. Explain this t-shirt, never again.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you very much. So this idea of never again, actually there is a lot of background to this. Okay, let me just give the context to this. When we were researching the Kashmir files, I am a very socio-politically aware person. I am son of freedom fighters. I have studied politics. But still I didn't know one thing, which is that in the history of humanity, the most persecuted and most enslaved society is Hindu society. For 1200 years, we were persecuted and enslaved continuously. और जो ये कम्युनिस्ट हिंदी में भी बीच में बोल सकता हूँ
बिल्कुल सर
तो ये जो पूरा का पूरा जो वेस्टर्न आइडिया है वो है ऑप्रेसर और ऑप्रेस्ड का दे बिलीव दैट मेजॉरिटी इज द ऑप्रेसर एंड माइनॉरिटी इज ऑलवेज द ऑप्रेस्ड कश्मीर को इसीलिए दे परसीव दैट कश्मीर में हिंदूज आर द मेजॉरिटी सो वही लोग ऑप्रेस कर रहे हैं But India is a very unique country. In this country, minorities have oppressed the majority for 1200 years. वरना you tell me, हजारों औरतें आग में क्यों कूदेंगी?
जौहर क्यों
करेंगी? सती प्रथा क्यों आई? घूंघट कहाँ से आया? राइट? इन्हीं सब कारणों से आया. यही कारण है कि एक जनरेशनल कलेक्टिव कॉन्शियसनेस हमारी ऐसी बन गई है, हमारी मेमोरी मसल मेमोरी ऐसी हो गई है कि भारत का हर आदमी थोड़ा सा झुक के चलता है. आप नोटिस करिए, हमेशा बोलता है मालिक, माई बाप, बड़े लोग, साहब, किसी से भी बात करो कहेगा साहब, बड़े लोग. ये क्योंकि हम डर गए कहीं पे, डरी हुई सोसाइटी हमारी बन गई. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज that no young person, even middle-aged or old people, they don't know that we are the most persecuted and enslaved society in the world. आप पूछो सबसे अधिक स्लेवरी किसने की? हर आदमी आपको इंडिया में जवाब देगा ब्लैक्स.
अफ्रीका में मतलब हाँ वहीं पर नजर जाएगी.
ब्लैक्स के बारे में बात करेंगे. आप पूछो सबसे अधिक किसका परसिक्यूशन हुआ? लोग बोलेंगे ज्यूज का हुआ. 1200 साल हमारा हुआ है. आप चैट जीपीटी में चेक कर लो, गूगल तो मैं बिलीव नहीं करता इतना, लेकिन हमें पता नहीं है ये बात. So then I said, can you ever find a Jew child who doesn't know about the Holocaust? Can you find a black boy or a girl who doesn't know about slavery? Can you ever find a Japanese child who doesn't know about the bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki? Or a Rwandan child who doesn't know about Rwandan genocide? Or an Armenian child who doesn't know about Armenian genocide? Then how come we don't know about this? And फिर मैं जब रिसर्च कर रहा था तो कलकत्ता में मुझे वो बोर्ड्स मिले पुराने प्लाक्स एंटीक, जो वहाँ क्लब्स, रेस्टोरेंट्स, दुकानों में लिखे रहते थे, डॉग्स एंड इंडियंस नॉट अलाउड.
ये तो हमने पढ़ा है अपनी इतिहास की पुस्तकों में.
पर किसी ने ये नहीं सोचा कि डॉग्स भी उस हायरार्की में ऊपर है, इंडियंस बाद में. डॉग्स एंड इंडियंस नॉट अलाउड लिखा हुआ है. राइट? तो उससे मेरा बड़ा खून खोला. एंड आई सेड, ये एक्चुअली ज्यूज ने चालू किया था, नेवर अगेन. सो तो मैंने कहा नेवर अगेन टू genocide, never again to terrorism, what happened in Kashmir, never again to communal violence which we suffered, never again to partition, and now I'm adding never again to banning of a trailer. So हमारी ट्रेलर को वहाँ रोक दिया गया. तो so that's how it is. मैं आपके लिए भी लाया हूँ ये टी-शर्ट. I've specially got it for you.
क्या बात है.
And you look very handsome in this.
Yeah, you're so kind. You're so kind. लेकिन ये जो मुद्दा है, this is a very serious issue that you're talking about, and I want you to shed light on the Bengal Files. So let's dive straight into Bengal Files. आपने Bengal Files मूवी बनाने की क्यों सोची? क्योंकि the allegation is, one, you make movies that target the opposition states or the opposition leaders, and why this love for Kashmir Files, Tashkent Files, now Bengal Files, before elections in Bengal?
Okay, so allegation is always an allegation. People can allege anything, but like the Tashkent Files, how does it benefit anybody and who is it opposing? I don't understand. The controversy around the mysterious death of the second Prime Minister of India, whose job is it to issue a white paper and say, नहीं भाई शास्त्री जी की death तो heart attacks हुई थी. His family will be very happy if they resolve it, they conclude it. उनकी फैमिली को कंक्लूजन ही नहीं मिला.
देश को नहीं मिला कंक्लूजन.
देश को भी नहीं मिला, पर फैमिली, उनकी पत्नी, उनके बेटे, उनके पोते, उनकी बहुएं, उनको ही नहीं मिला. समझिए मेरे आपके किसी पेरेंट को कुछ हो जाए विदेश में और ये पता ही नहीं चले उनकी डेथ कैसे हुई, तो कैसा लगेगा. सिमिलरली कश्मीर में कश्मीरी पंडितों को अभी तक रिजॉल्व ही नहीं हुआ है, उनको कंक्लूजन ही नहीं मिला, तो व्हाट कैन यू डू अबाउट इट. सिमिलरली बंगाल में एक सबसे अधिक अगर कोई सोसाइटी ने सेक्रीफाइस किया है, सबसे अधिक किसी सोसाइटी ने बलिदान दिया है, पेन, तो वो है बंगाल. बंगाल वाज द ओनली स्टेट इन पूरी दुनिया में which was divided thrice.
Oh, absolutely. Very few people know it.
1905 में हिंदू बंगाल एंड मुस्लिम बंगाल. उसके बाद 1947, उसके बाद फिर श्री औरोबिंदो और बिपिन चंद्र पाल ने वो वंदे मातरम मूवमेंट चालू किया, तो दे हैड टू यूनाइटेड. इतना पावरफुल था वो मूवमेंट. देन इन 1947, देन इन 1971 इट वाज कल्चरली डिवाइडेड. तब तक एक बंगाली कल्चर से जुड़ा हुआ था, फिर उसको भी कट कर दिया, फिर इस्लामिक स्टेट आ गई. और अभी मैं कह रहा हूँ, ऐसा मेरा मानना है, आई मीन इट्स नॉट ओपन टू डिस्कशन, पर मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि बंगाल राइट नाउ इज मेंटली एंड साइकोलॉजिकली डिवाइडेड and also socially divided
in today's day and age.
Of course, in today's day and age. And तो ये 3.5 divisions तो उसके हो चुके हैं. और दो ही ऐसे ग्रेट एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जहाँ पे इतना मैसिव कल्चरल रेनेसांस हुआ है जो और कहीं पैरेलल नहीं है उसका, एक फ्रांस में और दूसरा बंगाल में। पर फ्रांस का रेनेसांस के रेमनेंट्स जो हैं वो अभी भी आपको मिलेंगे। बंगाल का वो सारा हेरिटेज हमने खो दिया। तो बंगाल ने इतना सफ़र किया है कि जिसकी कोई कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकता है। तो मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछता हूँ, जब मैं कहता हूँ पार्टीशन, तो व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट इमेज दैट कम्स टू योर माइंड?
West Pakistan, Punjab, the migration that took place from West Pakistan to our Punjab or to the rest of our country.
That's what everybody in India believes. That is because of Bollywood films, but it is half truth. It's not full truth. जो कुरुक्षेत्र था, जो प्लेग्राउंड था पार्टीशन को, वो तो बंगाल था। 1905 में वहीं से शुरू हुआ,
नींव वहीं पड़ी,
नींव वहाँ पड़ी और वहीं सारा महाभारत हुआ। अगर डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे और नोआखली जेनोसाइड नहीं होता, जो प्योरली हिंदू जेनोसाइड था, इट वाज अ कॉल टू एनाहिलेट हिंदूज। कलकत्ता में डेमोग्राफिकली मार्जिनली हिंदूज ज़्यादा थे, तो जब डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे हुआ तो बंगाल को लेबोरेटरी बना दिया गया वायलेंस की। सुहरावर्दी जो वहाँ का प्राइम मिनिस्टर, मतलब चीफ मिनिस्टर था, उस वक्त प्राइम मिनिस्टर बोलते थे, उसने कहा 2 दिन में इतने हिंदुओं को मार दो कि डेमोग्राफी चेंज हो जाए और कलकत्ता पाकिस्तान में चला जाए।
And I want our viewers and our listeners to this podcast to keep this in mind. Direct Action Day, the Noakhali massacre, the violence that took place. इतिहास की पुस्तकों में और in our history books, a couple of paras, maybe a page or two, but not more.
और उसको लिखते हैं riots. राइट, इट वॉज इन अ राइट। उसने सीधे से, देखिए क्यों राइट नहीं थी, उसने ऐलान किया कि 16 अगस्त 1946 उसकी स्पीच है कि 60 रमज़ान का महीना था। उसने बोला 16 अगस्त जो है वो रमज़ान का 8वां दिन है, 18th डे, एंड 18th डे इज नोन फॉर द बैटल ऑफ बद्र, जिस दिन 313 मोहम्मद साहब के साथ 313 मुस्लिम लोगों ने बुत परस्तों को हराया था, उनकी आर्मी को। ही सेड इज द मोस्ट ऑस्पिशियस डे, और हमको जिहाद की परमिशन अल्लाह ने दी है, और इस दिन ऐसा जिहाद होना चाहिए, वी हैव टू फिनिश ऑल द, उसने कहा खून से भर जाना चाहिए कलकत्ता। और 2 दिन के लिए जितने थाने थे उनमें से 24 थाने थे, पुलिस स्टेशंस, एंड आउट ऑफ दैट 22 पुलिस स्टेशंस में से हिंदू इंस्पेक्टर्स को निकाल के सारे मुस्लिम इंस्पेक्टर्स लगा दिए। नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, आउट ऑफ 24 वाई 22? बिकॉज बाकी 2 में एंग्लो इंडियन थे, तो वो कुछ करेंगे नहीं। एंड देन ही हिमसेल्फ सेट एट द पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर्स सुहरावर्दी, एंड ही मॉनिटर्ड दिस बुचरिंग ऑफ हिंदूज। The streets were full of skeletons and the vultures were eating the whatever flesh from the dead bodies. Photos सब available हैं सब जगह. We have recreated in our film. And these photos are taken from Time and Life magazine. They were taken by a photojournalist called Margaret. इतने लोगों को मार दिया था कि महीनों तक लाशें पड़ी हुई थी वहाँ पे. And मैं आपको सब पढ़ के भी सुना सकता हूँ, मेरे सारे quotes हैं. And these are all foreign journalists. That the sky was black because of the smoke and the vultures. It was black. क्यों? क्योंकि जो लोग चिता जलाते थे उनको भी मार डाला था, जो सफाई करते थे उनको भी मार डाला था. And that's why Suhrawardi was called Butcher of Bengal. तो it वो प्योर हिंदू जेनोसाइड था. अब मैं आपको एक पैरेलल देता हूँ. Lot of people have seen Schindler's List, so they know about gas chambers. अरे यार, ज्यूस को गैस चेंबर में मार दिया था. Okay, and we cry.
दिखाते हैं जो आज भी पर्यटक जाते हैं.
मैं गया तो ऑश्विट्ज.
हाँ, ऑश्विट्ज में उनको दिखाते हैं how Jews were tortured and killed.
So I went to Auschwitz. It was a life-changing experience for me. पर मुझे अब इतना दुख होता है कि मुझे अपने कंट्री में इससे भी बदतर जेनोसाइड हुआ है. देखिए वहाँ पे 400-500 लोगों को एक साथ गैस चेंबर में मारते थे. तो जब ये जेनोसाइड हो रहा था वहाँ पे on the 16th August को शुरू हुआ, on the 17th of August. So there was an Udiya person. He had a cotton mill called Kesuram Cotton Mill. So he asked all the Hindus to take shelter over there. उसने कहा मेरी फैक्ट्री में आ जाओ. तो ठसाठस भर गए, मतलब they couldn't even breathe. उनको सबको बाहर से आग लगा के जला दिया. छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, औरतें थी, and Hindu children were thrown into boiled water and they were killed like that. और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, सारे हिस्टोरिकल अकाउंट फॉरेन जर्नलिस्ट जो उस वक्त रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे उन सब के हैं. क्योंकि इंडियन हो तो लोग कहेंगे यार ये तो राइट विंग है, लेफ्ट विंग है, इसका है, आरएसएस का है, उसका है, कांग्रेस का। तो आई डिडंट वांट टू गेट इनटू दैट। आप सोच नहीं सकते कि मैं आपको एक छोटा सा पैसेज सुनाऊं,
बिल्कुल,
फ्यू लाइन्स।
इतिहास को जानना, और देयर आर मेनी हु आर्ग्यू व्हाई वुड यू वांट टू revisit history. There are many who say कि आप गड़े मुर्दे क्यों उखाड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या भावी पीढ़ियों को वो इतिहास जानना जरूरी है? Unless you learn from history, you are condemned to repeat your mistakes. Is that the line that you are working forward, that you are bringing through this movie Bengal Files? Because it's created a lot of controversy. You are wearing a t-shirt that says never again, so that dark chapter in our history is never repeated. Is that your intention with the Bengal Files?
That's my intent.
You had a para that
मैं
you
आपको
wanted to
बताता
read.
हूँ, अब मैं बताता हूँ, पहले पढ़ूंगा फिर बताऊंगा किसने लिखा है। One day a ghastly scene of barbarity came to my notice while going to the university through Raja Bazar area. Like butchers who keep parts of slaughtered animals hanging by hooks, similarly naked bodies of Hindu girls, their hands and legs severed, were kept hanging by hairs. Horrid and heinous was that scene. It was the first time that I saw the open upper of ladies. Written by Mr. G.B. Mazumdar, ex-IG of Police, West Bengal, the Great Calcutta Killings and Noakhali Genocide. आप सोच सकते हैं, जहाँ पे बकरों को लटकाते हैं मरे हुए खूंटों पे, on those hooks, naked bodies of women were over there. ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये तो IG Police is saying that. ऐसे this research book we had made for, जैसे देखिए आपको मैं
So I'll come to this research book in just a moment, and I want you to read out the next para too, but I want to understand your thinking. जो 1946 में हुआ वो आप 2025 में क्यों उजागर कर रहे हैं? मतलब इसका मकसद क्या है? What's your motive?
गौरव, सवाल ये नहीं होना चाहिए, सवाल ये होना चाहिए जो 1946 में हुआ वो 2025 तक क्यों नहीं बताया गया, क्यों नहीं दिखाया गया? क्वेश्चन इज दैट। कोई चीज़ आपने दबा दी, छुपा दी। तो मुझसे कश्मीर के वक्त भी कई सारे जर्नलिस्ट ये पूछते थे कि भाई जो हो गया 1990 में, अभी आप क्यों दिखा रहे हैं? अब तो कश्मीरी पर, बिकॉज इफ़ यू गो टू अ साइकेट्रिस्ट, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाए आपके साथ, आप डिप्रेस्ड हैं, एंजाइटी हो जाए, आपका मैरिटल प्रॉब्लम हो या जॉब रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम हो, व्हेन यू गो टू अ साइकेट्रिस्ट, जो तो मेडिकल साइंस है, तो सबसे पहले साइकेट्रिस्ट ये बोलेगा दैट द एक्नॉलेजमेंट ऑफ योर ट्रोमा इज़ द फर्स्ट स्टेप टुवर्ड्स हीलिंग। जब तक आप उस जनरेशनल ट्रोमा को एड्रेस नहीं करेंगे, हीलिंग नहीं होगी। इंडिया में क्या हुआ कि फ्रीडम के बाद, फ्रीडम या पार्टीशन के बाद, लोग फ्रीडम बोलते हैं, मैं उसे पार्टीशन बोलता हूँ, पार्टीशन के बाद जो हिंदू कम्युनिटी थी उसको बोल दिया गया अरे तुम मेजॉरिटी हो, तुम्हें ट्रोमा हो नहीं सकता। मुस्लिम्स आर मार्जिनलाइज्ड। ये वेस्टर्न थिंकिंग थी कि भाई ऑप्रेसर जो है मेजॉरिटी होगी और वो माइनॉरिटी ऑप्रेस्ड होगी, लेकिन वी आर द ओनली सोसाइटी विच वाज रूल्ड फॉर 1200 ईयर्स फॉर द बाय द माइनॉरिटी। तो वो जनरेशनल ट्रॉमा हमारी सोसाइटी में है। उसका मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, बड़ा फनी। कल मैं कोई सी बड़ी जर्नलिस्ट आई थी बॉम्बे, शी वाज टॉकिंग टू मी, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट, एंड शी वाज टॉकिंग कि ये एंड सडनली व्हेन शी सेड लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता है कि ये दिस इज लाइक वन कम्युनिटीज। मैंने कहा आप नाम बताइए, विच कम्युनिटीज पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू? कहती नो बिकॉज इट्स अ हिंदू कम्युनिटीज। तो मैंने कहा व्हाई आर यू हेजिटेटिंग बिफोर सेइंग दिस? क्योंकि ऐसा, तो देन शी एक्सप्लेन, उनको ऐसा लग रहा था कि इफ शी टॉक्स अबाउट हिंदूज तो शी विल साउंड कम्युनल, बट व्हेन यू से मुस्लिम्स आर मार्जिनलाइज्ड देन नोबडी थिंक्स इट्स अ कम्युनल थिंग। मुस्लिम हिस्ट्री पे फिल्में बनी हैं, इस ज्यू हिस्ट्री पे बनी है, क्रिश्चियन हिस्ट्री पे बनी है, तो हिंदू हिस्ट्री पे क्यों नहीं बननी चाहिए? आपको एक बात पता है, हिंदू आर्किटेक्चर इतना रिच ये टेम्पल्स, ये कार्विंग्स, ये स्कल्पटिंग वर्ल्ड, हमने धीरे धीरे आफ्टर 1970s आर्किटेक्चर स्कूल्स में हिंदू आर्किटेक्चर एक सब्जेक्ट हुआ करता था, पढ़ाना ही बंद कर दिया है। हिंदू हिस्ट्री सब्जेक्ट हमने पढ़ाना बंद कर दिया है।
लेकिन टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर तो हम लोग पढ़ते हैं, मतलब स्कूलों में भी हमने पढ़ा है, बट यू आर राइट, नॉट एट अ एडवांस स्टेज दैट मच।
That's why our houses, our buildings have no Hindu architecture anymore because they have stopped teaching. हमारे जो नए आर्किटेक्ट्स हैं उनको पता ही नहीं वो क्या होता है, they don't know.
I think I hope now they're getting back to their roots to understand हम अपने घर एक तरीके से क्यों बनाते,
क्यों आंगन होता था,
क्यों उसमें वेंटिलेशन की, सूरज आने की इतना महत्व उसमें क्यों होता था।
राइट, और क्यों हाई सीलिंग्स होती थी, क्यों ऊपर लकड़ी लगती थी, क्यों कोर्टयार्ड होता था, उस सब का रीज़न है। बट एनीवे, कमिंग बैक टू दिस टॉपिक, तो ये आपने पूछा क्यों इतने साल बाद, ये आप मुझे ये बताइए कि बंगाल इतना रिच है सिनेमा में, क्यों नहीं बंगाली फिल्म मेकर्स इतने एक से एक सत्यजीत रे हुए हैं, मृणाल सेन साहब हुए हैं, कितने हुए हैं, सत्यजीत रे ने तो महाभारत पे बेस्ड शतरंज के खिलाड़ी भी बनाया है, राइट। इन लोगों ने 1971 में जो हुआ उसको एड्रेस किया है, लेकिन इस प्रॉब्लम को क्यों नहीं एड्रेस किया? इसलिए क्योंकि वो एक थिंकिंग थी, एक कम्युनिस्ट थिंकिंग थी, जो कि एक बताना चाहती थी कि हिंदूज कैन नेवर बी ओप्रेस्ड, राइट। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि हिंदू हिस्ट्री बताने का मतलब है कि मुझे मुस्लिम्स से प्रॉब्लम है या मुस्लिम्स गलत हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। एक मुस्लिम जो काम करता, मेरी यूनिट में इतने मुस्लिम्स थे, मेरा फर्स्ट एड ही मुस्लिम था, मेरे दोस्त थे, मेरी फैमिली में इतने लोगों ने मुस्लिम लोगों से शादी किया अमेरिका में, मुझे सवाल वो नहीं है। अगर आप एक आदमी के दर्द, एक आदमी के पेन और ट्रोमा की कहानी सुनाते हैं, इसका मतलब नहीं कि आपको दूसरे से प्रॉब्लम है, उनका भी ट्रोमा है, उनका भी पेन है, पर उसके बारे में और लोगों ने फिल्में बनाई हैं। कश्मीर में कश्मीरी मुस्लिम्स के पेन और ट्रोमा पे कितनी फिल्में बनी हैं, मिशन कश्मीर, रोज़ा, हैदर, फना, फिज़ा, एक से एक फिल्में बनी हैं, बड़े बड़े स्टार्स और डायरेक्टर ने बनाई है। तो एक फिल्म कश्मीरी पंडितों के अगर दर्द पे बन गई तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
सेम बॉलीवुड और बॉलीवुड की थिंकिंग पर आऊंगा, क्योंकि आज आप मिले हैं तो, और ये मेरे मन में प्रश्न एक बहुत अरसे से था।
मैं करूँगा,
हाँ तो
बिल्कुल करूँगा, लेकिन ये जो सब्जेक्ट है गौरव, मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये अभी हमने अमेरिका में वी डिड 12 स्क्रीनिंग्स, हम गए तो थे 2 स्क्रीनिंग करने, बढ़ते बढ़ते 12 हो गई, इतनी डिमांड हो गई। इस फिल्म को जेन जी के बहुत लोगों ने देखा है, शुरू में नहीं आए थे फर्स्ट कपल ऑफ स्क्रीनिंग्स, पर फर्स्ट स्क्रीनिंग में न्यूयॉर्क में रटगर्स यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स आए, फिर उन्होंने दे स्टार्टेड स्प्रेडिंग वर्ड। तो 14 ईयर से लेकर 23-24 ईयर तक की एज के बहुत लोग आए, और आखिर में तो वही आने लगे, जेन जी जैम पैक। एंड मोस्ट ऑफ देम सेड व्हेन वी एंटर्ड द थिएटर we were someone else, and when we stepped out we are a different person,
and they've gone back with that thinking of never again. So what is the main I know from what I've read about what this film is likely to be, it's the massacre of Hindus that took place. It is about the riots or the massacre as you put it, sir, and it's about the direct action day कि कैसे सिंगल आउट करके हिंदुओं को न केवल कलकत्ता में, लेकिन कलकत्ता से आग लगी और फिर बंगाल के और भागों में फैली। इज दैट दिस मूवी ऑल अबाउट?
सी, अगर डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे और नोआखली जेनोसाइड नहीं होता तो भारत का पार्टीशन भी नहीं होता शायद, राइट। एंड दीज वर द 2 डिफाइनिंग मूवमेंट्स, एंड the magnitude of violence, or I'd say the intensity of violence, the world has never seen in such shortest period of time. 4 दिन में 2 दिन में 40,000 लोगों को मार डाला था। So it's impossible to imagine कहीं और हुआ होगा। एटम बॉम्ब से लोग मर गए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे तो अलग तरह से हुआ था। तो ये हमको जब तक,
is your movie a graphic description of how Hindus were singled out?
Yeah. I've all the pictures I have taken, all the videos I have taken, all the descriptions, and I've recreated it. Every single word, every single shot, every visual in the film which you see is, I challenge every historian of the world from any side. I challenge them, find me one mistake in that or anything which is not documented in at least 10 to 15 officially authentic recognized documents.
So there's no creative liberty that you've taken.
कैसे? मैं तो जो गांधी जी ने बोला है वो मेरी फिल्म में, जिसने जो बोला है, I have just translated the dialogues from Urdu to Hindi or English to Hindi or Bengali to Hindi. That's all I have done, and that also we have got it checked from scholars of Bengali कि हाँ भाई ये correct translation है कि नहीं, nuanced में कोई problem तो नहीं है, तो उसमें कोई problem नहीं। The only liberty we have taken is in the modern times. I have just changed the names, okay, because lots of legal cases are going on right now on some MLAs or something, so I didn't want to take that. लेकिन जैसे CBI पे स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई थी, अब वो तो रियल किस्सा है, तो हमने वैसा दिखाया हुआ है। पर सबसे मज़े की बात ये है, you see how deep our research and understanding of the problem is. हमने we shot this film in October or December 2024 में। तो फर्स्ट जो मॉडर्न टाइम है, प्रेजेंट टाइम है, अच्छा, जस्ट टू गिव यू अ कॉन्टेक्स्ट, फिल्म की थीम ये है कि मुस्लिम लीग अनाउंस दैट दिस पार्टीशन इज एन अनफिनिश्ड प्रोजेक्ट। तो क्या वही कम्युनल वायलेंस, वही कम्युनल पॉलिटिक्स, दैट सिनिस्टर
Modern
पॉलिटिक्स वो अभी भी चल रही है? तो आवर कंक्लूजन वाज यस, ओके, दिस इज माय कंक्लूजन।
लेकिन अगर इससे खतरा है कि सिचुएशन वर्सन कर सकती है या कम्युनल वायलेंस हो सकता है या सोशल हार्मनी डिस्टर्ब,
कौन करेगा कम्युनल वायलेंस? आप मुझे बताइए। इसको देखने बाद कोई बंगाली हिंदू तो करेगा नहीं। क्यों करेगा वो? कौन करेगा? तो जिनको टोलाबाज बोलते हैं, जो एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट हैं, जो कि पॉलिटिकली एम्पावर्ड हैं टुडे, वही कर सकते हैं, या पुलिस कर सकती है। और कौन करेगा? क्यों करेगा?
पुलिस कर सकती है। ये तो बहुत गंभीर आरोप। आप
मेरे ट्रेलर को रोका, विजुअल्स हैं, आप ही की चैनल पे चल रहे थे, आप विजुअल देखिए, पुलिस ने आके रोका है। और इस फिल्म को कोई क्यों बैन करेगा? व्हाई शुड एनी, नो बंगाली कैन एवर बैन इट, इम्पॉसिबल, चाहे वो हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, कर ही नहीं सकता। ये तो बंगाल के फिल्म है।
और एक बार फिल्म का सर्टिफिकेशन आ गया तो उसके बाद then there should be no super censors. Is that what your point of view is?
But people who have taken oath of the constitution, how can they suppress a free speech of a constitutional body approved film? Unless and until they are working for Muslim League or they are Pakistani agents, why will anybody, tell me something,
but that,
why would anybody ban a film on Jew Holocaust? Did anybody try to ban Oppenheimer? Did anybody try to ban Rwandan genocide, the Hotel Rwanda? Did anybody try to, why would any, भाई मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि मुस्लिम जेनोसाइड पे फिल्म बने, उसको भी कोई क्यों बैन करेगा? इंडिया में बनी तो है, कश्मीर में मुस्लिम्स के ऊपर फिल्में इतनी सारी।
लेकिन मुस्लिम जेनोसाइड तो कभी हुआ ही नहीं है इंडिया में।
इंडिया में सिर्फ हिंदू जेनोसाइड हुआ है। मोपला में हुआ है हिंदू जेनोसाइड, डायरेक्ट एक्शन डेन में हुआ, नोआखली में हुआ, कश्मीर में हुआ। हाँ, राइट्स हुई हैं, मुस्लिम मारे गए, बट एज अ रिटेलिएशन, हर समय एज अ रिटेलिएशन। आपने ट्रेन जला दी, रिटेलिएशन हो गया गुजरात में। तो रिटेलिएशन बहुत हुए हैं, लेकिन अच्छा, मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन ग्रो करती रही है, मुस्लिम्स का ओहदा बढ़ता रहा है। जिस इंडस्ट्री में मैं काम करता हूँ, इट इज़ बीइंग रूल्ड बाय मुस्लिम्स टुडे। और हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री is the only film industry in the entire world which I am so proud of, I can't tell you, and nobody tells this thing, which has created a special genre called social Muslim dramas, Muslim socials. इतनी फिल्में बनी है, राजेंद्र कुमार, राजेश खन्ना, सुनील, सारे एक्टरों ने किए मुस्लिम सोशल्स। अब मैं हॉलीवुड नहीं कर पाया वो काम, हालांकि हॉलीवुड बड़ा चैंपियन बनता है इस्लामिक मार्जिनलाइजेशन के ऊपर, वो नहीं बनाते ऐसी फिल्में, वो हमेशा मुस्लिम्स को वो बनाते हैं। उसके अलावा आप देखिए हिंदी की जो हमारी कमर्शियल मूवीज़ हैं, उनमें हमेशा मुस्लिम एक्टर्स को बड़े एम्पैथी के साथ रखा गया है। लोग मजाक भी उड़ाते हैं, रहीम चाचा। दीवार जो जावेद साहब की सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फिल्म है उनके करियर की, आई थिंक मोस्ट डिफाइनिंग फिल्म है, उसमें वो जो हीरो है वो शिव के मंदिर में जाने से मना करता है, कहता है अपनी माँ से, कहता है मैं एथीस्ट हूँ, मैं नहीं मानता इन सब बातों को, मैं भगवान को ही नहीं मानता हूँ। लेकिन 786 का बिल्ला अपनी जेब में रखता है। पूरे इंडिया ने एक्सेप्ट किया कि नहीं किया? तो आप मुस्लिम सोशल बना सकते हैं, हिंदू हिस्ट्री, हिंदूज के पेन के ऊपर फिल्म क्यों नहीं बना सकते? अभी फिल्म आएगी, एक आदमी इस फिल्म के बारे में नहीं बोलेगा।
But I really look forward to watching your film, and you've made the Bengal Files. Viewers will decide on merit how that film is, but for your passion and your effort, and for joining me here on India Today on the Chakraview podcast, sir, many thanks.
Thank you, Gaurav. I really like talking to you. मैं बीच में थोड़ा सा sentimental हो रहा था, फिर मैंने कंट्रोल किया. It is because your eyes have such honest and pure look, और मैं डायरेक्टर हूँ तो मैं आईज ही देखता हूँ, तो मैं थोड़ा सा वो हो गया था, बहुत ऑनेस्ट।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola, PM Modi's pitch in Japan. Make in India, make for the world. Grand show of strength by India Alliance on last day of Vote Adhikar Yatra. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in Delhi. Flood warning issued.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister, they take the bullet train to Sendai. Prime Minister Modi will also be visiting the semiconductor industry and the factory in Sendai. Grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi. He meted and greeted the Japanese residents. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi will be holding a bilateral conversation with the Chinese Premier, will also be meeting the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Floods continue to batter northern part of the country. Cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban area. It has triggered flash floods, killed 4 people. Landslides took place in Riyasi, which claimed 7 lives. Cloudburst and landslides in Uttarakhand claimed 6 lives. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins the Vote Adhikar rally in Saran in Bihar. Akhilesh Yadav slams BJP, says BJP is robbing voters of the vote in the state of Bihar. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup once again. Brazenly says Home Minister Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on a table for display. BJP terms these remarks as disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Donald Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of the tariffs being levied by Donald Trump are illegal. Rattled Trump government says they will appeal to higher courts and say that all the tariff will remain intact. Top story that we are following here coming in from Japan, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited a semiconductor factory. After the famous bullet train ride, Prime Minister Modi now is at the semiconductor factory. Japanese Prime Minister is hosting the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for lunch. Images that you are seeing on your screens are of the semiconductor factory. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, also met with the Tokyo Electron chief Kawai. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, a very crucial meeting taking place between the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister. In fact, the Japanese Prime Minister is also hosting Prime Minister Modi for lunch.
Indeed, if you see the length and breadth of India-Japan cooperation and the kind of bonhomie which is visible during Prime Minister Modi's visit, Prime Minister Ishiba has given, and if you see the span of last 48 hours, Prime Minister Ishiba has given a lot of attention and time, and he has spent time with Prime Minister Narendra Modi not only yesterday when Prime Minister Modi was there in Tokyo, but he traveled along with Prime Minister Modi on board the Shinkansen bullet train, and he also visited the semiconductor facility and the other Shinkansen facility as well, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and hosting a lunch for Prime Minister Narendra Modi before he embarked on his next leg of his tour to Tianjin, China for the SCO summit. But if you see the significance of Shinkansen facility, which is the bullet train the facility, and also the visit to the TL, Tokyo Electron Limited, which is a semiconductor tool making foundry. This is a very significant, very important, because India has already initiated its semiconductor mission with an outlay of around 76,000 crore, and India aims to be the global hub for the semiconductor production with an aim of building an economy of around $100 or $110 billion worth till say about by 2030. So these are the aims, and Japan can be a vital, can be a significant partner in this mission of India's semiconductor dream. And if you see how Japan has collaborated, the Digital 2.0 agreement has already been agreed between India and India and Japan yesterday during the talks between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba. And besides that, be it artificial intelligence, be it critical and emerging technology, be it mines and minerals, India and Japan are collaborating in various sectors. But Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba's visit to a semiconductor facility clearly shows that how India and Japan are collaborating as per the memorandum of agreement between both these countries to cooperate on critical and emerging technologies.
Right, Pranay, we also understand that this is coming together of the Asian nations. That's also something that we are seeing at the moment. Now, this is Japan. Prime Minister Modi will then be moving on to China. In fact, he'll also be having a conversation with Vladimir Putin. So we are seeing a rearrangement of sorts taking place when we speak about the globe. We are also seeing how most of the countries are now saying that if United States of America can think about the US first, then we also have the right to think about our nation first.
Obviously, nation remains first, and every country pursue its foreign policy based on its own national interest. But if you see what India is trying to do, and if you see the Indian foreign policy in pursuit of its strategic autonomy, what we are doing here is that we are not only protecting our national interests, but we are also balancing. India has always, championed the cause of non-alignment, but here, India is pursuing its foreign policy with the objective of a multipolarity, especially post-COVID and post-Cold War, you can say. This is the new mantra where every country is trying to align based on their own interests. And if you see the Asian outreach of Prime Minister Modi in his two-nation tour, he is in Japan. And in some hours he'll be flying to China in Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit meeting, where he'll be meeting the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The reset of India-China relationship has already been set in when they last met in Kazan in 2024, and after that we have seen the de-escalation on border. We have seen the disengagement on the line of actual control, and besides that, there has been reopening of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra from people-to-people contact to the business collaborations. India is looking at the betterment of relation with China, and if China and India, the two big economies, if India and Japan, two big economies of Asia, if they come together, see how India is trying to balance both Japan and China, how India is trying to balance both Russia and United States, both India. This is the depth of Indian foreign policy here. And we could see that how India is trying to minimize the differences with China. And as Prime Minister Modi said, that let us not turn our differences into disputes, and let us not turn our competition turn into conflict. So this remains a mantra, and we have to see that how China respond to these overtures, how China want to collaborate with India, because with every gesture, or with every effort to improve India-China relation, there comes a caution as well, because we have seen that Prime Minister Narendra Modi received the Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2014, in September 2014, when Xi Jinping visited Sabarmati, and thereafter we have seen the border tension, and thereafter we have seen series of meetings, series of these smiling pictures and handshakes. But we also have to remain cautious as far as the border situation is concerned, because we have seen series of incidents.
We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Pranay Upadhyay there. What you are seeing are the images that are coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Japan for 2 days. We've got Pranay back. Pranay, you were also making the point, continue, that we are seeing the trade and other things also being spoken about. In fact, it's very iconic, because the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba making sure that he travels that distance of almost 400 kilometers on the bullet train with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. This shows that this is the example of warmth, the kind of relationship, the kind of bond India and Japan shares. This also shows that how Japan also sees its future or its development in this partnership, because as Prime Minister Ishiba said, and as it was echoed by Prime Minister Modi as well, that the Japanese technology and Indian talent, if they come together, this will not only bring good to the bilateral relationship and the growth story of India and Japan, but also can bring good to the global cause, and both India and Japan can collaborate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as he invited and he has always advocated of the Japanese companies participating in Make in India program. Prime Minister Modi yesterday, while addressing the economic forum attended by the industry captains from India and Japan, he said that we invite Japanese companies to participate in Make in India and Make for Global. So he has invited Japanese companies to have more investment. Japan has recently pledged around 10 trillion yen, around $68 billion worth of investment in Indian economy. This is also a strong and an important message, Aishwarya. If you see, for those who have been calling India as a dead economy, see how Japan is, pinning its hope and want to participate with India in this growth trajectory and in this growth story. So definitely Japanese
Pranay, please stay on with me. We've also got Nancy Snow, who's India-Japan affairs expert. She's also joining us. Nancy, one of the things which we are seeing at the moment, and all this is happening in the wake of what's happening in the United States of America. We are having a conversation with the US, but the President, Donald Trump, very, very clear, the 50% tariffs are here to stay. Do you also believe we will see more regrouping of the Asian nations together?
Yeah, I think really these tariffs, maybe this was something that Trump didn't anticipate, but the tariffs can be a wake-up call for other countries. And I will tell you, this summer in Tokyo, I have participated or attended about half a dozen events related to India and Japan and strengthening the two countries' relations. And I think a lot of that came from the initial shock of the Trump tariffs in April. And the world woke up and said, we cannot rely strictly on the US as a sole superpower, culturally, economically, in terms of the military. And it's a good thing. And really, the way that Japan views India, it's an indispensable relationship. It's not only just strategic, it's not just geopolitical, but it's indispensable to the economy of Japan. And many of these conferences I've attended were promoting more exchange of students, exchange of professionals. Hamamatsu is a city where Suzuki has its headquarters, and there have been a lot of announcements regarding bringing in more Indian engineers and experts in their various fields to Japan. And Japan is very welcoming to this enhancement of Japan's relationships in Greater Asia, but specifically to India. There's a great deal of excitement. So to have Prime Minister Modi in Japan is a really big deal. And we've been having record-breaking heat and humidity, and it's been a rough summer for a lot of us. But this kind of movement in international relations, I think, is very promising because Prime Minister Modi is also very good at recognizing the delicate balance between China and Japan, for instance, as he moves on to China. And it's a welcome relief at the end of the summer to have this opening and a sense of hope, really, for the economy. Many young people in Japan don't have that hope with the inflation and then the stagflation of wages. And so this kind of renewal of these bilateral relations are very, very significant.
Right, Pranay, just like Nancy was pointing to us the fact that we could see new, areas opening up. From what we understand at the moment, Prime Minister Modi, very, very clear, certain MOUs we will see being signed, and these will be related to trade, technology, defense. So India also as a country very clearly looking at certain areas, and it also understands that the dependence on the United States of America will now have to reduce, and Asia as a bloc will now have to start looking inwards.
Indeed, Aishwarya, as Nancy was rightly pointing it out, that the bonhomie between India and Japan has always been there. There is a complementarity in this relationship, as she also mentioned, and as it being reflected in the MOUs and the roadmap, the vision document released after the leaders' meeting, that India and Japan are looking at broadening the scope of their partnership from the maritime domain, from high seas to the outer space, and especially the talent or the human resource partnership is going to be the very significant and it is going to be a game changer, because as Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba both said, that Japan need human resource, Japan need talent, Japan need people, those who can work in the Japanese business ventures, and India is a human resource rich country, and India can repurpose, India can train its human resource to suit the Japanese requirement, and this will not only bring job opportunities for Indians, those who want to work abroad, those who want to explore the Japanese market, but this is also bring the more synergy, more complementarity in both these big economies. If you see, if India and Japan comes together, this is going to be a game changer thing. If India and China can reduce their differences, can work together, this is going to be a game changer. And if you see the global geoeconomics, this is going to be a pivot, because we know that it is the Asian century, and I just got an information that Prime Minister is set to fly for Tianjin. This is the latest news update we have received that he has successfully concluded his Japan visit, and he is about to embark for his China visit. This is going to be another interesting and a very significant leg of his visit. But Aishwarya, if I may ask one, if we still have Nancy with us,
Nancy
if I
is
can
there,
ask
Pranay.
one,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if I can ask one question, Nancy, how do you see President Donald Trump's economic policies, and especially his tariff, and their impact on the Quad partnership? What we, all four countries, India, Japan, Australia, and the United States, have contributed a lot and worked for the Quad partnership. How is it going to impact the Quad?
You know, I can recall 3 years ago the meeting of the Quad in Japan, and of course, that was in the spring of 2022. It was before the very untimely and tragic death of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and there was a lot of discussion of the Quad. And now I think, really, as a world, we're just still coming to terms with these tariffs that are a shock to the system. And that, like I said earlier, though, I think the key is to have these very clever and strategic leaders to show that they're not going to back down and just capitulate to these enormous tariffs. They're burdensome, and so countries are going to have to find other ways around it. But you also mentioned partnership. There are ways that you can put commonalities, issues on the table with which you agree. China and Japan does it all the time. They're major trading partners. They may not agree in another area, history related, but work out the things that you can work out, and don't become too overly worried or just kind of tunnel vision about the tariffs, because I've seen that happen to so many people. And you can't give up and say, well, we've just got to go along. This is one country, one current president, and it's his way of negotiating. And we've seen him move the shells of this game back and forth, and he's lowered tariffs, but this is his manner of doing things, and it is a shock to the system. But the other countries have to stand up, and the Quad is a dialogue. It's an ongoing process. You have to respect that, and so you have to keep the dynamism there and have these countries meet and just agree to disagree in some areas, but come together on the critical areas that a lot of people care about. And ultimately, I think it's...
But Nancy, given your experience and your research in geoeconomics, do you think President Donald Trump is, with his economic policies and his tariff policy, is it even possible to bring back the manufacturing jobs and manufacturing ecosystem in the United States? And also, do you think that he calls himself a peacemaker and a deal maker? Do you think he can change his course? He has in the past he has changed his policies very suddenly, and he has been shown some flexibility as well.
Well, let me again, I've given a lot of lectures on Donald Trump and his ways of negotiating and persuading, and he's very hard to predict what he's going to do next. But in terms of manufacturing, people are somewhat, those who really support Trump are very excited about bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. But the kind of manufacturing we had historically, for instance, the type where someone without a college education could earn a living, this went through the 70s, maybe into the early 80s, but it started to erode. Where I have a home in Syracuse, New York, there were upwards of 400 companies at one time. It's down to a handful. So the kind of America that maybe Trump grew up with in terms of manufacturing, it's not going to come back again. There's no question about it. But he is trying to thread the needle, and he's working out these deals, which he announces, but he's not quite recognizing supply chain and how the world has changed. And the global economy, it's not just going to be US-centric manufacturing. There are other parts of the world where you have more affordable labor markets. This is why Japan has brought in more foreign workers because of the aging population. And so I think with Donald Trump, we know that expect the unexpected, but hopefully he will kind of pull back the reins on the kind of outrageousness of some of these tariffs.
Nancy, you just said expect the unexpected, but I think no one expected it to be so unexpected. Because that's exactly what Donald Trump has said. In fact, Nancy, if you can also touch upon the other important nation that Prime Minister Modi is now looking at, China. In just a couple of hours, he'll be landing in China. So do you believe that's also something, a new dimension opening up? China has been very, very vocal about the fact that India has been singled out, and China said that you need to stand up against a bully.
Right. I've taught a lot in China over the years as well at Tsinghua University, which is the kind of the university, the dream university for many of the Chinese students. And again, I think there's only a very few leaders in the world who could sort of navigate this relationship. But as I mentioned, with Modi going to Japan and then on to China, and very smartly departing before the big military parade, because of course Japan had asked that Modi not be there as an observer. And so again, I do think China really does matter, of course, economically as a global partner, and you can work with China, and maybe not in all aspects, but we want to have a world where we're getting along better, when we don't have so much conflict. And so we need these types of negotiators. And I'm very, very much looking forward to the next meetings taking place in China. And that's something that's good for people in Japan, people in Korea, to see how we can work out our differences and cooperate more and build up each other's economies, even if, again, we don't agree on all the issues.
Nancy, the other person, the very important person that Prime Minister Modi will be meeting at the SCO is the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, US President Donald Trump already had that long meeting with Putin, 2.5 hours in Alaska, and after that he made those several phone calls to NATO nations, even had a conversation, a long one rather, with Zelensky. So do you believe that we are seeing a regrouping of sorts? If we look at the world as a chessboard, do you believe, now things are moving very differently? Nations are looking at themselves and also trying to shield themselves from the tariffs that are being levied by the US.
Yes, well, I think the time for isolation and holding back is over. We've gone through such a traumatic period vis-a-vis the COVID-19 pandemic, which hasn't gone away, but we don't talk about it as much. What happened is that countries sort of pulled back. We saw that everywhere. And now in 2025, we've got 4 more months left in this year. And with all the anniversary of the end of World War II, I happen to be in Hawaii now because I'm here for the commemoration of the end of World War II. Yeah. But it's still, I think, an opening to get beyond the differences and work them out, because the people are demanding it. You see that everywhere in how the politics is shifting.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for giving us the update and also telling us what exactly we should be looking at. Nancy Snow, who's an expert with regards to Prime Minister Modi and Japan, India and Japan relationship. What you are seeing now are the visuals that are coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi now all set to meet the Chinese president. Now, this is his first visit to China in last 7 years. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaving from Japan. All the eyes now on Prime Minister Modi's visit to China for the SCO summit. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, we are now seeing very important movement being done by India, first Japan and now going to China. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China in the last 7 years. We did see how the relationship between India and China hit rock bottom after the Galwan clashes in 2020. We are now seeing a rebuilding of relationship.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. And if you recall the previous visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to China in 2018, that was the visit which took place after the Galwan, after the Doklam crisis. And then both India and China decided to come together to minimize their differences, and that Wuhan summit happened. But thereafter, then COVID and then Galwan clashes actually derailed the partnership, derailed the relationship. We have seen the frosty, era, the frosty part of India-China ties in the recent past, and actually Galwan has changed many things for long. But after the Kazan meeting of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, and even before that, they had a handshake in Bali as well on the sidelines of G20 meeting. So that actually started the reset process. And after Kazan, both countries agreed to disengage from the line of actual control, to go for the de-escalation. Recently, the Chinese foreign minister and Chinese special representative Wang Yi visited in New Delhi, and both countries have decided to take some forward step to minimize their differences, as well as go for the de-escalation process, confidence building process, and also to resolve their long-standing border dispute, which is of 3,488 kilometers. And we have seen we also have to be mindful. We also have to be cautious about these pictures, Aishwarya, because these are the historical burdens. These are the long-standing and long-pending issues between India and China. We are the two most populous countries on the planet. We are the two big economies. We are the two developing economies. So therefore, the conflict and competition are part of the same coin here, because we are fighting for the same resources, same set of things to fuel our economy, to fulfill the aspiration of our huge population, to feed our huge population, to ensure the energy security of this massive population. So that's why the differences will always remain. However, the effort to make to not let the differences turn into dispute is a challenge before both these leaders. When President Xi Jinping visited Mahabalipuram in 2019, he also mentioned, he and Prime Minister Modi both agreed that this is a historic burden of differences. This is the historic burden of dispute. Let us not let it cascade or blow up into a major conflict. However, still, despite both the leaders agreeing on that count, we witnessed the Galwan clashes, which actually which actually caused the loss of life on line of actual control after many years, like post 1962. That was the most the biggest life loss on the line of actual control.
Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. We are now seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's left from Japan on his way to China for the SCO summit. On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola, PM Modi's pitch in Japan. Make in India, make for the world. Grand show of strength by India Alliance on last day of Vote Adhikar Yatra. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in Delhi. Flood warning issued.
Welcome to a brand new episode of Health 360. On the show this week, a special conversation with Dr. Jewel Gamadia, B-Town's favorite celebrity acupuncturist. Know all about the heart-friendly DASH diet. We'll also tell you about perimenopause and the morning SARS that could be leading to heart attacks between the time of 7 to 11. I'm Sneha Modani. This is Health 360. You're eating right, you're working out, you're doing everything that they told you to do. So why won't the weight budge? It's not just about the calories. From hidden hormones to chronic stress, the real roadblocks may be actually deeper than what you think. We'll tell you all about the silent sabotage of your weight loss journey and how to fight back smart. You're counting calories, you're hitting the gym, but the scale's still stuck. If your weight loss journey feels more like a standstill, you're not alone. We aren't even aware of, for example, how many people know that if you're not sleeping right, no matter what you do, no matter how many hours you put in or how you fix your diet, you will never lose weight, isn't it, Luke?
Absolutely. In fact, our Honorable Prime Minister had recognized the initiative that we did a year and a half ago. We ran a sleep campaign across India, and you're absolutely right. People were like, what? Sleep is required for my health? I can't lose weight if I'm not sleeping. People were so surprised. So we just did awareness about the importance of sleep. And especially women out there have to understand that their hormonal health gets affected with even a couple of hours of sleep deprivation. So I'm not here to put pressure on people. I'm here to inspire people that deep sleep is an important part of prevention and even recovery.
Mistake number one, you're eating healthy foods, but too much of them. Nowadays, a lot of emphasis is put on, eating healthy food. But how many of us are aware of the fact that we are perhaps overdoing? Dry fruits and nuts, for example, avocados, protein shakes. We're ending up overdoing these good foods, so-called healthy foods, and not tracking portions. And that really obviously interferes with our weight loss journey as well, isn't it? Overdoing these so-called healthy foods.
Nuts and seeds and avocado, these are great for us. But more doesn't mean we get healthier. I know people who started to lose weight when we just changed the proportion of cashew nuts they were eating. And they started to drop weight because they were overdoing it. But they said, look, it's healthy. It's great fats. It's good fats. So we have to be as a country, as we're evolving, we have to be very cautious of the content we're consuming and the content we're putting out there.
Another common culprit, liquid calories. Your morning latte, that smoothie, or even a glass of wine adds up very quickly. Many of us don't really get that, but we may be thinking that we're drinking liquids, and that may actually add up very quickly as far as calories are concerned. For example, you mentioned protein shakes, even a morning latte, even a glass of wine at the end of the day. A lot of calories, just talk to us a little about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every calorie is different. At the end of the day, if I'm consuming more calories and unhealthy calories, I don't only have weight gain, but I also have metabolic syndromes. So, for example, someone comes and says, Luke, I'll do everything, but I just want to have one Frappuccino every day. Now, your Frappuccino is 600 calories filled with saturated fat. In fact, the only thing you need to do is stop the Frappuccino, have a normal coffee. So the point is we have to understand that just because something's in a liquid form, a lot of the energy drinks that have artificial sweeteners, sugars, promising lesser calories, are also creating metabolic syndromes in the body. So just because it's a glass of something, it's good that we bring our mindfulness to how many calories this has so that we can fit that into our weight loss goals or into our overall health goals. Aerated drinks are also causing a problem.
Another common pitfall, lack of sleep and stress. Your body releases cortisol, a hormone that can increase fat storage, especially around your belly. If you're not sleeping well or you're constantly stressed, weight loss becomes a lot harder, no matter how well you eat. Do talk to us a little about how people are doing everything right, but they're chronically stressed. I mean, normal stress, regular stress is something which is acceptable, but chronic stress is something that will prevent us from losing that extra flab, isn't it, Luke?
Chronic stress is a huge problem in our country, and it's across all parts of our country. And again, because you're stressed, you can't sleep. Now, because you can't sleep, you choose the wrong foods, you don't have energy to work out. So actually, we have to start working with our mental, emotional health. And again, I want to remind our citizens in India, where in a country where we have the tradition of yoga, pranayama, meditation, we have nature. I mean, use it. Start using it to find your calm. It is so important for us to work top down.
Finally, if you're constantly switching diets, you may be doing more harm than good. Consistency, not perfection, is the secret weapon here. Focus on small, sustainable changes instead of chasing quick fixes. If your weight loss journey feels stuck, take a step back. The problem might not be your body, it could be the little mistakes along the way. When it comes to our health, few things are as vital or as vulnerable as the human heart. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death globally, and yet many of us don't fully understand how or when our hearts are most at risk. Straight up, 5 facts you need to know about your heart. Deaths due to heart attacks are extremely common in India, and there is a great deal of concern around it. 32,457 people died of heart attacks in the year 2022, marking a 12.5% increase from 28,413 deaths in 2021. Of the 56,653 sudden deaths recorded in 2022, heart attacks accounted for nearly 57%, underscoring their significant contribution to sudden deaths. Cardiovascular diseases have surpassed infectious diseases as India's leading cause of death, affecting younger age groups extending across socio-economic and geographic boundaries. Hence, we decided to talk about 5 heart facts around heart health that you must know. Fact number 1. Most heart attacks happen between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. in the morning. This due to a combination of biological, hormonal, and lifestyle factors. Why does this really happen? When you wake up, your body releases cortisol, which is a stress hormone, and adrenaline. These hormones increase heart rate, blood pressure, and blood sugar levels. This sudden surge can put added stress on your heart and blood vessels. Why do we see a spike in heart attacks during the morning hours, especially between 7 to 11 a.m., doctor?
There's an increased spike of heart attacks which happen early morning. Not exactly between 7 to 11. Sometimes it happens between 4 o'clock in the morning to about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. Because the stress hormones or catecholamines, there's a surge in the hormones. So there's a maximum stress hormones happen in the morning. The blood is the thickest in the morning. It is viscous. Tendency to form clots is much higher.
There's a natural spike in blood pressure called the morning surge. This rise makes the heart work harder, and it can plague rupture in the arteries, trigger clot formation, leading to blocked blood flow, resulting in a heart attack. Going from a lying down position to a standing up position can cause sudden blood pressure shifts, reducing oxygen flow, strain on the heart if arteries are already blocked. You know, I've heard a lot about this, and just tell us a little more. Is suddenly getting up from sleep dangerous really for the heart?
So when you get up suddenly, there is something called an orthostatic hypotension. When you get up suddenly, there is peripheral pooling of blood in the legs. Calf muscles are a peripheral pump. Normally, calf muscles pump blood and that blood goes to the brain. But in case if the calf muscles are weak, elderly population especially, in such cases, the blood supply to the brain does not go. There's peripheral pooling of blood. You feel a little lightheaded, drowsy. If you have high blood pressure values, so 4 numbers are very vital in such cases when it comes to this. 4 numbers are your pulse, your blood pressure, your fasting blood sugar, and 4th number is your lipid levels and your walking distance.
Many people begin their day rushing, skipping breakfast, dealing with work stress. Activities like early morning exercise, commuting, arguing can trigger. You know, talk to us a little about our morning habits like rushing, skipping breakfast, stress. make heart attacks more likely in the morning?
Fasting too much, not eating food that time, and then rushing through things can only make matters worse. So morning time, you should spend time for a little bit of yoga, meditation, breathing exercises, calm down, relax down, have a sip of tea or coffee, stay back, read a newspaper, do not rush through it. Breakfast is the most vital component of the day. Make sure that you're properly hydrated and properly fed for your entire routine. You cannot rush things in the morning because that is the time when you can have a sudden cardiac arrest happening.
The body's internal biological clock affects the cardiovascular system. Studies show heart attack risk follows a circadian pattern, peaking in the morning regardless of region or ethnicity. A landmark study in the New England Journal of Medicine 1997 has found that heart attacks are 3 times more likely to occur between 6 a.m. and noon than at night. Fact number 2. Even 1,000 steps a day can lower the risk of heart disease. Any movement is better than no movement. Mark my words, how well your heart is performing is directly proportional to how much you move on a daily basis. It improves circulation. Walking even a little improves blood flow and oxygen delivery to your heart and muscles. It lowers blood pressure. Regular movement, even small amounts, help reduce blood pressure and improves vascular function. Fact number 3. Fitness supplements can risk your heart. Many supplements contain stimulants like caffeine, cyanephrine or yohimbine. These can cause increased heart rate, elevated blood pressure, heart rhythm disturbances. Excessive stimulants can overload your cardiovascular system, trigger heart problems, especially in people with pre-existing conditions. You know, there are fitness supplements that I want to talk about. There's been a lot of chatter around it. I understand that they do have supplements like caffeine, for example, to boost you up. You know, can these supplements increase the risk of heart problems? And of course, when you talk about supplements, also talk about, you know, the sugar content in all of these supplements.
Absolutely, fitness supplements like synchrones or probably aerated drinks which contains even artificial softeners like aspartame, sucralose, those ones, or even the energy drinks which are full of sugar and full of performance enhancing materials should be avoided at all costs. Especially people who are above the age of 30, they should avoid because of there'll be increased urge of sugars. There'll be increased surge of the blood pressure, and then the heart rate also goes up through the roof, causing increased stress on the heart. So make sure that these things have to be avoided as far as possible.
Fact number 4. Stress, the chronic kind, can harm your heart in a big way. It raises heart rate, puts pressure on the heart, causes inflammation that leads to artery damage and plaque buildup, can trigger irregular heartbeats, leads to unhealthy habits like smoking, overeating and inactivity, increases blood sugar, bad cholesterol, raising heart disease risk. You know, chronic stress, I'm not talking about regular stress, which is very normal, but chronic stress is as harmful to the heart as smoking or high cholesterol, isn't it, doctor?
Absolutely, you hit the nail on the head. Chronic stress is a major killer. Chronic stress, the truth is, the belief is in the moderation now. Do not go for perfection. Chronic stress could be because of insomnia, lack anxiety causing lack of sleep. Sleep is a major important determinant because at least 7.5 hours of sleep is vital. Exercise, as I told you, in moderation is the key. Lipoprotein A, ApoB, and high sensitivity CRP. These are 3 blood markers which will tell you or preempt you that certain things are changing in your body.
Fact number 5. Do not underestimate the power of diet for heart health. A DASH diet is great. What is it? The DASH diet is dietary approaches to stop hypertension. It's a heart healthy eating plan designed to lower blood pressure, improve overall cardiovascular health. Fruits and vegetables, whole grains like oats, brown rice, whole wheat, low-fat dairy, milk, yogurt, cheese, lean protein, fish, poultry, beans and nuts. Limited salt, low sugar and low fat. It's time for a quick commercial break here. Much more news around health, wellness and fitness on the other side.
India's longest standing biannual survey, India Today Mood of the Nation. How many seats for BJP elections were held today? How do you rate Operation Sindoor? How is the opposition performing? Who is India's best chief minister? Who should be the next prime minister? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. Don't miss out. 500 rupees off on all digital and print plus digital plans. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And joining us today is Dr. Jewel Gamadia, celebrity acupuncturist, the person that everyone in B-Town goes to seek solutions to their problems. He's also a therapist, a physician. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Jewel. I want to begin by asking you that you are, in fact, using Western acupuncture to cure every Bollywood celebrity from Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma to Ajay Devgan. Tell us, what is this exactly? What is this Western acupuncture?
Western acupuncture, to explain, imagine there's point A and there's point B. Point A is that ancient knowledge that our forefathers had, which actually kept our ancestors very nice, healthy, and they lived long. Point B is today's world, the modern science. So basically, it's a bridge between them, where you do not forget the principles, but you also don't overlook today's diagnostics. So that bridge or the integration of these two worlds is Western acupuncture.
Because you interact with so many celebrities on a daily basis, I just want to ask you about this and how there's been so much conversation that we've seen in the last few days and weeks around treatments that celebrities are undergoing to look young, Tell us about what's your take on these treatments going wrong, celebrities doing it at a very young age, perhaps when they don't even need it, is what we've seen in as early as their 20s. They're going for all kinds of things. What's your take on this?
These guys, they have to be the epitome of perfection because everybody looks up to them. That's why they are called as the icons. But age, lifestyle, everything catches up. And then because of the pressure that you have to keep looking good, even that smallest fault, which will never be noticed by anybody, but because they know it's being noticed, they are forced to, or they are compelled to go through certain types of procedures.
What's your take on something that's hotly debated? I'm talking about aging. Why is there so much negativity attached to it? Which side of the debate are you on? Do celebrities not have the right to age gracefully?
See, age is just as real as sun and the moon. Okay? But people don't understand there's a difference between aging and there's a difference between decaying. So, aging has to happen. Okay? You can't stop it. But decaying is something that you can stop. That's what I tell people. And also, now, the way people are running behind anti-aging, there's so much of fads going out around and people, again, it all comes down to desperation. Do not try everything in the market. Make yourself, channelize yourself. Suppose you say, I was 20 and I was perfectly fine. Now I'm in my 30s and I'm gaining weight. So, channelize. Okay, anti-aging, you want to lose weight. Channelize that. Don't say I'm going to lose weight also, I'm going to have great skin also, I'm going to have great hair also. Don't mix everything together.
There's been a lot of chatter around your famous detox supplements, a lot of conversation around whether one even needs these supplements. Aren't your kidneys, your liver really good enough to help your body detoxify?
Very simple. Kidneys are a natural filters. Okay? They are not industrial filters. What I mean to say by this is they were designed to handle normal filtration. In today's world, they are not. They have an extensive load. Everything around you is polluted. Everything, right from food to the air to the water. So this creates an excessive load on your kidneys. So when I say detox, when I say take supplements, they are not replacing your kidneys. They are supporting your kidneys. So that happens through supplements, and I think it's a very essential part to detox in today's world. And also post-detox, people just talk about detox. You need to repair as well. That is one of the main things that people overlook.
All right, Dr. Jewel Gamadi, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. I'm going to thank you for joining in and sharing your views with us on a range of issues, right from what you should be doing, simple steps as far as changes in your lifestyle are concerned, these things that one can easily do to just fix some basic things in us. Thanking you again. It's a phase that every woman will face, but few are truly prepared for. Perimenopause, the transitional stage before menopause, can bring years of symptoms that affect not just the body but the mind and emotions as well. Yet for too long, it's been misunderstood, underdiagnosed and undertreated. Let's take a closer look at what perimenopause really means and whether hormone replacement therapy or HRT might be the answer for some women. 10 signs of hormonal imbalance women should not ignore. Hair thinning, low sex drive, brain fog, dry vagina, weight gain around your tummy. I know this sounds like a familiar story to many women above the age of 40. What is going on in your body? Why is this living normally after 40 becoming all that difficult? We're here to break this down for you and have you in a conversation that will be helping you. First of all, these are signs of hormonal imbalances and can significantly affect a woman's physical, emotional and mental well-being. While occasional fluctuations are normal, persistent symptoms could signal an underlying issue that should not be ignored. Some symptoms suggest hormonal imbalance, like we've spoken about. Which hormones usually go off track, and when should women take these symptoms very, very seriously?
Now, the hormonal fluctuations that we're talking about concern mostly estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, and to some levels, we also see that insulin resistance will increase. We also see that thyroid hormone can also undergo fluctuations.
Right.
Whenever one hormone is getting deranged, the balance goes off, and that is where the hormonal fluctuations start troubling us. So there is tendency for injuries because all these hormones are also required for our bone health.
Around the age of 40, many women begin transitioning into perimenopause, a stage where hormone levels, especially estrogen and progesterone, start to fluctuate more significantly. These changes can lead to noticeable physical and emotional symptoms. Perimenopause actually starts so much more earlier than what we think it does, isn't it? It's actually sometimes even 10 years earlier than actual menopause setting in, isn't it?
If we talk about internationally or Western population, the age of menopause is as high as 51 years. Us Indians as an ethnicity have an earlier age of menopause. So in late 40s, most of our women go into menopause. That could be because of various conditions, because of our lifestyle, because of our genetics. All these contribute in our earlier age of menopause as opposed to the Western population.
One of the most common signs is irregular or changing menstrual cycles, including heavier or lighter periods, skipped cycles or shorter intervals between periods. Hot flashes and night sweats may begin to appear, causing sudden sensations of heat, excessive sweating, disrupted sleep. Now, speaking of sleep, many women in their 40s start experiencing insomnia or poor quality sleep due to hormonal imbalances, affecting melatonin and progesterone levels. Mood swings, irritability, increased anxiety, depression can occur because estrogen plays a critical role in regulating serotonin, a mood-stabilizing neurotransmitter. Decreased libido is another common issue, often accompanied by vaginal dryness or discomfort due to declining estrogen levels. Weight gain, especially around the abdomen, is frequently reported as hormonal shifts slow down metabolism, affect how the body stores fat. Mental clarity may also decline, with many women experiencing brain fog, forgetfulness, or difficulty concentrating. Persistent fatigue, in spite of adequate sleep, can be a sign of low thyroid function or imbalances in cortisol and adrenal hormones. Additionally, thinning hair or increased shedding may develop due to hormonal fluctuations or thyroid issues. These symptoms are often mistakenly attributed to stress or aging, but they may be clear indicators of hormonal imbalances. Weight gain happens around the time of perimenopause. Talk to us about how that really is, inevitable, as bad as it may sound, isn't it?
Weight gain has a complex etiology. Basically, estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, all these hormones in our body are going down during the perimenopause period. Now, estrogen, as women, estrogen is such an important hormone for us. As in how we go in towards perimenopause, you must have heard that the sleep is getting deranged. She's not eating that much, but still she's gaining weight. And the weight gain is majorly around the abdominal area. This all is a vicious circle wherein our metabolism is slowed down even further and weight gain happens.
Doctors say hormone replacement therapy, HRT, should be offered as the first treatment to ease menopause symptoms such as hot flushes and night sweats. What is it? Doctor, tell us about the hormone replacement therapy. Really, explain to us what this exactly is and how does it work?
Hormone replacement therapy, basically what we do is we replace the hormones from outside because the body's hormones are going down. Estrogen is going down, progesterone is going down, testosterone is going down. So we can replace these hormones from outside. There is abnormality in glucose metabolism. So that is why the weight gain is there. So once we replace the hormones, once we change the lifestyle, once we add a good diet, aerobic exercises are the ones that make you breathe and pant. So jogging, dancing, swimming, that you can do.
Hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, tops up and stabilizes falling estrogen levels. Those who take it generally don't stay on it forever. Just to help with the menopausal transition, many patients say it made a big difference to their well-being. HRT can help to prevent bone loss and fractures of women under 60. It may offer some protection against heart disease. Who really is a fit candidate for the HRT therapy and who can't go for it?
Who are the candidates which can really go in for a hormone replacement therapy? As I mentioned, if there's any history of clotting or strokes, all these in our patients or in the families, then we do not offer them at least oral hormonal therapies. Patients who are having migraine with aura, those patients, we are strictly keeping them away from these hormones. Patients who cannot go for hormonal replacement therapy are the ones who have history of endometrial cancer, as I spoke about. So hormone dependent cancers, they have to avoid hormone replacement therapy at all costs.
Should self-care at this stage, rather than the number on your scales, be of more importance? Prioritizing holistic wellness, mindful eating, and focus on reducing stress would go a long way in making this journey far more smoother. Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We hope you enjoyed watching this show as much as we did, putting it together for you. All our stories around health, wellness and fitness is up on our website. It's indiatoday.in. They can also be found on India Today's social media platforms, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook and X, which is Twitter. Thank you so much for watching. Do not forget to like, subscribe and share these stories. Take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi now en route to China for the SCO summit. He's now concluded his Japan visit and on to China. Prime Minister Modi visited the semiconductor factory in Japan. The Prime Minister of Japan hosted Prime Minister Modi for lunch. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral talks with the Chinese Premier and also have a conversation with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Floods continue to batter North India. Cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban area. It has triggered flash floods. It has killed 4 people. Landslides in Riyasi have claimed 7 lives. Cloudburst landslide in Uttarakhand, they have claimed 6 lives. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav now joins in. He's joined the vote Adhikar rally taking place in Bihar. Akhilesh Yadav has slammed the BJP. He said BJP is robbing voters of the right to vote. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup yet again. Brazenly says Home Minister Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be kept on a table for display. The BJP is terming these remarks as disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Donald Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of Trump's tariffs are illegal. Rattled Trump government says that they will now appear to higher court and says that all the tariffs will remain in place. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has wrapped up his state visit. Day 2 was marked by a series of key engagement. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. The day began with Prime Minister Modi meeting the governors of 16 prefectures in Tokyo. He highlighted stronger collaboration between Indian states and Japanese prefectures. Prime Minister Modi, along with his Japanese counterpart, observed the new Alpha X train and were briefed by the JRE's chairman. Ahead of the ride, Prime Minister Modi also met Indian train drivers who were training at the JR East, interacted with them and posed for pictures with them. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Japanese counterpart travelled together on the bullet train to Sendai. Prime Minister Modi received a grand welcome in Sendai. Members of the Japanese diaspora and fellow Indians greeted him with Modi-san welcome. Prime Minister Modi was given a heartwarming welcome by children in Sendai. They greeted him and waved at him. Prime Minister Modi walked up to them and warmly shook their hands. Prime Minister Modi, along with the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba and the top industry leaders, visited a semiconductor factory in Sendai, reaffirming India-Japan cooperation in chip making under the Semiconductor Supply Chain Partnership and other frameworks. Now, in the next couple of hours, we are about to see the handshake that the entire world has its eyes on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on his way to China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. He will be arriving in China at about 4 p.m. today. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi will also be holding bilateral talks with the Chinese Premier and with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, this much-awaited meeting comes at a very crucial junction. We have seen recent agreements taking place between both India and China, especially with regards to the military disengagement along the LAC, that is the line of actual control. Now, this has been a major flashpoint after the 2020 Galwan clash. It's being said that actually a secret letter was written by the Chinese president to the President Draupadi Murmu in March, and this is something that helped in having a conversation between Delhi and Beijing. Reports are also suggesting this letter was an attempt to test the waters with regards to improving bilateral relationships. The message that was received by President Draupadi Murmu was later shared with the Prime Minister. And this set off a series of back-channel talks between India and China and helped in reviving the diplomatic engagement between both the Asian giants. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, all of them, this meeting that's happening is coming amid all the tariff tyranny that we are seeing coming in from the United States of America. China very strongly opposed the US decision to impose a whopping 50% tariff on India. Beijing says it's very firmly standing with India. It's all set to protect the global trade rules and also said that one should not be silent because silence only emboldens the bully. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to meet the Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first visit to China in the last 7 years. These talks are coming at a time when we are seeing a global economic turmoil. We are also seeing tariffs being imposed on most of the countries by the United States administration. But to understand what's at stake today, we have to take a look at the history between India and China. We have seen Wuhan, we have seen Galwan, and then we have seen the BRICS summit also taking place. The relationship between India and China actually has swung between bonhomie to a complete breakdown. But can this meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese Premier, can this help in resetting the ties? That's the big question.
Two Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping traveled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signaled the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped push forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China's Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, it isn't just another diplomatic stop. It's his first trip to China in the last 7 years. The stakes are very high. Could this recalibrate Asia's power balance? That's something which everyone is very closely looking at. From Galwan's shadow to the global trade, this may actually redefine India-China dynamics. Take a look.
Narendra Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit is far more than a ceremonial visit. It marks his first trip to China in 7 years, and it could well reshape the balance of power in Asia. Relations between India and China have always been a complex mix of cooperation and confrontation. The 2020 Galwan Valley clashes were a breaking point. Lives were lost, trust collapsed, and ties sank to their lowest in decades. But 5 years on, New Delhi and Beijing appear ready for what some are calling a strategic reset.
China was ripped up by Xi Jinping and his actions in 2020, which culminated in Galwan, where 20 brave Indian soldiers lost their lives and several Chinese soldiers died as well. Now that was a red line, so to speak, between India-China relations, but things have moved on since then. The relationship is not as adversarial as it used to be in 2020. It looked like India and China were going to go to war, but now that seems to have abated. A better sense seems to have prevailed in Beijing, and what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, beginning with the summit in Kazan, was a warming, a thawing of ties between India and China. There was a certain outreach made by China, and India seems to have reciprocated.
At the heart of this lies India's foreign policy evolution. Gone are the days of Cold War non-alignment. What we see today is multi-alignment, a deliberate strategy to engage all major powers while preserving strategic autonomy. India is not choosing sides, it is choosing options.
आप अगर पुराने रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, सदियों तक चीन और भारत एक दूसरे से सीखते रहे हैं और दोनों मिलकर के दुनिया की भलाई के लिए कोई न कोई कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहे। ग्लोबल पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स हैं कहते हैं कि दुनिया का जो जीडीपी का था, उसका 50% से ज्यादा अकेले भारत और चीन का हुआ करता था। इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन।
Economics is a big driver here. Despite tensions, China remains India's second largest trading partner. Yes, the trade deficit bothers New Delhi, but the reality is India's manufacturing ambitions still depend on Chinese components and raw materials. Put simply, India cannot industrialize at scale without some level of cooperation with Beijing. Security is another key layer. The SCO, once focused on fighting terrorism, has now grown into a platform that offers an alternative to Western-led institutions.
The SCO was established with the primary goal of countering three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism, which continue to remain a challenge. Today, as a regional platform, there is a broader range of sectors of cooperation among the SCO members.
For India, active participation ensures its voice is heard in multiple forums without getting trapped in one-sided alliances. Border management is perhaps the most immediate concern. The revival of the long-dormant Special Representatives framework is a breakthrough. Both sides are exploring early harvest solutions, resolving simpler segments of the contested border first, leaving harder disputes for later. It's pragmatic, if not ambitious. Then there's the American angle. Washington's tariff war, particularly under Donald Trump, has rattled New Delhi. India still values its partnership with the US but doesn't want to appear overly dependent. Engaging China helps India widen its options and sends a clear signal. India will not be boxed in.
साथ होना ना सिर्फ बेनिफिशियल है बल्कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए भी जरूरी है। और जब 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी है तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि भारत चीन के बीच में स्पर्धा सब स्वाभाविक है। स्पर्धा कोई गलत चीज नहीं है, ये संघर्ष नहीं होना चाहिए।
But let's be clear, this is not a love story. Beijing's tight embrace of Pakistan and its growing naval footprint across the Indian Ocean remain red flags for India. Old suspicions cannot be wished away. Still, the ripple effects of Modi's China gambit could be significant. A revived Russia-India-China trilateral, dormant for over a decade, may re-emerge as all three grapple with Western pressure. That would be a big shift in global power politics.
I mean, these are two countries who are neighbors. They lost trust over Galwan and other issues. It is time for these two civilization states realize that neither one of them are going anywhere, that there has to be a resolution to the issues in there. Trust has to be built slowly based on actions, not words. But you have to start somewhere. And while you can have suspicions about anybody, You can point to this and that. The issue is, what is the future? Want a future under the United States where, whoever is in power is going to dictate what you do, and if you fight back, you're involved in an asymmetrical conflict, which is very difficult to win? Or do you want to be a proud nation that determines its own future in a multipolar world where consensus, right, and cooperation are the main key elements?
In truth, Modi's Tianjin visit is not about resolving every dispute. It is about creating space. For China, easing tensions with India blunts America's containment efforts. For India, engaging China while staying close to the West is multi-alignment in action. The world is moving towards multipolarity. Whether China and India can compartmentalize their rivalries while cooperating on shared interests will determine not just Asia's stability, but the very architecture of the global order. And that is why Tianjin matters. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
News that's coming in at the moment. Big win for forces in Gurez encounter. Notorious infiltration guide has been killed. Bagu Khan, alias Samandar Chacha, has now been killed. Bagu Khan was based in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir since 1995. This is a big blow to POK terror network by the forces. Images that you're seeing on your screens, he was a notorious infiltration guide. He now has been gunned down by the forces. Bagu Khan, also known as Samandar Chacha, has now been killed. Bagu Khan was based in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, since 1995. My colleague Mir Farid is now joining me on the story. Mir, this is good news for our Indian forces. This is a big blow to the terror networks that were being run by Pakistani-occupied Kashmir.
Ashwarya, this is a blow to the logistical network of the terror outfits. Now, Bagu Khan, as you said, he was also known as Samandar Chacha, was active from the last 25 years. So sources in the security grid tell us that he had facilitated more than 100 infiltration bits, and majority of whom were a success. So that really tells you how important a cog he was as far as the infiltration plans of various terror outfits are concerned. And for last 25 years, one after the other, there were many operations that the security forces planned against him, but he managed to evade because he had quite intimate knowledge of this tough terrain of Gurez, missed secret routes, and always managed to give a slip to the security agencies. But finally, his luck ran out. On the 28th, when he was trying to bring in another group, he was intercepted by the army along with his group. There was a firefight, and in this two, including Bagu Khan and one more, probably Lashkar Kader, was gunned down. And as the belongings and as his identity was ascertained, security forces found that he was the man they were looking for the last almost, or in fact more than 2 decades. So big blow to the logistical network and also to the infiltration plans of various outfits. So he was with the Hizbul Mujahideen, he was a top commander. But as I said, he was acting as the key facilitator for all the terror groups as they tried to do infiltration. Now, this operation is in its 3rd day. And the security forces are scanning the forest area very close to the encounter site to see whether there are others also. And just to be sure that the area is completely scanned, swept, and no one is allowed to really come to this side or reach the hinterland. Ashwarya?
Thank you, Mir, giving us all those details. Big win for the forces in the Gurez encounter. One of the persons who was based in POK, Bagu Khan, he has been killed down by the forces. Today is day 2 of the Maratha quota protest in Mumbai. Amid the raging Maratha quota protest, sources have told India Today Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken with Vinod Tavre. Sources say the discussion was held on VP elections. Discussion also held on Bihar elections. Now we are seeing how Manoj Jahangir, back on the indefinite hunger strike, he's demanding reservation for Marathas in jobs and in the education sector. We are now seeing news that is coming in at the moment. Sources have told India Today Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken with Vinod Tavre. The discussion was held on Bihar elections. Manoj Jharange also is now on indefinite hunger strike. Once again, he's demanding reservations for Marathas in jobs and in the education sector. My colleague Piyush is now joining me on the story. Piyush, a very crucial conversation has already happened between Home Minister Amit Shah and Vinod Tawre. Discussions held on Bihar elections, also on the hunger strike that is going on in Azad Maidan in Mumbai.
To Mumbai, and while he is there in the state, he also spoke to BJP's National General Secretary Vinod Tawre, who also hailed from the state of Maharashtra, and the discussions have taken place on the indefinite strike on Maratha quota, which is going on for the last few days. Remember that Jharange is on indefinite strike there in Mumbai, and this entire protest is for the Maratha reservation. Amidst all these things, there are discussions which have taken place between Home Minister Amit Shah and Vinod Tawre, not only on Maratha quota, but also discussions on Bihar State Assembly elections and Vice President polls. Bihar State Assembly elections, why? Because Vinod Tawre is in charge of BJP in the state, and he looks after the political affairs here in Bihar, and that's why the discussions have taken place. And as far as Vice President polls are concerned, what they are told is that BJP is very much confident to have its candidate in the office of Vice Presidential office, and the discussions have taken place just before the polls to take place, so that more and more support can be galvanized for the upcoming polls. So, series of discussions have taken place on a series of topics. We'll have to see how things are further going to proceed as Home Minister Amit Shah is on his visit to Mumbai.
Thank you, Piyush, giving us all those details. Manoj Jharange once again back on indefinite hunger strike, asking for reservation for the Marathas. News that's coming in from the state of Telangana now. High drama in front of the Telangana Assembly now. BRS protested against urea crisis in the state of Telangana. BRS leader KT Rama Rao has now been detained by the police. We want urea. These were the slogans that were raised by the protesters. Images that you are seeing on your screens. KT Rama Rao, picked up by the police, has now been taken to the nearest police station. BRS supporters were asking for urea in the state. BRS leader KT Rama Rao detained by the police. We want urea. These were the slogans that were raised by the protesters. BRS now is criticizing Telangana Chief Minister over the urea crisis in the state.
Sir, what do you have to say about this protest? You were detained and now you are walking towards the assembly.
Well, the fact is, the last 10 years, there's never been a fertilizer crisis in Telangana. Today, unfortunately, because of this incompetent government, farmers across the state of Telangana, the length and breadth of Telangana, are suffering. Even on a festival day, even on Vinayak Chaviti, farmers are having to protest and stand in queues for kilometers. So therefore, we are demanding answers from the state government and the central government कि वजह क्या है, किसकी वजह से, किसकी तरफ से आज फर्टिलाइजर का क्राइसिस आ गया तेलंगाना में, किस वजह से आज ये तकलीफ उठाना पड़ा रहा है हमारे किसान भाई को. यही सवाल हम कर रहे हैं और जवाब मांग रहे हैं. असेंबली में चर्चा कीजिए, जवाब दीजिए, कौन इसका जिम्मेदार है. 10 साल जो समस्या नहीं था, आज कहां से आ गया और किस वजह से तेलंगाना के किसान को ये समस्या आज देखना पड़ रहा है. बस इसका जवाब दीजिए.
सर, कालेश्वरम रिपोर्ट को टेबल करेंगे.
अरे बस वो पीसी घोष कमीशन नहीं है, वो तो पीसीसी का कमीशन है. आज जो मनमानी कांग्रेस हुकूमत कर रही है, कांग्रेस सरकार कर रही है, सबको समझ आ गया. रिपोर्ट में तो कुछ है ही नहीं. जो वो चाहते थे पहले से, जो बात कहते आ रहे हैं बार बार, वही बात को फिर रिपोर्ट में भी दोहराया. इसमें कुछ नहीं है. हम इंसाफ के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाएंगे, जरूरत पड़ा. हाई कोर्ट में तो हमारा आज कार्रवाई चल रहा है, मुकदमा चल रहा है. तो उम्मीद है कि उसमें कुछ राहत मिलेगा और उसमें सच का खुलासा होगा.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Our next guest for Run Politics, we have with us Mr. Revant Reddy.
Cliches agar bolen to you don't carry the weight of your legacy, you have created your own legacy. What will you say to those who say that you are a political mercenary and you don't have a core political ideology? आपको वैसे डीके शिव कुमार जी को तो याद है, आपको भी आरएसएस एंथम तो याद होगा.
Chandrababu Naidu is too senior, Lokesh is too young. I'm middle one.
आपने अभी 3-4 दिन पहले, if I'm not wrong, बोला है that Rahul Gandhi will become the next
Prime Minister of this country. Yes, संविधान को बदलने वाले, संविधान को बचाने वाले के बीच में चुनाव हो रहा है.
राहुल गांधी के अगर कोई फेवरेट कैंपेनर एंड करंट फेवरेट हैं वो आप हैं, सही है?
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of the Chakraview podcast. I'm Gaurav Savant. Between the government and the opposition, the battle lines are clearly drawn, and caught in midst of this Chakraview is Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. He joins us on this special broadcast. Sir, welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, in 2012, the then Parliamentary Affairs Minister had said it costs about 75 lakhs an hour to run the Parliament. This time, about 83 hours were wasted in running that Parliament. So going by 2012 figures, about 62 crore rupees were wasted in the Lok Sabha and 60 crore wasted in the Rajya Sabha. Sir, who's responsible for this wastage of the taxpayers' money?
The figure which you have given is only as per the monetary counting in terms of how much money is spent for the manpower, for the equipments, for the space, and so many things. But what about the time of the members? The most precious is the time.
True.
Wastage of the time of the members and the staff of the parliament, that cannot be assessed. The quantum cannot be drawn from the monetary figure. Imagine the Parliament of India, the representatives of every parliamentary constituencies and the Council of States being put under ransom by few of the greedy political leaders is extremely unfortunate, and also people are watching. So not functioning the parliament as per the desire of the people of the country is a sin committed by these people. When there are issues to be raised in the parliament, you can raise it, you can protest it. That is why I have stated many times there is difference between opposition and obstruction. Opposing the government or criticizing the government is the right of the members. But to stall the parliament, to obstruct the functioning of the parliament itself, it amounts to dereliction from the duty. So I will not merely quote what the then Parliamentary Affairs Minister said. My point is much bigger. When the temple of democracy doesn't function, it causes huge damage to the democracy itself. The polity of India is dependent on how our House of Legislatures function, because parliaments and assemblies are the melting point where all different ideological background people come together and they discuss and debate for the nation. So the cost is extremely high.
So why aren't these discussions and debates happening in Parliament? It's the job, the opposition says it's the job of the government to ensure Parliament functions, and you are the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, so you are the Arjun in this Chakraview. How will you ensure the Parliament functions? Monsoon session has, I'm sure you're equally disappointed with the record, and if I may, just look at the numbers. Productivity in Lok Sabha, 31%. Productivity in Rajya Sabha just barely higher, 39%. 120 hours available, only 37 hours discussions held.
Technically speaking, the functioning of the parliament as per the timetable set, it is a reflection of how much the parliament has run through the session. But from the point of view of productivity, there is a slight difference from the projection which you have shown and what actually it is. From my point of view and from the government's point of view, this monsoon session of the parliament has been by far the most productive session. Why? Because the primary function of the parliament is to pass the bills and also to discuss on important issues. First of all, the Operation Sindoor was deliberated in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, longest ever debate on a subject in both houses. It's a record-breaking session. Secondly, the numbers of bills passed. It's very difficult to recall in the past so many bills are passed in one single parliament session. In this session alone, the most consequential and reformative law against corruption has been put and also sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. So this is a very important one where constitutional amendment is required, where the sitting chief ministers, union ministers, even prime minister will have to come under the scrutiny of the law. Thereby, if you do corruption, you'll have to go to jail. If you go to jail, you have to leave your post and position. This is such an important matter for every Indian. And then, of course, there are important bills like online gaming. In today's time, it is so critical to ensure that the youth of India do not get themselves caught in the gambling. You know, there's a difference between skill and gambling.
And gambling, absolutely.
So it has been clearly demarcated. So this bill has been passed. The taxation bill, the biggest ever tax reforms, it is passed in this session. And the National Sports Governance Bill, and the shipping bills, the merchant bills, the reservation of tribals in the assembly in Goa, and then so many important bills like Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill was passed. The IIT, IIM bill was passed. So these are some of the most critical bills passed in this parliament session. The only thing which I am not happy is the discussion did not take place.
That's the point I was coming to. It takes 2 minutes to pass a bill, 32 minutes on that crucial sports bill.
So that is why, from the nation's point of view, from government's point of view, our intention is to bring good bills for the nation, and it has been done.
So tell me this.
But I feel sorry for the opposition MPs, especially the young, talented MPs. When we came to the parliament as a young MP, we got to learn so many things because there used to be healthy debates and discussion. Opposition ruling, you know, there was camaraderie in terms of exchange of words. You know, you use banter against each other. There were, at times tense, but at times light moments in the parliament. But now, the leader of opposition doesn't want discussion.
So why has this acrimony crept into the parliamentary discourse, the manner in which, and I'll come to 130th Amendment Bill in just a moment, because again, the two very diverse points of view between the government and the opposition. I'll come to that in just a moment. But, you know, you said, yes, it's a record, the number of bills that have been passed, but the debate that should happen on those bills.
Yeah, so
if the taxation bill is being passed in 2 minutes discussion, if the sports bill or the anti-doping bill is being passed with 34 minutes discussion in parliament, are we just ramming them through parliament? That due process, that deliberation, the meeting of the minds of our honorable lawmakers is not happening.
The opposition party is not interested. But some of the opposition MPs, especially the young MPs, they have come to me and they expressed their willingness to participate in the discussion. But then their top leaders, especially the Congress leader, Rahul Gandhi, he's not interested in any debates and discussion because...
But the Congress says he's almost never permitted to speak.
He doesn't know how to actually perform as a leader of opposition on the floor of the House. We have seen great leader of oppositions in the past. Rahul Gandhi, from the day one, if you just go through his speeches, he just abuses. He doesn't make speech, actually. There should be some statesmanship in the performance or in the words of the leader of opposition.
Are you saying Rahul Gandhi is not a statesman?
The problem is, number one, Rahul Gandhi is not matured. Secondly, his party also have some good numbers of speakers. But then if they are allowed to speak, they will overshadow Rahul Gandhi. The Congress party is a family-run party, so they want to promote only one person. So that is why my feeling is that if debates take place, then Rahul Gandhi will be exposed because he can't speak on subjects. He comes with some notes, he comes with some kind of agenda, and he just keep on hammering on those points. He can't just make up his own mind on his own. So that is the biggest problem. And then secondly, the amount of effort which I have done. See, first 3 weeks, we did not pass any bills. We kept on pleading the opposition party, please come and participate in the debate. There are revolutionary bills coming up, important discussions, even the discussion on felicitating Captain Subhanshu Shukla.
Captain Subhanshu Shukla, yeah.
Who went to the space IS station.
Yes.
That also was not allowed by the opposition parties. Our party MPs, some of them spoke, but the discussion didn't conclude. So
were you disappointed?
Extremely disappointed, because the first 3 weeks, I kept on pleading with the opposition leaders that please participate in the bills. So that is why I request everybody to follow the parliamentary proceedings. Every morning we come out with the business. Business is listed. Every day, 2 bills in Lok Sabha, 2 bills in Rajya Sabha are listed. Besides the question answer session, the bills are listed. And every day, we had to postpone the bills to the next day. How long we should keep on postponing? Shouldn't the government functioning? Shouldn't parliament be functioning?
So the opposition wants a discussion, let's say, on the special intensive revision of the voter list of Bihar.
That is, I have already told specifically that if there is an issue related to electoral reforms, then parliament can definitely discuss, because the law ministry is the nodal ministry for election reforms and anything related to Election Commission of India. But when it comes to the functioning of the Election Commission, the administrative issues of the Election Commission of India, how can we discuss in the parliament? For example, if there is some mechanism within the Supreme Court of India, if Supreme Court of India is deciding to take certain steps to reform some functioning within the Supreme Court of India, how can we discuss in the parliament? Who will answer on behalf of them? In the same manner, the Election Commission of India had conducted special intensive review of the electoral rolls. Now, this is an administrative effort by the Election Commission of India, not on the aid and advice of the Government of India. It was their act on their own, just to make the electoral rolls robust.
No, but why now, just before Bihar elections, and why in the state of Bihar?
It has been going on since independence. This is not the first time. So, if we take up, who will come and defend? Can Election Commission member, Chief Election Commissioner, or any from the Election Commission come to the parliament and defend themselves? No, they are not allowed to do that. So we are very clear that the constitutional authorities are to be protected. Let them function on their own, because they are autonomous people. If there's a government departments, organizations, then minister will respond. But minister should respond to the member's query if it is permitted under some rules, conduct of business, rules of the procedure. The parliament functions with certain norms, certain rules, conventions. Rahul Gandhi doesn't believe in any conventions, any rules. See, first of all, you have to understand one thing. We are a democratic nation. All the political parties will have to be democratic. For example, Bharatiya Janata Party is fully democratic in its conduct. Our leaders are emerged through performance, through their capacity, with experience. But Congress Party is a family-run party. So a family-run party cannot be democratic, because anybody can be leader of opposition. For example, Mallikarjun Kharge is the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. But he can't do anything. He has to ask Rahul Gandhi. He has no power. What kind of democracy we are seeing? It is extremely painful to see that a person like Mallikarjun Kharge, such a senior person, has to publicly say that he is there because of Gandhi family. He is there because of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. What a diminishing statement. If that is the position of the Congress Party president and leader of opposition, what would be the fate of ordinary Congress workers? Rahul Gandhi insults the Congress Party leaders, senior leaders. He torn the paper. He torn the paper of the cabinet decision. Then, I mean, you can imagine What is the condition of the other Congress leaders?
But as Parliamentary Affairs Minister, have you reached out to Rahul Gandhi?
I have met Rahul Gandhi, I have met Mallikarjun Kharge, I have met many Congress leaders, and I have met all the senior leaders of the opposition party.
What have you told them? What was your conversation with them like?
Conversation is always, I'm, as a Parliamentary Affairs Minister, seeking their cooperation and asking them to let the Parliament function.
And what is their response?
They're not interested at all. In fact, let me tell one thing, I was deeply pained when the Captain Subhanshu Shukla's felicitation discussion was to happen. Some Congress MPs said that, what is big thing going to space? Now you can pay and you can go. What is this big achievement? Can you imagine? This is the attitude of the Congress leaders.
But when it comes to critical issues of national importance like Op Sindoor, entire parliament came together, all MPs came together. When delegations had to be sent overseas, everyone came together and it happened. So why doesn't that unity not function on the floor of the House in national interest? Or because the opposition says we are doing what late Sushma Swaraj ji or Arun Jaitley ji, when they were leader of opposition in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. However, they also said disruption is also part of democracy.
Disruption, see, let me be very clear and categorical. We will not allow opposition party to put parliament under ransom. They cannot withhold the functioning of the parliament. We waited for 3 weeks. They didn't listen to us. That is why we had to pass the bills, because those revolutionary bills are in the interest of the nation, for the future of India. This group of opposition leaders cannot curtail the future prospects of India. So we are very clear from the national point of view, national perspective. We did what we have to do. They can't stop us from passing the bills. But it is them who has lost out.
I want to now come specifically to a point you raised, which you said is a national interest, the 130th Amendment Bill, that even the Prime Minister of India, chief ministers, whether they're in the state or the center, in case they're in jail for 30 consecutive days, on the 31st day, they should either step down or automatically be debarred from office.
Very important point you have raised.
Sir,
very important.
The opposition says you're making a police state where an inspector will be more powerful than the Prime Minister of India.
How can they make such important points with such kind of frivolous comments? See, Advani ji, you remember?
Yes.
Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, remember? Those were the days. Now we don't get to see it. But in BJP, we follow it very strictly. When Amit Shah ji was sent a summon by the CBI, before arrested, he resigned as minister. Advani ji, in the Jain diary, he clearly said that he will not remain even member of parliament till his name is cleared from that allegation or that diary case. So, if there is a shameless chief minister who goes to jail but who refuses to resign, don't you think there should be a proper rule for that? There should be a proper law for that?
The Delhi High Court seemed to indicate that.
Still some people are so shameless. They don't understand their, responsibilities. You have to abdicate your post once it's untenable. For example, there is a political party who is, totally, clean. There's a system within the political party which decides that corrupt people or tainted people will not be given high positions. Then that party can cleanse within themselves. Now in BJP, our system is very clear. A corrupt person is not protected, nor he holds any position.
Sir?
But in some of the parties,
The opposition, on the other hand, says that anybody who joins the BJP, investigation against that leader comes to a standstill.
These are
It's
allegations.
called the washing machine of the
These
BJP.
these are political allegations. You need not, respond to each and every kind of these frivolous allegations. What I'm saying is, in principle, we have to be very clear. Should or should not there be a strong law against corruption, especially those who sit in the high constitutional positions?
So Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion. That principle must prevail. However, when I interviewed Manish Tiwari, member of parliament from Chandigarh recently, his point was any individual is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law.
Not in
this
politics.
case, not in politics.
In politics. So then tell me, when there is a court-ordered investigation against a chief minister or any minister, does he resign or not? Why the issue comes up that till he is in position, he will influence the investigation. So where is the question of innocence till proven guilty? Let us not mix up this thing. Anybody, the person you conducted the interview with or anybody maybe, don't mix up the thing. Politics has to be extremely above any suspicion. So that's why I'm saying the law is very clear. If you're jailed for more than 30 days, you must quit, or otherwise there should be a law. You will have to abdicate your position.
But sir, can morality be enforced, or should morality come from within an individual?
So if somebody doesn't resign, morality doesn't prevail on him, what can you do? You have to have a strong law.
But if the opposition says that, and you've heard it more than anybody else, that the opposition says CBI, Income Tax Department, Enforcement Directorate, all these agencies are a handmaiden of the BJP.
These were examples of the Congress time.
But now they're saying they're handmaidens of the BJP. So court said
you tell
CBI
me,
was caged parrot
during
Congress. Yes,
yeah.
But they're saying that caged parrot remains a caged parrot. No. The government has changed.
But agencies have to be strong. If you want to enforce some discipline in the functioning of the investigating agencies, they must have teeth, no? If they can't take action, what is the point of having those agencies? If you have to crack down on the corrupt practices of the people, then the agencies will work. It doesn't matter which government, which party. But the thing is, in BJP, the internal mechanism is so strong that you can't do corruption. In last 11 years of our government under Modi ji, has any minister taken any bribe, taken any benefits, or involved in any scams or scandals? No.
वो तो कांग्रेस पार्टी बोलती है हमारी सरकार आने दो हम तब निकालेंगे.
See, you have to understand one thing. You are just referring to agencies only.
Sir.
The Congress time, all the scams, did it stumble out of the agencies? It was by social media or some documents or by media. Now, 11 years, in full glare of the digital world, in the full glare and full, engulfed by the social media, not a single minister is involved in any corruption. Why do you think so? It's because our party has a strong system of ensuring self-discipline. And Prime Minister from the day one has clearly stated that corruption will be not tolerated in our government. In this proposed 138th Constitutional Amendment, initially the recommendation was Prime Minister's office should be kept away from this provision.
Like it was in the 39th Amendment.
But Prime Minister was very clear. He said, why should there be special protection and special status to the Prime Minister? Prime Minister is also a citizen of this country. Prime Minister cannot be above the law. That is the stand of Prime Minister Modi ji.
No, so the Prime Minister's stance is commendable. However, the opposition says no agency will have the guts to look at the Prime Minister's office. They will just go after the opposition states. Whether it's an a party A or a party B or a party C of the opposition. They will never go after government ministers or
what this Congress chief ministers are
UPA.
doing, what Congress government has been doing for last 60, 70 years. And today, so many governments are opposition-ruled states. So should I tell them that the Chief Minister of Telangana, Chief Minister of the Karnataka, Chief Minister of West Bengal, Chief Minister of Punjab, Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh should, let the police get out of the government control? The Special Investigation Team, SITs and all should get away from the government? What are they talking about? There's something called governance. The government is the responsible. Government is responsible for everything.
But sir, if a chief minister does not get bail, for example, for 30 days, you've been law minister of India, and I believe the youngest law minister of India. If a chief minister or a minister does not get bail in 30 days...
So he'll go to jail.
And he loses chief ministership.
If he gets a clean sheet from the court, he can get back his chair.
But उसकी तो दुकान बंद, मतलब his...
अरे भाई क्या चीफ मिनिस्टर का पोस्ट जो आपका बाप दादा ने आपके लिए खरीद के रखा है क्या? It's not your private property. Chief minister or minister position is just a public post. These are for the people who will serve as long as they are in position, and then when the time is up, somebody else will come. This is a continuous process. Don't think that these ministerial posts are reserved for a family, for a person. We are not Congress party, and the government of India will not function like Congress family party.
Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister of India, for joining me here on this Chakraview special podcast. Many thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola, PM Modi's pitch in Japan. Make in India, make for the world. Grand show of strength by India Alliance on last day of Vote Adhikar Yatra. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in Delhi. Flood warning issued.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I am Ishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi en route to Tianjin in China for the SCO summit. He's now concluded his Japan visit. Prime Minister Modi visited a semiconductor factory in Sendai in Japan. Ishiba also hosted lunch for Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral conversations with the Chinese Premier and also with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Floods continue to batter northern part of our country. Cloudburst in Jammu Kashmir's rampant has triggered flash floods, killed 4 people. Landslides in Riyasi claimed 7 lives. Landslides in Uttarakhand have claimed 7 lives. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins the Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar. Akhilesh Yadav slams the BJP, says Bharatiya Janata Party is robbing voters of their votes in the state of Bihar. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup yet again, brazenly says Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on the table for display. BJP says these remarks are disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Donald Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of Trump's tariffs are illegal. Rattled Trump Sarkar now says they will appeal to higher court and all the tariffs will remain in place. The top story that we are following here on India Today, the gifts that Prime Minister Modi gave to the Japanese Prime Minister. A ramen bowl with silver chopsticks. This is a gift that has been given by the Indian Prime Minister to the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. Prime Minister also gifted a pashmina shawl. The images that you are seeing on your screens are the gifts that have been given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given gifts to Japanese Prime Minister. What you are seeing on your screens are those gifts that have been given to the Japanese Prime Minister. A ramen bowl with silver chopsticks as a gift to the Japanese Prime Minister by the Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister has also gifted pashmina shawl with a papier mâché box. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful 2-day visit in Japan. In fact, there was that famous train ride also that took place between the Japanese Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister, covering almost 400 kilometers. From Tokyo to Sendai, Prime Minister Narendra Modi seated next to the Japanese Prime Minister. Bilateral conversations took place. What you are seeing are the images coming in of the gifts that have been given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A ramen bowl with silver chopsticks were given to the Japanese Prime Minister as a gift from the Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister gifted pashmina shawl also along with the papier mash box. So these were the gifts that were given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Over the past 11 years, Prime Minister is known to give very personalized gifts to all the dignitaries who either come to India or if Prime Minister is visiting a nation, then personalized traditional gifts is something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known to give. And now we are seeing the images that you are seeing on your screens, a ramen bowl with silver chopsticks. They have been given to the Japanese Prime Minister. In just a couple of hours from now, we will see the handshake that the world has its eyes on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to visit China after 7 long years for the SCO, that is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. He will be arriving in China at about 4 p.m. today. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi will be holding bilateral talks. He'll speak separately with the Chinese Premier. He'll also have a conversation with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This much-awaited meeting comes at a very critical junction. This follows very recent agreements between both the nations, notably with regards to the military disengagement along the LAC, that is the line of actual control. LAC has been a big flashpoint after the 2020 Galwan clashes. It's being said that there was a secret letter that was written by the Chinese president to President Draupadi Murmu in March. This letter helped in spurring the thaw that took place between Delhi and Beijing since 2020. Report also suggests a letter was then set. This letter was actually an attempt to test the waters on improving the bilateral ties. Message later was also shared with Prime Minister Modi, and then it set off a series of back-channel talks and helped in reviving the diplomatic engagement between both the Asian giants. The meeting that will take place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, it comes amid all the tariff tyranny that we are seeing coming in from the United States of America. China, in fact, strongly opposed the US decision to impose a 50% tariff on India. Beijing says it will stand very firmly with India to protect global trade rules, warning that silence only emboldens the bully. Joining me now, James Angelis, who's the President, International Security Industry Council from Japan. James, the first thing that I would like to understand at the moment is the fact that we are seeing a changing of dynamics taking place on the global platform. We are seeing United States of America on one side, President Donald Trump saying that he will be levying from 20% ranging all the way till almost 60% tariff on different nations. We are seeing the Asian nations now grouping together.
Well, I can say that we live in interesting times, first, which is a Chinese proverb.
Sure.
They have never been uninteresting in my 7 decades, beginning with the Korean War. The dynamic, the political and the economic dynamics are extremely, by its definition, dynamic. They're changing every moment. So what I'm more focused on is the long-term relationship between allied countries, such as the democracies of India, Japan, Australia, and Europe, and the US, versus a more, shall we say, autocracies of China and Russia. It's really a divide there on attitude and culture and the ideals of freedoms, of expression, of religion, of assembly, basic rights that we have in our democracies that they don't have. I have seen many countries come and go, and I'm very secure with the thought that the democracies and the idea of these freedoms will survive.
James, do you also believe that what we will see at the moment is the Asian countries coming together? We are now seeing how Japan has made it very clear that there is a need to come together, and that's why we are seeing trade happening in various sectors. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also making sure that the bonhomie that Japan and India have shared over the past so many decades, it continues, and even more so, given the fact that there is a very hard stand that is being taken by the United States of America.
Well, I think you're right. Japan has historically, as all nations have when they formed the United Nations 70, 80 years ago. This is part of the dynamic I mentioned before. There's a continuous effort to bring people together and to find common ground. That's the reason that we are all of our career paths are dedicated to this. The current situation with this administration in Washington, with the Modi in India and with Xi Jinping in China is just another layer, another example, another typical dimension. So there's no shrillness on our part in our council, when we look at the world affairs, we don't really take too much notice because it's going to completely shift tomorrow.
James, please just stay on with me. We've got a breakdown of what will happen when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be having a bilateral conversation with the Chinese Premier. What's on agenda? First and foremost, border stability, LAC troop disengagement. That's the foremost thing which will be discussed between India and China. The second thing will be reviving trade amid the global economic slowdown that we have witnessed over the past few months. India's trade deficit with China, that's also something very, very crucial for India, and India wants this to be discussed. Chinese investment in India, that's also something that China, in fact, has been speaking about over the past many months. Global South-wise, unilateral forums, that is something that both China and India at the moment are interested in. Cooperation on climate and green technologies, that's also something that will be the focus. Counter-terrorism, coordination with regards to neighbors and the neighboring regions, that's also something which will be discussed. So these are the top 7 priorities of China as well as India, and these are the topics that have been discussed upon. These are the topics that will be discussed when there will be a bilateral conversation between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping. James, we are now seeing how different topics are being covered, but it seems like making sure that new markets open up, but you also protect your own country. That's been the focus of most of the nations since, we have seen US taking a very hard stand.
Well, I think all countries are increasingly becoming very self-making. Whoops, I'm getting Zoom bombed. I think this is a typical policy of most countries, is to make locally, and it follows India is the latest example of a major economy that's really focused on make in India, for example. This same in China, same in the United States, and all countries looking after their own interests. I think the main issue, and the only one that's going to make the difference, is war or peace. And that peace means in the LAC and in Ukraine and in the South China Sea and wherever conflict is, the focus has to be, as Modi said, this is not a time of war. I think if he holds on to that,
right,
the whole world will follow.
James, do you also believe that in coming months we will see regrouping taking place? If we look at the entire world, we have seen how earlier the Cold War took place. There were certain countries aligning with the USSR, certain countries aligning with the United States of America. Do you believe regrouping is on the cards in months to come?
Yes, and that's always in play. I think the BRICS was kind of a major step in that direction quite a few years ago. The membership of the BRICS is increasing geometrically. That's good because there needs to be a balance of powers, which is what the world politic has always strived to do. So we're on that same path, and I think we will see a maturing of this situation where India is actually the kingmaker in that sense, and that where it decides is where the world will probably end up, in my opinion. Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Thank you so much, James. Speaking with
Yes.
India today, somewhere in the middle, that's what most of the countries also at the moment are looking at. And that's what is the focus also of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to meet the Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first visit to China in the last 7 years. The talks have now come at a time when we are seeing global economic turmoil. There's also the big controversy with regards to tariffs that are now being levied on various countries by Donald Trump. But to actually understand what's at stake, we must look back. We have seen Wuhan, we have seen Galwan, we have seen the BRICS. The story between Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese Premier, it has actually swung. We saw extreme bonhomie, then we saw a complete breakdown of the conversation between India and China. Are we looking at a reset in ties? That's the big question.
Two Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping traveled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signals the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped push forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China's Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, it isn't just any diplomatic stop. It's his first visit to China in the last 7 years. The stakes are very high. Could this actually be the recalibration of Asian power balance? Is it what we are seeing at the moment? From Galwan's shadow to the global trade, this visit may actually redefine India-China dynamics. Take a look at this report.
Narendra Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit is far more than a ceremonial visit. It marks his first trip to China in 7 years, and it could well reshape the balance of power in Asia. Relations between India and China have always been a complex mix of cooperation and confrontation. The 2020 Galwan Valley clashes were a breaking point. Lives were lost, trust collapsed, and ties sank to their lowest in decades. But 5 years on, New Delhi and Beijing appear ready for what some are calling a strategic reset.
China was ripped up by Xi Jinping and his actions in 2020, which culminated in Galwan, where 20 brave Indian soldiers lost their lives and several Chinese soldiers died as well. Now that was a red line, so to speak, between India-China relations, but things have moved on since then. The relationship is not as adversarial as it used to be in 2020. It looked like India and China were going to go to war, but now that seems to have abated. A better sense seems to have prevailed in Beijing, and what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, beginning with the summit in Kazan, was a warming, a thawing of ties between India and China. There was a certain outreach made by China, and India seems to have reciprocated.
At the heart of this lies India's foreign policy evolution. Gone are the days of Cold War non-alignment. What we see today is multi-alignment, a deliberate strategy to engage all major powers while preserving strategic autonomy. India is not choosing sides, it is choosing options.
आप अगर पुराने रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, सदियों तक चीन और भारत एक दूसरे से सीखते रहे हैं और दोनों मिलकर के दुनिया की भलाई के लिए कोई न कोई कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहे। ग्लोबल पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स हैं कहते हैं कि दुनिया का जो जीडीपी का था उसका 50% से ज्यादा अकेले भारत और चीन का हुआ करता था। इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन।
Economics is a big driver here. Despite tensions, China remains India's second largest trading partner. Yes, the trade deficit bothers New Delhi, but the reality is India's manufacturing ambitions still depend on Chinese components and raw materials. Put simply, India cannot industrialize at scale without some level of cooperation with Beijing. Security is another key layer. The SCO, once focused on fighting terrorism, has now grown into a platform that offers an alternative to Western-led institutions.
The SCO was established with the primary goal of countering three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism, which continue to remain a challenge. Today, as a regional platform, there is a broader range of sectors of cooperation among the SCO members.
For India, active participation ensures its voice is heard in multiple forums without getting trapped in one-sided alliances. Border management is perhaps the most immediate concern. The revival of the long-dormant Special Representatives framework is a breakthrough. Both sides are exploring early harvest solutions, resolving simpler segments of the contested border first, leaving harder disputes for later. It's pragmatic, if not ambitious. Then there's the American angle. Washington's tariff war, particularly under Donald Trump, has rattled New Delhi. India still values its partnership with the US but doesn't want to appear overly dependent. Engaging China helps India widen its options and sends a clear signal. India will not be boxed in.
साथ होना ना सिर्फ बेनिफिशियल है बल्कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए भी जरूरी है। और जब 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी है तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि भारत चीन के बीच में स्पर्धा सब स्वाभाविक है। स्पर्धा कोई गलत चीज नहीं है, ये संघर्ष नहीं होना चाहिए।
But let's be clear, this is not a love story. Beijing's tight embrace of Pakistan and its growing naval footprint across the Indian Ocean remain red flags for India. Old suspicions cannot be wished away. Still, the ripple effects of Modi's China gambit could be significant. A revived Russia-India-China trilateral, dormant for over a decade, may re-emerge as all three grapple with Western pressure. That would be a big shift in global power politics.
I mean, these are two countries who are neighbors. They lost trust over Galwan and other issues. It is time for these two civilization states realize that neither one of them are going anywhere, that there has to be resolution to the issues in there. Trust has to be built slowly based on actions, not words. But you have to start somewhere. And while you can have suspicions about anybody, you can point to this and that, the issue is, what is the future? Want a future under the United States where, whoever is in power is going to dictate what you do. And if you fight back, you're involved in an asymmetrical conflict, which is very difficult to win. Or do you want to be a proud nation that determines its own future in a multipolar world where consensus, right, and cooperation are the main key elements?
In truth, Modi's Tianjin visit is not about resolving every dispute. It is about creating space. For China, easing tensions with India blunts America's containment efforts. For India, engaging China while staying close to the West is multi-alignment in action. The world is moving towards multipolarity. Whether China and India can compartmentalize their rivalries while cooperating on shared interests will determine not just Asia's stability, but the very architecture of the global order. And that is why Tianjin matters. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi emplanes for China after Japan visit to attend SCO Summit, grand show of strength by India Alliance on last day of Voter Adhikar Yatra. US cancels visas of Palestinian president and 80 officials.
दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
मोदी के मां बहन आज भारत के अंदर करोड़ों मोदी है जिसके दिल को छुआ है कि आपने गाली दी है। इस गाली का एक एक पाय असूला जाएगा। आपकी मां ने कहा था मौत का सौदागर, आपने उनकी मां को लगा के गाली दी है। शर्म करो, शर्म करो। अगर मैं होता तो जुबान खींच लेता उस मंच पे जाकर के।
जिस तरह की भाषा और भद्दिश गालियों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है वो दर्शाता है कि उनका कुंठा जो है बढ़ गया है, वो कुंठित हो गए हैं। कौन सा राज बिहार में लाना चाहते हैं ऐसे रफियंस लोगों के साथ? यही राज था 90 से 2005 तक, जब उनके पिता तेजस्वी जी के पिताजी और माताजी का राज था। वही राज लाना चाहते हैं। इस तरह की भाषा अपमानजनक और भद्दी गाली गलौज का इस्तेमाल करने का क्या मतलब है?
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club and I'm Shreya Srivastav bringing you the best from the world of entertainment. And it's a very nostalgic day for Swifties worldwide because Taylor Swift is engaged. Yes, the pop superstar and the perpetual hope for singles worldwide has said yes to NFL boyfriend Travis Kelce after 2 years of dating. And fans went wild following their joint podcast 2 weeks ago. And now the internet is in overdrive and for good reason. Because from love story to lover, life has finally come full circle. Taylor's new album drops October 3, but love is clearly the headline. Here's the full story.
It was nothing short of a fairy tale moment. Global pop icon Taylor Swift is officially engaged to NFL star Travis Kelce, and the internet can't stop celebrating. The love story singer shared the news on Instagram with a playful caption: "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." Within just 30 minutes, the post got up to 3.7 million likes. The pictures show the couple in a floral, picture-perfect setting with Swift looking radiant in a striped Ralph Lauren dress. Her finger adorned with an elegant cushion-cut diamond ring estimated to be nearly 8 carats. Kelce, down on one knee, made the moment feel like it was straight out of a romance novel. As soon as the news dropped, social media lit up with congratulatory messages and fan theories. Many are already speculating about the wedding, with some hoping Jason Kelce will stand as best man. The couple's love story began publicly in 2023, when Swift attended a Kansas City Chiefs game shortly after her split from Joe Alwyn. Since then, the two have been inseparable. Kelce spotted cheering at Swift's Eras Tour concerts, and Swift proudly supporting him through Super Bowl victories.
This is my brand new album.
Recently, the pair even made a joint appearance on the New Heights podcast, where Swift teased her upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl.
My brand new album, it's called The Life of a Showgirl. It was something that I was working on while I was in Europe on the Eras tour. I'm just circling back to New Heights to say thank you for this. Yes. Look at this.
I'm the luckiest man in the world. With this engagement, Swifties and NFL fans alike are looking forward to the next chapter in their love story. With Sujata Sharda, Bureau Report, India Today.
As it turns out, before it could hit the silver screens, Jolly LLB 3 has landed inside a real courtroom. After Bombay advocates petitioned the Central Board of Film Certification to block the film's release, voices from Delhi have now joined in. As the movie hits a real-life legal mess around the portrayal of the judiciary, here's a look into the drama.
Petitioner, Advocate Jagdish Tyagi उर्फ Jolly.
Jolly. Good morning, जनाब. जनाब शादीशुदा बाल बच्चेदार आदमी हूँ मैं. काफी बदल गया हूँ.
What was meant to be a light-hearted courtroom comedy has now escalated into a full-blown legal battle.
मुझे कुछ स्वीकार नहीं है तुम्हारा. तुम पीछे खड़े रहो. जब कह रहे पीछे आने को तो आ जाना यहाँ पे.
Jolly LLB 3, the third installment in the popular franchise, is facing growing resistance from lawyers across the country. After Bombay advocates petitioned the CBFC to block the film's release, voices from Delhi have joined in. One of the senior advocates has demanded a ban, calling the film demeaning to the profession. Now, the storm began earlier when two advocates filed a petition alleging that the film's teaser portrays lawyers and judges in a disrespectful manner. They claimed that under the guise of creative liberty, the actors and filmmakers had mocked the legal profession by using indecent humor. In fact, one petitioner told India Today that the film insults the judiciary by referring to judges as Mamu and depicting courtroom arguments like family feuds.
तो उन्हें कहने देना. तू क्यों बोल रहा है?
जज है, थोड़ी तो इज्जत कर ले उनकी.
वो तेरा मामा लगता है. जज साहब मामा कह रहे हैं आपको.
A local court went a step further and issued summons to actors Akshay Kumar and Arshad Varsi along with director Subhash Kapoor. What began as a single complaint has snowballed into a national flashpoint, pitting lawyers' pride against the principle of artistic freedom. Ironically, a film intended to satirize the system may have ended up holding a mirror to it.
जनाब एक लंबी गहरी सांस लीजिए, सब ठीक हो जाएगा.
With the case scheduled for hearing in October,
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं एक बहुत अच्छे वैद्य को जानता हूं, मैं उसे फोन करता हूं, अभी बुलाता हूं. वकील साहब.
Jolly LLB 3 has already sparked a trial of its own outside the script.
आ गए ये दो जॉली मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद करने के लिए.
With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Next up, film producer Dinesh Vijan and Rajkumar Rao reunite for their 6th collaboration, a gripping biopic on renowned lawyer Ujjwal Nikam. With Vamika Gabbi as the female lead in this intense courtroom drama, take a look.
Get ready for a courtroom drama like never before, where the stakes are real, the battles are historic, and justice is more than just a verdict. Powerhouse director Dinesh Vijan is teaming up once again with one of Bollywood's most transformative actors, Rajkumar Rao, for a high-impact biopic on Ujjwal Nikam. And it's not just a biopic, it's a deep dive into the life of a man who fought fear with facts and terror with truth. Known for handling some of the country's most high-profile and sensitive cases, Nikam's journey from the courtroom to national headlines is now set to unfold on the big screen. With Rao stepping into the shoes of the legal luminary, expectations are already soaring up for what could be one of the most compelling courtroom dramas in recent memory. Whereas Vamika Gabbi will be seen as the female lead, marking a powerful addition to the cast. In fact, over the years, Dinesh Vijan and Rajkumar Rao have worked together on films like Made in China,
Tiger Penis Soup, selling like hotcakes, 10 times better than Viagra,
Rabta, Stree,
वही तो कह रहे हैं बिक्की प्लीज.
तुम्हारे अंदर ना प्रेम भाव ही नहीं है. हाथ लाओ.
Vicky please,
Stree 2, and Bhul Chuk Maaf, among others.
कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो माफ कीजिएगा.
भूल चूक माफ करना.
आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं पिताजी.
कौन पिताजी?
चरण स्पर्श माता जी.
आज तो बड़ा अम्मा के पैर छुए जा रहे हैं.
The duo is gearing up for their 6th collaboration in the form of the Ujjwal Nikam biopic with Ashwin Arun as the director. Set to go on floors in October 2025. And the prep work is underway in full swing. Dinesh Vijan is presently up for the release of Param Sundari.
घटिया इंसान हो यार तुम. सबके फीलिंग्स के साथ खेला, शर्म नहीं आती क्या तुम्हें?
क्या घटा है ब्रो? अरे केला.
And has a slate of films lined up for release, ranging from Thama.
क्या हुआ? रुक क्यों गए?
And Cocktail 2 to Ikkis, The Lair, and more. Rajkumar Rao, on the other hand, has his slate filled with films all across the board, ranging from comedy to thriller and a film on the life of Bhagat Singh. Meanwhile, Vamika Gabbi will be seen in Vishal Bharadwaj's and Shahid Kapoor's next Pati Patni aur Wo Do, and Bhoot Bangla, among others. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And fans of Vicky Kaushal's upcoming Mahua Avatar may need to wait a little longer. While the film was slated for a Christmas 2026 release, the movie is now reportedly postponed and is now looking for the Independence Day 2027 weekend release instead. Dive into this report to know more.
Bollywood's most awaited epic has pressed the pause button. Fans of Vicky Kaushal's upcoming Mahua Moitra may need to wait a bit longer. While the film was slated for a Christmas 2026 release, the movie is now reportedly postponed and is now looking for the Independence Day 2027 weekend release. In fact, Mahua Moitra was earlier planned to go on floors towards the end of this year. But as per the reports, the shoot has now been rescheduled to April 2026. Now, the shift makes it nearly impossible for the film to hit its originally intended December 2026 release. Adding to this, Vicky will have to undergo rigorous physical training to transform into Lord Parshuram for Amar Kaushik's ambitious project, which will also demand a 6-month shoot followed by extensive VFX work. With Mahua Moitra vacating its original December 2026 slot, it is also speculated that Shah Rukh Khan's much-anticipated film King could potentially take over that release date. Meanwhile, Vicky Kaushal was last seen in Chhawa, where he portrayed Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj. He is currently shooting for Sanjay Leela Bhansali's Love and War, which will be a love triangle set against the backdrop of a war, starring Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor opposite him. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, after the success of Sayyara, Aneet Padda is now being touted as Bollywood's national crush, a much-coveted tag for social media virality. And now taking a giant leap forward, reports suggest that the actress has bagged a role in filmmaker Manish Sharma's next project. Here's a look.
From stealing screens to breaking the internet, Aneet Padda has officially been crowned Bollywood's national crush. And she's all set to take the magic a notch higher. According to the reports, the rising star has bagged a key role in ace filmmaker Manish Sharma's next project under the prestigious Yash Raj Films banner. The report also stated that who forms a heartfelt bond with an emerging singer. Her performance captured hearts across generations, leaving audiences utterly mesmerized. With every new role, Aneet Padda proves why her meteoric rise shows no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, Manish Sharma, making a return to the director's chair after a break, is celebrated in Bollywood for weaving stories that resonate deeply with youth. His previous blockbusters like Band Baja Bharat, Shubh Desi Romance, Fan and Tiger 3 have showcased his knack for crafting cinematic magic. And this new love story promises to be no exception.
गद्दारी से बदतर मौत नहीं होती एक एजेंट के लिए.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Welcome to Pakistan.
And Hriday Purvam marks the heartwarming reunion of Mohanlal and Satyan Anthikar after a decade. Yes, the feel-good family movie follows the story of Sandeep Balakrishnan, a middle-aged man who visits his donor's family and forms an emotional bond with them. Here's a sneak peek.
It's a reunion of hearts, both on and off screen. The actor-filmmaker duo is here for another feel-good film titled Hriday Purvam.
നമ്മൾ പോലും അറിയാതെ വാതിൽപ്പഴുതിലൂടെ കടന്നു വരുന്ന ഒരു കാറ്റ് പോലെ നമ്മളെ വന്ന് തലോടുകയും അത് ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കാത്തൊരു കാറ്റാകും.
The timeless Mohanlal Satyan Anthikar have reunited after a decade-long pause. This movie marks the reunion of Mohanlal with Satyan Anthikar after their collaboration in the 2015 movie Ennum Eppurum.
Please help me.
എനിക്ക് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഇല്ല.
അല്ല, എന്തെങ്കിലും റീസൺ വേണ്ടേ?
റീസൺ
പറയ്.
നിങ്ങളുടെ കുറി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഈ ചന്ദനക്കുറി, അതെനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടായില്ല.
Hriday Purvam is a family entertainer with a blend of humor, showing a heartwarming love story, where Mohanlal has a laid-back look who is confused with his feelings. The story follows Sandeep Balakrishnan, a middle-aged man who recently underwent a heart transplant surgery.
അവള് വേറൊരു കാര്യം കൂടെ പറഞ്ഞു.
എന്താ?
അമ്മ ആ അങ്കിളിനെയാണ് കെട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിലേ എനിക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഭംഗിയുള്ള ഒരു അച്ഛനെ കിട്ടിയേനെന്ന്.
അങ്ങനെയൊന്നുമില്ല.
When he's invited to attend his heart donor's daughter's engagement ceremony in Pune, something unexpected happens, due to which he extends his stay, leading him to develop feelings for the family. The primary filming location for Hriday Purvam has been Pune, Maharashtra, whereas some scenes were shot in Kochi, Kerala, including an initial puja ceremony. Hriday Purvam features an ensemble cast that includes Malvika Mohanan, Lalu Alex, Siddiq, Babu Raj and Sabita Anand. Meanwhile, Mohanlal was last seen in Thudurum.
സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ട മഴ ശക്തമായി തുടരും. 10 ജില്ലകളിൽ ഇന്ന് യെല്ലോ അലർട്ട്. പത്തനംതിട്ട മുതൽ ഇടുക്കി വരെയും മലപ്പുറം മുതൽ കാസർഗോഡ് വരെയുമാണ് മഴ മുന്നറിയിപ്പ്.
Which was released in theatres on April 25th and was a massive blockbuster hit, earning 141.50 crore at the domestic box office. He was also seen in L2 Empuran alongside Prithviraj Sukumaran, which was an action thriller. The film explored global underworld power plays intertwined with Kerala politics.
और राजनीति एक धंधा है हमारे देश में.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
From Aneet Padda's viral melodious performance to Diana Penty and Tamanna Bhatia's new web series titled Do You Want a Partner? Up next is our segment, What's Trending?
I just want to write, ma'am.
Aneet Padda is not just a talented actress, but also a soulful singer. In the past few months, several videos of her melodious performances have gone viral, leaving fans mesmerized. Now adding to the delight, Aneet shared a heartwarming video where she beautifully crooned the title track of Sayara, a song that has become a sensation. What made it extra special was the presence of her father, Navdeep Padda, who joined her in the performance. The father-daughter duo struck the perfect chord with their rendition, leaving fans spellbound and showering Aneet with love for her versatility. This isn't the first time that her singing has captured attention. Many of her previous videos have already won over the internet. Talented star on the rise. Farhan Akhtar has reportedly stepped in to support families affected by the recent flash floods in Uttarakhand. The actor provided much-needed relief in the form of 50 multimedia mobile phones to help residents of Uttarakhand's Harsil and Dharali districts, allowing them to communicate with their families and loved ones. According to the reports, he partnered with a Gurugram-based non-profit organization, Bharat Disaster Relief Foundation. Each phone valued at approximately 7,000 rupees was dispatched following a request from BDRF's Divyanshu Upadhyay to Farhan Akhtar for assistance. On the work front, Farhan Akhtar will be directing the much-anticipated film Dawn 3, the third installment of the Dawn franchise, starring Ranveer Singh and Kriti Sanon. Diana Penty and Tamanna Bhatia are set to headline a new web series titled Do You Want a Partner? Karan Johar, who is backing the project under the banner of Thermatic Entertainment, shared the poster on social media with the caption, "Freshly poured, perfectly chilled. It's going to be served on Prime Video." The series will also star Javed Jafri, Nakul Mehta, Neeraj Kabi, Shweta Tiwari, Sufi Motiwala and Ranvijay Singha in pivotal roles. Do You Want a Partner revolves around two spirited best friends, Anahita and Shikha, on a mission to launch their own alcohol startup. Set against the chaos of urban life, the series will capture the duo's journey to carve a niche in the male-dominated world of craft beer. The series will start streaming on Prime Video from September 12th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack in our broadcast today. But keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today for your daily dose of everything entertainment. This is me, Shreya Srivastav, signing off for today. Till the next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching India Today. I'm Soesha Sawan. First up at 3 p.m. we get you all the top headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Prime Minister Modi on road Tianjin in China for the SCO summit, concluding Japan visit. Prime Minister Modi visits semiconductor factory in Sendai. Ishiba hosts lunch for Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi all set to land in China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral with Chinese Premier Xi and Russian President Putin. Floods continue to batter North India. Cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban triggers flash floods, kills 4. Landslides in Riyasi claims 7 lives. Cloudburst landslides in Uttarakhand claims 6 lives. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar Saran. Akhilesh slams BJP, says BJP robbing votes in Bihar. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in a soup yet again. Recently says Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on table for display. BJP terms remarks disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of Trump's tariffs illegal. Rattle Trump Sarkar says will appeal to higher court and says all tariff will remain in place. And well, the handshake the world has its eyes on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit China after 7 long years. This for the SCO summit that is to happen in China. He will be arriving in Tianjin. This will happen at about 4 p.m. this afternoon, in about an hour from now. During the visit, Prime Minister Modi will also hold bilateral talks with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and Russian President Putin. This much-awaited meeting comes at a critical juncture, following the recent agreements between both the nations, notably on military disengagement along the LAC, which has been a major flashpoint from the 2020 Galwan clash. It is being said that a secret letter by the Chinese president to President Draupadi Murmu in March helped spur the Delhi-Beijing thaw. The report that suggests that the letter was an attempt to test the waters on improving bilateral ties. The message was later shared with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who set off a series of back-channel talks and helped revive diplomatic engagement between the two Asian giants. The Modi-Xi meeting that also comes amid Trump's tariff tyranny. China has strongly opposed the US decision to impose up to 50% tariffs on India. Beijing says it will stand firmly with India to protect global trade rules, warning that silence only emboldens the bully. Let me cut across to Gaurav Sawant joining us from Tianjin, where the SCO meet is to take place. And in about an hour from now, Gaurav, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to land there. All eyes on how the meeting will pan out when it comes to the bilateral with Xi Jinping and, of course, later with Putin. But what's lined up for today and what can we expect?
This is a very crucial visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Tianjin, and as you rightly pointed out, after 7 years, the first visit to China after Galwan clashes. Of course, the two had met in Kazan, in Kazakhstan, and that was where the Kazan thaw led to some improvement in India-China relations that had hit an all-time low after the Galwan clashes and the subsequent situation. However, the attempt now is to see if this relationship can now be improved further. Both sides. Remember when the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in India, he'd indicated that the tensions were not in the interests of the people of the two countries and they wanted to move forward. They were talking about what efforts need to be taken to improve ties further. India has made it very clear, peace and tranquility at the borders essential for improvement in ties. Now, this is the relationship where China wants to move forward economically. People-to-people ties are being improved with the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The supplies of fertilizers had been curtailed. Those supplies are to resume. Direct flights from Delhi to Beijing, they are to resume. Once all of that happens, people-to-people contacts improve. But what happens at the borders? Right now, there is a cold freeze at the borders with 50,000 troops on either side. Though disengagement has taken place at all friction points, de-escalation and de-induction are yet to take place. So will there be forward movement on that? The National Security Advisor level talks, which is known as the Special Representative talks on boundary, that's been happening. The Foreign Ministry level talks have been happening. The WMCC talks have been happening. Border talks have been happening at the level of the core commander. So at multiple level talks are happening. Again, this becomes very crucial at a time when the United States has imposed 25% and then an additional 25% tariffs on India. Now, given that situation, when India-US ties are at a low, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping meeting. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan, and then a meeting with President Putin. And then will there be a picture that people in China are talking about, that people in Russia are talking about, Russia, India, China on the same platform, beyond BRICS, beyond SCO? That would be that big message that would go out to the Western countries. India, of course, wants to be close both to the West and to groupings like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and to groupings like BRICS, which is extremely powerful. India is always invited to G7. So it remains to be seen how these talks move forward bilaterally and multilaterally.
Continue talking to us, Gaurav, because the SCO summit is going to be loaded. Of course, we all are watching for the meeting that is to take place with Xi Jinping, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Xi Jinping, and then, of course, Putin. But let's not forget that even Pakistan will be present at the SCO summit, Shehbaz Sharif representing his country. And given the dynamic, what do you think we're looking out for?
Counter-terrorism is one of the most important parts of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. This entity, this body came together. Countering terrorism was one of its main agendas, and RATS, its outfit, is something that talks about countering terrorism. India has been trying to repeatedly bring the focus on cross-border terrorism. That is something that India has been suffering for decades, including that latest Pahalgam terror attack, which led to India's Operation Sindoor, which was a massive counter-attack by India. So the fact remains right now, India's entire effort is to ensure that cross-border terrorism, all the Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries, they come together on the same front and hit out, condemn cross-border terrorism. As far as Pakistan is concerned, it's a part of this grouping. You'd recall when we were reporting from Astana, that's when India and Pakistan became a part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. But India has contributed positively. One expects other countries also contribute positively, including Pakistan. But as far as SCO is concerned, it's extremely significant that you have India, Eurasia contact which is being taken forward. So Asia and Europe coming together, China, India, Central Asian countries and Russia playing a pivotal role in taking this grouping forward.
Gaurav, the other point I want to talk to you about is the tariff conflict that the world is witnessing. And as far as America is concerned, their position is very clear. For them, it is America first. But that is leading to unfair trade practices. China, India and several other nations are citing that. The fact that China too faces Trump's tariffs. How can this help a changing equation when it comes to those who are at the receiving end as far as the US is concerned?
You know, that is one of the biggest questions that the world is grappling with right now. The unilateral tariffs that President Donald Trump is imposing on countries, including on allied partners, treaty allies like Japan and South Korea, on the European Union. So look at the way Japan is now furiously backpedaling. South Korea is looking at these tariffs. India, the only country in the world to stand tall and say that these 25% additional tariffs are completely uncalled for, because it is not to spite any country that India is taking oil from Europe, from Russia. In fact, it was a request of the Biden administration to ensure that global oil prices are kept in check. That's why India had increased procurement of oil, and India is not the largest importer of Russian oil. Europe imports more gas. China imports more oil. So now you have these countries that are coming together and in a way standing up to the American bullying tactics. India always wanted great relations with America because these are two very powerful democracies operating in tandem. There is so much meeting of the minds between these two countries, except that Donald Trump is throwing away 25 years of investment in this relationship, both by India and by China. So right now, what comes out of Tianjin is something that America would be looking at, the Western world will be looking at, because they also do not want in a way, the entire effort of that pivot to Asia through India, or the pivot to India, the entire effort was that wean India away from the Chinese, as the Americans put it, the Chinese stranglehold. However, what Donald Trump has actually done is push India closer to Russia and China. So the situation right now is India is walking the diplomatic tightrope, wanting good relations with China, wanting good relations with Russia, which is an ally which has stood by us through thick and thin. At the same time, not wanting to spoil relations with America, but the ball is in America's court.
Certainly watching out for that, Gaurav. I request you to stay on with us as we have more breaking news coming in. Let's quickly cut across to that, after which I come back to you. And in the latest, we are learning that China is planning military parade post the SCO summit. In fact, China's military parade that is being planned in Beijing is what we understand. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will also be there to witness this parade. Pakistan Prime Minister will be witnessing the gala military parade that is being planned. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, Xi Jinping are all set to launch CPEC 2.0 soon after the 25th SCO summit. China will be organizing a massive military parade in Beijing to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Chinese People's War of Resistance. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be witnessing the gala military parade, this being held on the 3rd of September 2025 in Beijing. Pakistan Prime Minister will be in Beijing for this state visit to China after participating in the SCO summit. President Xi Jinping, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who will all jointly launch the CPEC 2.0. I want to take this point to Gaurav. Concerning Gaurav is that, and also with regards to the military parade that is being planned, how do you see that development?
So China and Pakistan, they call themselves higher than mountains and deeper than oceans relationship. But China has been concerned the manner in which Pakistan's military leadership has been cozying up to the United States of America. There is talk of Americans with Saudi Arabia getting mining rights in Baluchistan region. And that is where China has invested heavily. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is almost $60 billion worth. More than $30 billion worth of investment has already taken place. However, However, India is opposed to the Belt and Road Initiative for the simple reason that it passes through Indian territory that's in illegal control of Pakistan. Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So that is exactly why India remains opposed to it. That's at level 1. Level 2, when they talk about CPEC 2.0, CPEC 1.0 has been a disaster despite $30 billion plus being invested in it. A lot of Chinese engineers and Chinese workers have been killed by terrorists in Pakistan. There have been incidents in Balochistan. The project hasn't yielded the results that China wanted. And within Pakistan, there are questions that a lot of Pakistani generals have made money out of China-Pakistan economic corridor, but it hasn't brought the kind of prosperity that Pakistan expected that CPEC would bring to them and the people of Balochistan who are opposed to it, because they are saying this is exploitation of their resources by Pakistan that occupies Balochistan and by China with no returns to the people of Balochistan. So this is fraught with a lot of danger, with a lot of intrigue, and now with America coming in, it becomes very interesting to see. There were some reports that seemed to indicate that China had given Pakistan quite a dressing down in the manner in which Pakistan was cozying up to America at a time when China had invested so heavily in Pakistan and held Pakistan's hand when Pakistan was in deep trouble. So, we need to see what goes beyond optics, beyond the military parade, on what actually happens in CPEC 2.0 and where does America fit into that larger scheme of things, because America and Saudi Arabia to an extent are talking about mining rare earth minerals in Balochistan. Will the Baloch freedom fighters accept that? Will it lead to more bloodshed? All of these, several balls up in the air. Remains to be seen how this is negotiated. But very, very interesting times to be right here in Tianjin. So when we were reporting from Kazan, we saw the thaw between India and China for the first time post the Galwan incident. And now what we are watching is whether that relationship between India and China is taken to the next level on the basis of peace and tranquility at the borders, essentially.
Indeed, very interesting, Gaurav, and just so many factors that are now coming into play when we are talking about a diplomatic reset between India and China. I also want to bring you the point of how China and India seek to thaw ties and resume direct flights, this after a gap of 5 years. And India and China also discussing easing trade barriers, including the reopening of border trade at 3 Himalayan crossings. How is that to shape up as part of this meet?
That's a very interesting question, and that is something that India has been very keen on, both India and China. When the conversation is about peace and tranquility at the borders, that's only when trade begins. Nathula had trade. The aim is Nathula, Shipkila. These are places where border trade should resume once again, because that in a way marks demarcation of borders when trade is happening through authorized border trading points. So Nathula is very important. Shipkila is very important. Will it extend to other places of traditional trading points on borders, peace and tranquility at the borders, and demarcation of borders? That is India's principal effort, that India and China should finally sit down and discuss how the borders are to be made peaceful, because China's efforts have been that talks continue and trade continues, the relationship moves forward on an even keel in other aspects, and you leave border tensions to a future generation. India's point throughout has been, unless borders are peaceful, you cannot move forward. So there is one hope, and there is some conversation that seems to indicate that China too is looking at peaceful borders. When you have peaceful borders, and if you have demarcated borders, then there would be peace on borders and your relationship can move forward, which would be mutually beneficial. It will benefit the people of China, it will benefit the people of India. And India, when we are looking at our aim to become the third largest economy in the world, this is where this trade will play a very critical role.
Gaurav, I request you to stay on with us as we give our viewers a larger picture of what really is the agenda as this bilateral is slated between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, and what is possibly going to be discussed. So let's understand border stability, of course, happens to be top priority. LAC troop disengagement, this is something that has been going on for years, that India has been talking, and this again will figure on the top of the discussion. The other one, of course, being reviving trade amid global economic slowdown, and we just discussed that point of how India and China are looking to ease trade barriers. India's trade deficit with China will figure as part of these talks. In fact, China to invest in India. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has invited foreign investors, saying that India is the most promising destination as of now when it comes to a reliable haven for businesses. And that again will make it as a part of this discussion to how Chinese can invest in India. Global South voice in multilateral forums is again the key point as we are looking to strengthen the Global South, and that is why with India, Russia, China coming under the same roof, that is the very aim, and of course cooperation on climate and green technologies. Now, sustainability is what the world is working towards, and that again is something that the global leaders are looking to achieve. Counter-terrorism, coordination in neighborhood regions. India has always spoken about fighting terrorism tooth and nail, and the message has gone on loud and clear, and that exactly will be part of talks again. Now, why and how can it be a win-win for India and China if all these points that we discussed can reach a middle ground? What are the various possibilities? Now, the first possibility is that both seek newer markets to offset losses given the tariff conflict. That is especially something that the entire globe is witnessing, both India and China looking to harp on this possibility. What is the second possibility? Push for greater South-South trade. Now, this is again very important because then we'll see newer trade grouping that is happening that will benefit India and China both. The possibility of how China may offer India trade concessions, this will hugely benefit India, and that is something that India is looking to negotiate at the same time. The fourth possibility is that India gains leverage in negotiating US deals. Now, we know how Trump is bullying India when it comes to levying that 50% trade tariff, and China also facing the brunt on that end. So this can give India an edge when it comes to coming to the negotiating table and discussing the US deal. Also, a huge possibility that India and China will reduce the reliance on US market. Now, this is something that all those nations who are facing the brunt of tariffs by the US are looking to do. Reduce that dependence and find interpersonal reliance. I want to go back to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who continues to report from Tianjin. And Gaurav, I believe about 40 minutes or under an hour, I'd say, is the scheduled time, is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to land there for the SCO summit. But talking about strengthening Global South is certainly something that India, China and Russia are looking to do. Please reflect on that.
So there is tremendous excitement here in Tianjin right now. In just about 40 minutes from now, the Prime Minister's aircraft will touch down from Japan. The hotel where we are at the Prime Minister's hotel. We unfortunately, because of security, cannot move from this restricted space. A group of Indians, they've assembled here waiting to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They want to greet the Prime Minister as he comes in. There is excitement about the Prime Minister's visit, but the very important aspect that you raised, the Global South. India's G20 presidency saw India get the African Union to be a part of the Global South. India, not through words but action, has shown that India cares for the Global South. One, G20 leadership. Two, if you recall, when the COVID times hit us, the entire world, the entire developed world, they just sat down on the vaccine. They didn't share the vaccine with anyone. Now, India, a 1.4 billion strong nation, we could have been dependent on the West. We could have been on a bent knee seeking vaccines from them. and then getting a very tiny share or not getting it when our people needed it, India started manufacturing vaccines. And two, you had both Covishield and Covaxin. And Covaxin entirely made in India. Covishield also manufactured in India. And what did India do? We didn't just use it for our people. India very large-heartedly shared it with the developing world, with very small islands in the Pacific, with countries in Africa, in the Indian Ocean region, and all across. What did that lead to? You know, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited some of these countries, what did the leaders say? Some of them touched his feet, some of them had tears in their eyes, some of them hugged him, saying what? When the West wasn't giving us the vaccine, you did. India is truly, a part of the family of the global South, a part of family of the developing world. So this is India's civilizational philosophy, which was reflected in G20 with the motto of the G20 being Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And when you look at that entire, what is India's philosophy? Ayam nij paroveti garna lagu chetasam udar charitanam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. What's yours? What's mine? This much is mine, that much is yours. All of that is said about only those who think very small. Those who are large-hearted, for them the entire world is one family, and that is India's philosophy. So India has shown that by example, not just during COVID. You'd recall, I was reporting from the Ukraine battlefield. That was the time that the world could not get the fertilizers that they required, and a lot of fertilizers and food grain comes out of Russia and it comes out of Ukraine. The people couldn't get it. What did India do? Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached out both to Russia and to Ukraine and ensured that both fertilizers and food grain, it could come out of that area, because food grain prices would have gone through the roof otherwise. And as you well know, Ukraine is known as the bread basket of the world. So all of that could come out of there and could be given to the world. So this is where India shows the leadership in global South, ensuring people get food, they get vaccines, they get medicines when they require, they get oil when they require, for which America may try to sanction us, but that's really not the correct thing. What does India do? India refines that crude. Even Europe and America takes it. And look at the American double standards. The refined fuel that we export to Europe and America, that does not come under this 50% taxation. But what we want to consume in our own country will come under it. Pharmaceuticals that America requires does not come under 50% sanctions. But whatever else is, they may come under 50% sanctions. So the West may have blatant double standards, India does not. And that is why in today's world, they truly realize the importance of being the leader of global South. India does that. China and Russia are saying, let's do it, let's all do it together, so that we are a very formidable force to take on Western powers.
Oh yes, absolutely, Gaurav. And like you rightly pointed out, these are very interesting times in which we see the kind of reset that is happening, and the SCO summit that quite lays or rather rolls the carpet for that for the world leaders who are set to arrive. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, will be arriving in less than an hour. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, Gaurav, but we'll be back on the other side as we continue to build up to this grand coverage. You'd join us from Tianjin, getting us every moment as Prime Minister Narendra Modi steps down in China.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen it all?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi emplanes for China after Japan visit to attend SCO summit, grand show of strength by India alliance on last day of Voter Adhikar Yatra. US cancels visas of Palestinian president and 80 officials.
India's longest-standing biannual survey, India Today Mood of the Nation. How many seats for BJP if elections were held today? How do you rate Operation Sindoor? How is the opposition performing? Who is India's best chief minister? Who should be the next prime minister? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. Don't miss out. 500 rupees off on all digital and print plus digital plans.
The last time the Indian Prime Minister was in China, it was 2018. A very different time, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping were still friendly. Doklam border disputes did cast a shadow, but the bright promises of bonhomie chased those shadows away. So much so that a year later, Chinese President Xi came for an informal meeting in Tamil Nadu. The two leaders talked business in Chennai. And in Mahabalipuram, there were two friends reveling in the ancient culture and tradition of greatest civilizations of all times. And then a year later, the two neighbors turned into bickering enemies. Galwan border disputes snowballed into a bigger conflict along the line of actual control in Ladakh. For the first time in 40 years, fires were exchanged. Direct flights between the two countries stopped. In fact, all signs and gestures of friendliness stopped. After 4 years of border disputes, things started to look up in 2025. The Indian Prime Minister was invited personally by the Chinese President to attend the SCO summit in Tianjin in China. Once again, the dragon and the tiger look each other in the eye and hope for peace and prosperity.
Hello and welcome to the special edition. The Indian Prime Minister's visit to China is very significant because he's going to China after 7 long years. The Chinese president hasn't come to India as well for 6 long years now. But why is that important when they've met a number of times between then and now in different international locations? It is important because in the first term of Narendra Modi as Indian Prime Minister, the two leaders visited each other's countries at least once a year. Chinese President Xi Jinping came to India thrice between 2014 and 2019, Ahmedabad, Goa and then Chennai. Modi went to China 4 times in that same period, but then Galwan border disputes derailed everything. Here's how.
China's port city of Tianjin will host this year's SCO meet. Leaders from 10 Eurasian countries would meet and pave the way for better geopolitical integration. The Prime Minister of India and President of China will be meeting in China for the first time since 2020 Galwan border disputes and COVID pandemic caused both the dragon and the tiger to maintain freezing distance. Things were very different a decade ago. Prime Minister Modi was barely a year old in Delhi power corridors when he visited China and held meetings with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Keqiang. That was May 2015. The trip served as a quid pro quo for Chinese leader Xi Jinping's late 2014 visit to India. He came to Modi's Ahmedabad in his first official visit to India. There was tremendous personal chemistry between the two leaders that paved the way for $20 billion in Chinese investment pledges, as well as 12 different agreements for cooperation across various fields. Xi, in return, hosted Modi in his hometown, Shanxi. The selfie moment captured became iconic. They held wide-ranging discussions on matters like terror, boundary dispute, and confidence-building measures at the summit-level talks.
We are two of the world's largest economies and among its fastest growing major economies. We have enormous economic synergies. We also face similar challenges. We have some similar experiences. We have both seen differences in the pace of development in different parts of our countries. Our economic relations are growing rapidly. During President Xi's visit last year, we set for ourselves an ambitious plan to take our economic relations to a new level.
A year later, when the duo met again at the G20 summit in Hangzhou, the relations between the two Asian giants had been on a downward trajectory. Over China vetoing India's petitions to ban Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar in the UN Security Council. India cautioned China over the multi-billion-dollar China-Pakistan economic corridor being laid through POK. A month later, Xi Jinping was in Goa to attend the BRICS summit. Modi and Xi held fruitful discussions on key issues, including terrorism, NSG, and enhancing trade and investment. And then on June 16, 2017, the face-off on Dolam Plateau in Doklam area of Bhutan between India and Chinese soldiers started. Prime Minister Narendra Modi informally met President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Hamburg, Germany in July, and had a conversation on a range of issues. But it was not a formal bilateral meeting between the two leaders, as the atmosphere was not right for official dialogue between Modi and Xi. After 73 days, the Doklam face-off was resolved through diplomatic channels, and Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a substantive bilateral meeting at Xiamen in September 2017. The course for a new forward-looking round of engagement anchored by fresh mechanisms to ensure calm at the borders was set. The two leaders reaffirmed their understanding that differences shouldn't be allowed to become disputes.
सीमा पर अभी भी देखा जाए तो तनाव है। तनाव मतलब स्थिति बेहतर हुई है, लेकिन अभी भी गड़बड़ है। सेना डिप्लॉयड है, 50,000 सैनिक डिप्लॉयड है। भारत अभी भी नज़र रखे हुए है। चीन भी अपनी डेवलपमेंट करता जा रहा है, नए नए बेसिस बनाता जा रहा है। तो ये सब देखते हुए एक तरफ चीन अपने भारत को घेरने की काम कर रहा है, दूसरी तरफ भारत भी सुरक्षा के हिसाब से काम कर रहा है। चौकस रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि चाइना का इतना क्लियर नहीं रहता है हिसाब किताब। कहीं पे हम देखते हैं कि उनकी तैयारियां भी पीछे चल रही हैं, साथ साथ भारत को घेरने की भी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। श्रीलंका के साथ संबंध, बांग्लादेश के साथ संबंध, पाकिस्तान, म्यांमार, इसके अलावा बाकी जो देश हैं इनके द्वारा, जिसको स्ट्रिंग ऑफ पर्ल्स कहते हैं, भारत को घेरने का भी काम हो रहा है। यूनाइटेड नेशन में भी वो पाकिस्तान का साथ देते हैं। तो ऐसे में क्या हम इनके ऊपर पूरा भरोसा करें? आज भी कई बार वो अरुणाचल की बात छेड़ देते हैं, कई बार अपने गांव के नाम बदली कर देते हैं। तो ये भरोसा हम तभी कर सकते हैं, पूरा भरोसा तभी कर सकते हैं जब उनके व्यवहार में बदली हो। भारत तैयार है।
Roughly 6 months later, Modi-Xi's camaraderie once again made waves during the heart-to-heart summit in the central Chinese city of Wuhan in April 2018. They had a series of one-on-one informal interactions. Doklam wounds were still very fresh. Modi and Xi decided that they will issue strategic guidance to their respective militaries to strengthen communication and to build trust and understanding. A couple of months later in June, Prime Minister Modi went to the Chinese port city of Qingdao to attend the SCO summit of 2018. And then finally in August 2018, India got the Chinese side to reach an agreement to resolve the situation with the disengagement of border personnel at Doklam. A year later, Mahabalipuram was the grand host for the two giant leaders to meet, greet and talk. 2019 Chennai talks of the Modi-Xi was the second informal meeting and the last one held so far. The two leaders agreed that they need to work together to fight radicalization and terrorism as common challenges.
चेन्नई समिट में अब तक हमारे बीच द्विपक्षीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर महत्वपूर्ण विचार विनिमय हुआ है। वुहान स्पिरिट ने हमारे संबंधों को एक नया मोमेंटम और ट्रस्ट दिया। आज के हमारे चेन्नई कनेक्ट से दोनों देशों के बीच सहयोग का एक नया दौर शुरू होगा।
As the calendar turned its page, 2020 became the pandemic year of lockdown. India and China clashed at Pangong So in Ladakh. It all started in May 2020. On 7th September 2020, for the very first time in 45 years, shots were fired along the line of actual control, with both sides blaming each other. What started in Galwan in summer of 2020 spread to Pangong So and Gogra Hot Springs in 2021, and most recently to Demchok and Depsang in October 2024. In the past few months of 2025, both sides have made progress. Talks have resulted in pilgrim and tourist movement after years of frozen relationships. The two leaders haven't met on each other's soil since the 2019 meeting in Chennai, which was Xi Jinping's last India visit. June 2018 Qingdao was the last time Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in China. It has taken roughly 7 years for the two Asian giants to meet in either country. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, here's what experts have to say on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's crucial visit to China and Japan. Listen in. You had tweeted about it, and that's a very significant message that you put out, that everybody's focused on China, but the more important visit is Japan. In your appreciation, what is the big takeaway that you see from this visit of Prime Minister Modi in Japan?
There is an annual summit that the two countries are supposed to hold, but that annual summit is not being held annually. So it's very good that Prime Minister Modi has gone to China at this time by going to Japan. By going to Japan, he has balanced his China trip, which is a very good signal, because the Chinese leaders, as we all know, often come to India, then go to Pakistan, or go to Pakistan, come to India. But Modi is showing that India can also play the same card. Japan and China have been historical rivals, and the Prime Minister's trip to Tokyo before going to Tianjin for the SCO summit is a very good message to Beijing. It's important to remember that Japan, India, and China make a strategic triangle. In the strategic triangle, if Japan is B and India is C, B plus C will always be greater than A, which is China. If B plus C will always be greater than A economically and militarily. So India-Japan partnership is vital for Asian power balance and stability. Unfortunately, at the moment, Prime Minister Ishiba's future hangs in the balance. Yet, the institutionalized collaboration that has developed between India and Japan, that will continue irrespective of who's the Prime Minister in Tokyo or in New Delhi. This is a relationship between two natural allies. Look at it, Geeta, that when the Prime Minister goes to Tianjin and meets with Xi Jinping, he'll be discussing how to manage differences, how to moderate disputes, temper down disputes. But in Tokyo, his discussions with Ishiba have been about reinforcing an already flourishing strategic and economic partnership. So right. It's a stark contrast to the kind of discussions that you will have in Tianjin.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Sajjanhar, stark contrast, but would you agree that this was a very crucial visit, and clubbing Japan with the China visit that was because of SCO certainly is clear messaging from Indian side?
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Geeta. I think in the past also, if you remember the first visit that Prime Minister Modi had undertaken to China, he'd gone to Mongolia, he'd gone to South Korea, along with those visits. And I think sometime later, again, when he went to China, he also came to Vietnam. So I think the Prime Minister always tries to balance those visits. The second point that I would like to make is, that is a visit to Tianjin and China is an international commitment. It is the annual summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Barring last year when Prime Minister could not go because of the parliament session in India immediately after the elections here, and 2023 when we were hosting our own summit, Prime Minister Modi has attended all SCO summits. So that was a given. But I think coming to Japan, particularly in the context of the geopolitical changes, the turbulence and the flux that is taking place, I think for bilateral reasons in terms of strengthening the economic and strategic cooperation, also sending out a message, as has been mentioned, to China, but also sending out a message to the United States, because both India and Japan are at the receiving end as far as the tariffs from Mr. Trump are concerned. So I think on a variety in a variety of perspectives, this was a very significant visit. And if you look at the outcomes, Geeta, then of course the significance and the importance of this visit in bilateral context, regional and global context increases all the more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China's Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, that is SCO Summit, isn't just another diplomatic stop. It's his first China trip in 7 years, a high-stakes moment that could recalibrate Asia's power balance, from Galwan's shadow to global trade. This visit may redefine India-China dynamics. Here's a report.
Narendra Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit is far more than a ceremonial visit. It marks his first trip to China in 7 years, and it could well reshape the balance of power in Asia. Relations between India and China have always been a complex mix of cooperation and confrontation. The 2020 Galwan Valley clashes were a breaking point. Lives were lost, trust collapsed, and ties sank to their lowest in decades. But 5 years on, New Delhi and Beijing appear ready for what some are calling a strategic reset.
China was ripped up by Xi Jinping and his actions in 2020, which culminated in Galwan, where 20 brave Indian soldiers lost their lives, and several Chinese soldiers died as well. Now that was a red line, so to speak, between India-China relations, but things have moved on since then. The relationship is not as adversarial as it used to be in 2020. It looked like India and China were going to go to war, but now that seems to have abated. A better sense seems to have prevailed in Beijing, and what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, beginning with the summit in Kazan, was a warming, a thawing of ties between India and China. There was a certain outreach made by China, and India seems to have reciprocated.
At the heart of this lies India's foreign policy evolution. Gone are the days of Cold War non-alignment. What we see today is multi-alignment, a deliberate strategy to engage all major powers while preserving strategic autonomy. India is not choosing sides, it is choosing options.
आप अगर पुराने रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, सदियों तक चीन और भारत एक दूसरे से सीखते रहे हैं और दोनों मिलकर के दुनिया की भलाई के लिए कोई न कोई कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहे। ग्लोबल पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स हैं कहते हैं कि दुनिया का जो जीडीपी का था, उसका 50% से ज्यादा अकेले भारत और चीन का हुआ करता था। इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन।
Economics is a big driver here. Despite tensions, China remains India's second largest trading partner. Yes, the trade deficit bothers New Delhi, but the reality is India's manufacturing ambitions still depend on Chinese components and raw materials. Put simply, India cannot industrialize at scale without some level of cooperation with Beijing. Security is another key layer. The SCO, once focused on fighting terrorism, has now grown into a platform that offers an alternative to Western-led institutions.
The SCO was established with the primary goal of countering three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism, which continue to remain a challenge. Today, as a regional platform, there is a broader range of sectors of cooperation among the SCO members.
For India, active participation ensures its voice is heard in multiple forums without getting trapped in one-sided alliances. Border management is perhaps the most immediate concern. The revival of the long-dormant Special Representatives framework is a breakthrough. Both sides are exploring early harvest solutions, resolving simpler segments of the contested border first, leaving harder disputes for later. It's pragmatic, if not ambitious. Then there's the American angle. Washington's tariff war, particularly under Donald Trump, has rattled New Delhi. India still values its partnership with the US but doesn't want to appear overly dependent. Engaging China helps India widen its options and sends a clear signal. India will not be boxed in.
साथ होना ना सिर्फ बेनिफिशियल है बल्कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए भी जरूरी है। और जब 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी है तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि भारत चीन के बीच में स्पर्धा सब स्वाभाविक है। स्पर्धा कोई गलत चीज नहीं है। इस संघर्ष नहीं होना चाहिए।
But let's be clear, this is not a love story. Beijing's tight embrace of Pakistan and its growing naval footprint across the Indian Ocean remain red flags for India. Old suspicions cannot be wished away. Still, the ripple effects of Modi's China gambit could be significant. A revived Russia-India-China trilateral, dormant for over a decade, may re-emerge as all three grapple with Western pressure. That would be a big shift in global power politics.
I mean, these are two countries who are neighbors. They lost trust over Galwan and other issues. It is time for these two civilization states realize that neither one of them are going anywhere, that there has to be resolution to the issues in there. Trust has to be built slowly based on actions, not words. But you have to start somewhere. And while you can have suspicions about anybody, you can point to this and that, the issue is, what is the future? Want a future under the United States where, whoever is in power is going to dictate what you do, and if you fight back, you're involved in an asymmetrical conflict, which is very difficult to win? Or do you want to be a proud nation that determines its own future in a multipolar world where consensus, right, and cooperation are the main key elements?
In truth, Modi's Tianjin visit is not about resolving every dispute. It is about creating space. For China, easing tensions with India blunts America's containment efforts. For India, engaging China while staying close to the West is multi-alignment in action. The world is moving towards multipolarity. Whether China and India can compartmentalize their rivalries while cooperating on shared interests will determine not just Asia's stability, but the very architecture of the global order. And that is why Tianjin matters. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
2025 is expected to rewrite and rework, or rather mend relations between India and China. The two neighbors need to stand together. They are the Asian giants and in many ways the future leaders of a new world order that's not driven by the West but led by the East. That's all we have time for in this special edition. Time for a break. News and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
watching India Today.
And thank you for tuning in. You're watching India Today at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We are building up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China for the SCO summit. What's expected? We'll tell you. First, a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister Modi en route Tianjin in China for the SCO summit, concluding Japan visit. Prime Minister Modi visits semiconductor factory in Sendai. Ishiba hosts lunch for PM Modi. Modi all set to land in China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral with Chinese Premier Xi and Russian President Putin. First up, we cut across to breaking news. Coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just landed in Tianjin in China for the SCO summit, the much-awaited summit, and most importantly, the bilaterals that are scheduled to happen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to meet with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and also to engage in a bilateral with Vladimir Putin. That is to happen on Monday. Prime Minister Modi's much-awaited visit that has begun as he has landed in China. Shortly from now, we'll get you those pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi landing in China. And of course, the program that is slated as a part of his welcome, where he is also slated to meet with the Indian diaspora. And of course, a cultural program that has also been planned to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi in China. He is in China, in Tianjin to be precise, for the 25th meeting of the head of states of the Shanghai Cooperation Council, that is the SCO summit, to happen on the 31st of August and the 1st of September. And those are the first pictures on your screens of Prime Minister Narendra Modi being welcomed at the airport in Tianjin in China, and of course several dignitaries there to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, those first pictures only on India Today that have been accessed from inside the plane, from outside, when there was a huge delegation to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has just touched down in Tianjin in China for the SCO summit. The SCO summit extremely significant this time around because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also to engage in a bilateral with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, which is to happen on Monday. Those are the first pictures of the handshakes and the namaskar that has happened right after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's plane has touched down in Tianjin in China. And there you see a cultural welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he walks down the red carpet with senior officials and dignitaries. Prime Minister Narendra Modi being welcomed in China for the SCO summit. That holds a lot of significance because remember, Prime Minister has come to China after 7 long years. This following the Galwan clash in 2020. Prime Minister had last visited China in June 2018 when the SCO summit was hosted in Qingdao, and now he has reached Tianjin for the SCO summit. Border tensions and diplomatic chill between India and China, where Prime Minister Modi's presence signals India's return to the table as a confident regional power. The aim, of course, as part of attending this summit is also strengthening the global south, India, China and Russia coming together at the SCO. And we stay with those pictures, the first pictures that have been accessed by India Today. In fact, the only channel to get you pictures from inside the plane. And right there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking down the red carpet as he has been welcomed by several senior officials and dignitaries at the airport. He has landed in Tianjin for the SCO summit, and all eyes on what will be the outcome of the two big bilaterals that make it as a part of this visit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to meet with Xi Jinping, and the day after that he is also to engage in a bilateral with Vladimir Putin. Remember, all this is happening amid the tariff conflict that the world is witnessing, and this particular visit that holds a lot of significance because the aim is also to strengthen the global south, India, China, Russia coming together at the SCO, reflecting a strong shift with Western powers imposing tariffs and pushing unilateral agendas. India's participation shows its commitment to building coalitions that challenge outdated global hierarchies. Trade and economic leverage, of course, is the other big target to achieve, because this summit may open avenues for India, a better market access and stronger regional connectivity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's presence that adds a lot of weight to India's economic concerns and aspirations. And of course, India is looking at a diplomatic reset with China. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China in over 7 years. And this has come after a lot of groundwork in order to ease tensions, visa resumptions, reopening pilgrimage routes and revived border talks. So all this makes for a chance for both the countries to rebuild trust. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in China as we stay with those first pictures. And I also want to cut across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who has been reporting live from Tianjin. Gaurav, the moment we've all been waiting for, Prime Minister's touchdown in Tianjin. He walks down the red carpet and the cultural welcome that he receives.
Very crucial visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Tianjin, China, his first in 7 years, and very important from the point of view of a multilateral visit. You remember, this is the 25th Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. The Prime Minister here to be a part of a visit where India-China relations, they are on a mend. However, this isn't a bilateral visit in the sense of a bilateral visit in terms of the entire focus being between India and China. The focus here will remain multilateral. The Prime Minister's interactions, of course, with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, from what sources tell us, are likely to be at least 40 minutes long. He will also be having a meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin and with several other leaders from Central Asian republics. So this is a crucial visit when it comes to a very important regional grouping or a Eurasian grouping, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. However, do we see much moving forward on the bilateral front between India and China? Well, there are some steps that have already been taken. There are some more steps that are likely to be taken. But a major breakthrough in India-China relations, in a summit-level meeting, perhaps we will have to wait longer for that.
Continue talking to us as we stay with these pictures, because fact is that America is watching every development very closely and rather uncomfortably. What can one expect from this power play?
A new era of friendship between India and China.
On the world stage, this power play is being watched very closely by the Western countries, because many analysts in the West have argued that President Donald Trump has pushed India closer towards Russia and China, something that America was desperately trying for the past 25 years. That should not happen. We were reporting the Pokhran nuclear tests, the sanctions that America had imposed on India in 1999, the Kargil war, then the lifting of those sanctions gradually, and the improvement of India-US relationship over 25 long years. When baby steps were taken, next step in strategic partnership, to the civil nuclear deal, to every government in India and in America, whether it was a BJP government or a Congress government or a BJP government again, or the Republicans and the Democrats in the United States, there was heavy investment in India-US relationship. There's something that India was very proud of, as were the Americans, that India had bipartisan support in the US Congress, as it still does to a large extent. However, Donald Trump 2.0 saw all of that being thrown out of the window, with Donald Trump not just imposing sanctions, imposing tariffs on the world, including on allies and friends like India, but also 25% penalty or sanctions, as the White House spokesperson Caroline Levitt called it, on India for buying Russian oil. And America perhaps expected India to buckle under pressure, and India did not, because India very clearly stated to the world that it was the Biden administration that had urged India to buy more oil. Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood tall at a time when you had European Union leaders, the leadership in several other parts of Asia that was virtually kowtowing to the Americans. India did not. This is something that China is watching. This is something that Russia is watching. And this is where perhaps every country sees an opportunity for their personal gains. So in every country seeing some personal gains, is it possible for mutual gains also to happen? Now, India does not want great relations with America at the cost of China, or great relations with China at the cost of America. And this is the diplomatic tightrope walk that India is doing, because India has constantly wanted better relations with every country, and which is what explains our multi-aligned policy. However, with China, you had whether Doklam in 2017 or Galwan in 2020, a relationship nosedive. Again, there's something that we've been covering very extensively. The 2014 visit of Chinese President Xi Jinping to India, to Ahmedabad, where there was a lot of warmth from the Indian side, and you had then Chinese incursions taking place simultaneously. However, the two countries were trying to negotiate relationship. Now, right now, when you look at the situation, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also attempting to do is to reduce the trade imbalance. $100 billion, $99.2 billion in China's favor. And India wants to, reduce that trade imbalance, export more to Chinese market. China wants India to open the Indian market even further, but then India wants, more access to the Chinese market, and of course, stability at the borders, because India has made one point very clear: peace and tranquility at the borders is a prerequisite for this relationship to moving forward. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was recently in India, and he indicated that the recent tensions at the borders were not in the interests of the people of India and China. So does that mean that the disengagement that has already happened at the borders will lead to de-escalation and ultimately de-induction of troops? De-induction may be a long way off, but perhaps de-escalation is something that the two sides can work on. It will be done at the level of the special representatives on the boundary, at the level of the External Affairs Minister, and also at the level of Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry level dialogue. So multiple level of dialogues are currently underway. This visit of the Prime Minister is more a multilateral visit, not a bilateral visit, point one. And point two, the apprehension in the West that there will be RIC summit, Russia, India, China, on the same plane, that's not happening, is what sources tell India today. We are still waiting for an official confirmation on that. But, there needs to be a lot more groundwork before a summit can happen. And that groundwork still hasn't happened, is what sources tell India today.
Right, Gaurav, I request you to stay on with us. Shweta Singh is also joining us from Tianjin. Shweta, quickly coming to you to get a sense of what one can expect as far as the Modi-Xi bilateral is concerned. That is to happen tomorrow. What's on the agenda?
Well, if we specifically want to talk about the agenda, there's no agenda as such that is being shared by either of the two sides. And definitely there are indications that it is not to be seen as a bilateral, but as prime ministers meeting with the host nation of a multilateral platform. But since India and China have been moving ahead as far as defense concerns remain, or as far as trade talks go, as far as connectivity is concerned, we could imagine that something positive, at least the beginning of something positive, could come out of it.
All right, Shweta, stay on with us. I want to come back to Gaurav because Gaurav, while you talk about the trade aspect, and we will harp on that in greater detail, but the border situation is something I'm wanting to understand more. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit coming after 7 years, how is this to impact the situation at the LAC, and how much of that will figure as part of the bilateral that is to happen between India and China? Most importantly, can there be a realistic reset of ties between the two nations when it comes to the border situation?
So reset may be a long way off. There's a thaw, yes. A reset, no. And for a reset to happen, will there be a restoration of the April-May 2020 situation? Is still a long way off. What's the current situation along the line of actual control after the 2020 Galwan and Pengong standoff, which actually escalated then to multiple friction points? So post the summit at Kazan, which I was reporting from ground zero in Russia, both the Chinese president and the Indian Prime Minister, they decided that there will be forward movement, which led to disengagement at the remaining two friction points. There were multiple friction points along the line of actual control. In most friction points, while disengagement had already happened, but here there was a strategic, nod that was required from the heads of state and government for the disengagement to happen. So while the troops are now no longer in eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation, there is a buffer zone of sorts that's been created, and that buffer zone of sorts indicates that the Chinese side moves back a little, the Indian side moves back a little, and they do not, come face to face. There'll be new confidence building measures. There'll be new border mechanisms that will be put in place. There is some talk that's happening on what those new confidence building measures can be. That is being decided not just at the level of the SRs or the special representatives on the boundary. It's Wang Yi on the Chinese side, member of the Politburo, External Affairs Minister of China, and the special representative on boundary talks, and Ajit Doval on the Indian side. And you have the External Affairs Ministers level dialogue that's happening. You also have dialogue that's happening at the level of border commanders, the co-commander on the Indian side and the Chinese commander on the Chinese side. So there are some initial steps that are being taken, not yet to the level of confidence where the 50,000 plus troops that are deployed on either sides can be withdrawn. A lot of infrastructure has also been created, both by India and by China in Tibet. India has it in Ladakh. You have additional airfields, additional bridges, additional soldiers deployed, their billets, their barracks. A lot of that has now been created. Now, do those constructions now end up becoming permanent, given the cold freeze in the relationship between the two countries? Will there be some thaw in the middle sector? What about Arunachal Pradesh? So there are multiple levels at which the dialogue is taking place. However, no de-escalation just as yet, and no de-induction just as yet. So de-escalation perhaps is something that they will talk about. What does de-escalation mean? That you move the heavier weapons back to its peacetime areas. Right now you have your rockets and your missiles and your heavy artillery that's deployed there. Your tanks are deployed there. Can they be moved back? Now again, there's a China can bring their troops in much faster because they are on a plateau. For India to move them in the mountains, it takes more time. So one, it has to be equal and mutual security guarantees have to be put in place. So China has to move back even further than India because China can redeploy faster. It would take more time for India to redeploy. Many complex factors that are being put in place. For that, a mechanism is being put in place. This dialogue that happens at the level of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping is to give that strategic direction to that dialogue to take place. Trade, economic cooperation, people to people, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has recently resumed, direct flights are resuming. So some steps are being taken. Trade deficit and imbalance, how does that get addressed? Those are some issues, the higher direction for which comes now, and then subsequently you'll have ministers and interlocutors who will take it forward at various levels.
Right, Gaurav, stay on. I want to, in fact, take the same point to Shweta and her understanding on her interactions with the Chinese there. Shweta, by and large, while Gaurav explains the situation at the LAC, lot of factors that need to be addressed. And the trust deficit that has been there as far as India and China are concerned. How much can the two really work together and come and find a middle ground?
Yes, why not? I think everybody in India and everyone in China will be wanting that to happen. See, China has started with constantly stressing on the fact that confidence building measures from the side of China have started. They talk about the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, which has resumed after a long gap this year. And they're trying everything to make it a success, taking care of the devotees who reach there. So these are certain things that can be dismissed as optics, or if you look at the constant talks that are going on, between the defense of both sides as well as the special representative talks, I think it won't be wrong to assume that it will be the beginning of something very positive in India-China relations.
All right, Shweta and Gaurav, do stay on. We stay with those pictures. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in that rousing reception as he's touched down in Tianjin in China for the SCO summit. Gaurav, I want to come back to you because you were also talking about trade and economy between the two nations. One aspect that is being looked at very closely is, of course, India's trade deficit with China that remains alarmingly high. With Prime Minister Modi's visit, the push for greater market access for Indian goods, how do you see that happening?
So far it's actually been in the past, it's almost like, banging your head against that China wall. China doesn't say no, it doesn't say yes either. The deficit is almost $100 billion. $130 billion is what the trade between the two countries are. So India's effort has been to reduce that deficit to increase the exports. Now, when the relationship went south, you also saw China stop the export of magnets, rare earth minerals, fertilizers that were required, tunnel boring machines that are required, and those tunnel boring machines are really required for infrastructure development and India's big infrastructure push. So when the relationship started improving gradually, so fertilizer supplies, they are resuming, rare earth minerals and magnets, their supplies are resuming, tunnel boring machines will once again come into India. But then these were problems that were just created and a problem has just been found in the last couple of years. The legacy problems that issue, and I'm not talking about the boundary issue, I'm talking about the trade deficit, because that's also from $60 billion trade deficit to 80 to 100. It just keeps increasing, and it's increased more post-COVID. So how does that get addressed? There are many aspects to it which both sides are working on. India is seeking greater access to Chinese markets. There are a lot of regulations here that we're seeking, more transparency. China is quite opaque in many ways. So that opacity, can that be reduced? Can more Indian goods and services be exported to China? What are those areas where India can contribute more? So there are some steps that are being taken when India negotiates, and India is actually trying very hard, especially in this situation. And then this is a situation that China also realizes that India has been able to stand up to American President Donald Trump's bullying tactics when it comes to 25% additional tariffs, and those tariffs, some argue, may go up even further should India not kowtow to America, which India is not doing by all indications. This is an opportunity in an adversity even for India. So does this work out to be an opportunity when it comes to India, China, Russia, the global south, looking at newer markets? There's a lot that's at play here. But at this particular meeting, it's at a multilateral level. This meeting is more about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where India is also working big with the Eurasian market. Now, India's engagement, whether with Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan, or Azerbaijan, with Azerbaijan, of course, we saw a relationship go south, Azerbaijan, Pakistan and Turkey during Op Sindoor. But, in that region, India is trying to, make more headway. Very successful with Russia, very successful with Kazakhstan, with Uzbekistan, with Turkmenistan. There are 20 countries that are here right now. So there is some effort at multilateral level. Counter-terrorism is a very important aspect in which the two countries are moving forward, and these two, groupings are moving forward. But then you have a state-sponsored of radical Islamist terror, Pakistan, that's a part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So will the countries unite and call out Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror? Because this is a grouping that was actually formed to combat terror in all its forms and manifestations. And India's big effort has been that cross-border terrorism should be highlighted here. So it's a constant battle. Everyone's putting their shoulder to the wheel. Let's see what comes out of it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And in fact, Gaurav, the last point that you made, I want to discuss that with you in greater detail. But before that, let's also tell our viewers the opportunity that you were talking about. And if it turns out the way, how can it be a win-win situation for both India and China? So considering that happens, what are the possibilities? One, of course, both are seeking newer markets to offset their losses. The second possibility, a possible push for greater South-South trade, which both nations are eyeing. The third possibility also could be that China may offer India trade concessions, and that is certainly something that India is looking to solve. The fourth possibility is that India gains leverage in negotiating US deals. Remember, China is equally troubled when it comes to the kind of tariffs that have been levied by the US, and India looking to better those negotiations. And the fifth possibility, India and China to reduce their respective reliance on the US market. So we wait and watch how that happens. But in the meanwhile, more breaking news coming in. Let's cut across to it. We're learning of how China plans a military parade post the SCO summit. China's military parade that is being planned in Beijing. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will also witness this parade, is the information coming in. Pakistan Prime Minister is all set to witness the gala military parade that will happen in Beijing. Shehbaz Sharif, Xi Jinping are also set to launch CPEC 2.0. Soon after the 25th SCO summit, China will be organizing a massive military parade to Beijing to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Chinese People's War of Resistance. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be witnessing the gala military parade being held on the 3rd of September 2025 in Beijing. Pakistan Prime Minister will in Beijing for his state visit to China after participating in the SCO summit in Tianjin. President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan will jointly launch CPEC 2.0. SCO summit will be the first international event where both Indian and Pakistani prime ministers are participating at this event. Gaurav, I want to come back to you to get details on the military parade and most importantly Pakistan's presence at the SCO summit. Shehbaz Sharif is there. We all understand how concerning China and Pakistan's closeness is, especially when it comes to CPEC and its implications.
Well, CPEC or China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, India's reservations with the Belt and Road Initiative was that it's a violation of India's territorial integrity, and India remains firm on that stance. It passes through Gilgit and Baltistan, which is an integral part of India, in illegal Pakistani occupation. That's point one. Point two, China planned to put in or invest about $60 billion in the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. It's invested over $30 billion. However, most analysts argue that China hasn't got any returns on its investment. What is worse, a large number of Chinese engineers and workers have been killed by terrorists in Pakistan, and the fact that there's been large-scale corruption in Pakistan. There's a lot of that money that Pakistani generals and political leaders, they've taken Chinese money, invested it overseas, whether in the Middle East or in Europe or in Canada and America, and built empires for themselves. The people of Pakistan are poor and the people of China have suffered. So that is something that China is very upset about. Chinese investments further in CPEC 2.0 at a time when America, Asim Munir went to United States, went for lunch at the White House, and he's promised the Americans that they can mint money and mine, minerals and rare earth material in Baluchistan, which is seeing a freedom struggle by the Baluch Liberation Army. So while BLA has been declared a terrorist organization by the Americans, they intend to go into that area, which is, look, that's a region where the Chinese could not make inroads. That's a region that the Americans could not make inroads. When Pakistan talks about record taken, that you'll find oil there, something that Donald Trump has also been talking about. Do keep in mind, from the 1960s till 2025, there have been at least 10 to 15 major efforts by Canada, major efforts by America, major efforts by European companies to dig oil, to find oil in that area. None succeeded, none. And yet, there is this thing that if oil is found in that region, Pakistan will become a super rich country and that they will have billions of dollars. But that's a dream that Asim Munir and before that Ziaul Haq and before that several other Pakistani leaders, they were selling that dream to the world and to Pakistan. Now America, Donald Trump has brought into that dream. He wants to invest, or Saudi Arabia and America want to invest more in Baluchistan. China, we are told, is very upset about it. Now, this is coming from analysts. We are told that when the Pakistani military leadership was wined and dined at the White House, they were given a virtual dressing down by China, saying, we've invested in you, we held your hand in a very difficult situation, and now you are going and promising all the wealth to America. So how will China view that? So there's an intense game, the big game on in that Baluchistan region. That AFPAC region remains in trouble. Afghanistan remains in trouble. So will China invest more in CPEC, and how remains to be seen at a time when America also wants to increase its investments and the ground situation remains very volatile.
Gaurav, I request you to stay on with us as we also keep our focus on the current developments underway in Tianjin, especially as cultural groups in China are eager to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's listen into some of those voices.
This is a very good chance for us because we practice and we learn it in embassy, and I teach them in embassy. So we have this chance to perform in front of him, and it's really our honor.
My name is Jin Shanshan. I got the Indian name Isha. My team and I are going to perform Bharatanatyam today to welcome PM Modi. I learned Santur for almost 5 or 6 years from Pandit Bhajan Sopoli here and Pandit Abai Rustam Sopoli, and I am the 10th generation of Sopoli Sufiana Galala of Kashmir.
I love Indian music a lot, and now I have lots of students and I teach them sitar. Yeah, I hope more and more people knows about Indian music and love it.
All right, Gaurav, I want to come back to you. We stay with those pictures. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is welcome in Tianjin as he's arrived for the SCO summit. Gaurav, you know, the other chatter, especially online, is regarding how India had banned those Chinese apps and tightened the FDI rules. How are we now looking at a recalibration of ties? Because some reports suggest that TikTok is already looking to hire because they see a plausible comeback in India.
Well, that is something where India has been backpedaling, and that is something where India, it had banned the Chinese apps, found them to be a threat to India's security, had argued very vociferously why those apps needed to be banned. But right now, when you're looking at improving ties with China once again, given that changing geopolitical equations, so are you looking at, which is the relationship that you need to balance more? So there is a recalibration that is currently underway. If the relationship with America goes down even further, some indications are that unless Donald Trump sees the light of day, he would want to perhaps impose additional sanctions on India. And that would have a direct impact on various sectors, whether it's gems and jewelry. Again, that's something which is very labor intensive, or textile, which is extremely labor intensive. And these are some of the areas where the impact would be maximum. So is there a way that India can then mitigate the challenge or mitigate the threat that comes from there? And this is where that you will have to then loosen, the restrictions elsewhere to ensure that India's efforts, now with the 4th largest economy, aspiring to be the 3rd largest economy by between 2027 and 2030. So when you aspire to be the 3rd largest economy, will you then need more access and then in turn have to give more access to China? Now, it is always a very complex give and take. What happens then is a decision that the government will have to take given the situation. At the same time, do keep in mind, India remains very heavily invested in negotiating with Donald Trump and his administration. India has constantly, not one word against Donald Trump from the Indian government, not one word, despite Donald Trump calling Indian economy a dead economy, or his leaders, saying that it's Modi's war. It's clearly not Modi's war in Ukraine. India is neither the largest importer of oil. The largest importer of oil, as you well know, is China. India is not even the largest importer of gas, which is European Union. And yet you have Peter Navarro and others, who will call it Modi's war. So you notice that, one, this shows India's rising stature globally, that what India does impacts the world. Two, the world expects India to take bigger steps, but then should we be subservient to the Americans and take steps that will serve the American interest? Or is Prime Minister Narendra Modi responsible for the welfare of the people of India and take steps that will benefit the Indian people first? So there is this very complex jockeying that's happening. And if you were to draw a parallel, you're right in midst of that Chakraview. There's a global Chakraview that's been put in place. America and China remain engaged, in dialogue also and against each other. There is some conversation that's happening that America and China could be looking at a G2 format. But a G2 format, many analysts argue, would be detrimental to American interests because China's ultimate aim is to be the #1 power in the world. And would Donald Trump actually want to do that? For the past 27 years, India was seen as the pivot to the American policy in Asia's pivot, and India was the key pivot in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, Donald Trump, in his first tenure, wanted to encourage it. In his second tenure, will he continue to encourage it, or will he take a step back? And what happens to the Quad summit, which is scheduled to happen in India later this year? We're also expecting the Russian president to visit India at the end of the year, sometimes in December. The Russian president will be in India. Prime Minister would be meeting the Russian president day after tomorrow. So there is so much that's happening in the world right now that you notice complex geopolitics, complex strategies being made. At the same time, India trying to ensure that we come out on top and are subservient neither to the West nor to the East.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And I'd also like to tell you that we have with us on the broadcast Wu Li. He's a CGTN reporter. He is present at the SEO Media Center, reporting from Tianjin. Gaurav, please feel free to come in whenever you want to ask a question to Wu Li, as I want to welcome you, Wu, and thank you for speaking to India today. Also to get a sense of how China is reporting Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China for the SEO summit. What are the big headlines, especially with regards to the bilateral that is slated between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping? Wu, are you able to hear me?
No.
All right, not too sure if Wu can hear me. We'll try and reconnect that line with him, Gaurav, to get a sense of how this entire visit is being reported by the Chinese, because we understand how tight-knit that is, especially when it comes to China's version on many of these bilateral issues. But Gaurav, I want to come back to you. Of course, you've mentioned a host of things and how this will have an impact. Let's also understand that China too faces Trump's tariff. Both nations are looking to reduce dependence on the US markets in that sense. And China is saying that we are working towards confidence building measures. So when it comes to resuming direct flights after a gap of 5 years, also discussing easing trade barriers, also talking about reopening border trade at 3 Himalayan crossings. Is China doing its bit?
So I just want you to know, news just coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived at that hotel where he's staying here in Tianjin. It's called the Wanda Hotel, and the Indian diaspora, they've traveled from across the length and breadth of China. And increasingly, if you notice, the business community, there are a large number of Indian businessmen who are working in China. They've come here in large numbers to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You hear chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. In a moment, we will show you those visuals on your television screen. Because of strict security, because this is the SCO summit, because you have more than 10 heads of state and government who are already in Tianjin, security is so tight that, private television channels, only the Chinese state television and the host country state television, they're the only two networks that are permitted. But the people who have come here, I can hear chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is welcomed in. Chinese citizens. No, Chinese are very close to India civilizationally. So whether, it is a visit to Bodh Gaya in Bihar, where they feel this spiritual and civilizational connect to Bhagwan Gautam Buddha, and it's not just the Tibetans, even across China, when you talk to them, they want to visit Bodh Gaya, they want to visit Sarnath, they want to visit, Lama Yuru, they want to visit other parts of our country. So civilizationally, India and China have been very close.
Yes.
Spiritually, they've been close. Tourism-wise, Chinese love coming to India. So when you look at these images, civilizationally, they want to connect a little more with India. Trade-wise, the two countries remain connected. People-to-people ties have always remained warm. Except, of course, you've had friction at the borders, which is very, very unfortunate. And that's something that leaves a bad taste in the mouth when you talk about otherwise a very beautiful relationship.
Gaurav, I request you to stay on with us. We are also waiting for those pictures to come from the hotel where the Indian diaspora is getting a chance to interact with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the meanwhile, I'm being told that Wu Lee is back with us, that connection that has been re-established. Wu, thank you for speaking to India today. I believe you can hear me this time around, Wu. Really wanting to get a sense from you on how China is looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the SCO summit with regards to the bilateral that is planned between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping. What are the big headlines in China?
Exactly. Thank you for having me. We are now in the media center. As you can see, many journalists are working here to wait for the grand opening of this, Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit to be held from August the 31st to September the 1st. And actually, as you mentioned, Prime Minister Modi has just arrived in Tianjin. And this is his second attendance to the SCO after the 2018 SCO summit, which was held in Tianjin. And now it's also his first visit into China in 7 years. And actually, Prime Minister Modi met with Chinese President Xi Jinping last year in Kazakhstan. The two leaders have reaffirmed that two nations should focus on bilateral relations, boost economic ties and cultural exchanges. Now this SCO provides a very great platform for both countries and also its SCO member states, observer states, as well as global partners. We know the India and China have been the member states of SCO and also the BRICS organization, and also the two countries have been a member of the G20 organization. That through these kind of platforms, the two countries are aiming to boost their bilateral ties and boost economic connectivity, and especially the cultural and people-to-people exchanges. So over the next 2 days, these global leaders are expected to sign and approve a Tianjin Declaration, which will focus on the SCO development, especially for the next 10 years, because we know the SCO has been built in 2001. It has been around for 24 years. And what's next for the next 10 years, especially when it comes to security, as well as economic connectivity, multilateralism, and international collaboration. Especially today, China, India, and both two of the largest developing countries in the world. And the world is facing many challenges, including unilateralism, tariff, and protectionism.
Wuli, you're at that media center, and it's quite a grand media center that's been built here. If you can hear me, we're also at Tianjin. We are at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's hotel, Vanda, where he is. I want to understand from you, what are China's expectations from India when that one-on-one meeting takes place tomorrow between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping?
Of course, China has always been attaching great importance to its neighborhood diplomacy, because China and India are neighbors, and the two countries had a very long friendship. And now, over the past few years, the two countries had a very good relation, and also the two countries have been decided to push forward the bilateral relations. And now, especially this August, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi paid a visit to India. And this summer, India Foreign Minister and also its Defense Minister also visited China. Because this kind of high-level meetings have been expected in the recent months, and two countries decided to move forward to expand their relations. So in the next 2 days, these two leaders of China, India, as well as other SCO member states are expected to sit together. They are showing to the world that they can sit together and to expand the collaboration to boost the multilateralism as well as the global organizations.
Okay, so multilateral level, China and India are cooperating at multiple levels. When it comes to American tactics and American bullying, America is imposing sanctions on China. Of course, they've given China a 90-day period. They want China to reduce importing oil from Russia. What is President Xi Jinping's thinking? What is China's thinking on American unilateral taxation?
That's a very interesting question because, many countries have suffered challenges from the tariff, protectionism, unilateralism. And, China also is now paying great attention to boost multilateralism because as two of the most populous countries in the world, China, India, and also because this time Russia's President Vladimir Putin is also expected to come to attend the SCO summit. And these countries, developing countries, are coming together. They know that unilateralism will stop the whole world economic growth. Only global collaboration and will pave the way for global growth. So they know free trade because this kind of developing countries have benefited a lot from free trade, from economic exchanges. Now they want to show to the world that coming together and boosting the multilateralism and also economic collaboration is the only way forward. That's why I think a lot of countries choose SCO, choose G20, BRICS, APEC, and other global platforms to boost collaboration. They know that they have to sit together and uphold this kind of collective actions so that they can build a community with a shared future for humanity. So that's the key for globalization.
Okay, and the border tensions between India and China, before I, hand it over to our studio in Delhi, the border tensions between India and China, what is the Chinese thinking on that? What's the way the two countries can move forward on the situation along the India-China line of actual control?
You're right. We know that people, in different countries, they say different languages. They have different cultures. And for the border, many neighboring countries have this kind of minor disputes because last year when President Xi Jinping met with Indian Prime Minister Modi in Kazakhstan, the two leaders said that this kind of minor dispute shouldn't, stop the great relation between the two countries. And after that, the two foreign ministers, as well as border disputes, they have set up a special, mechanism called high-level exchange, for this kind of border disputes. So representatives from the two countries are now coming together. They sit together and they talk and they negotiate and they want to settle this kind of disagreements. They want to show to the world that this kind of minor disputes will not affect the bilateral relations. So from the top level, from the foreign ministry and defense and other high-level ministries, we can see that the minor disputes have now been handled carefully. And now the two countries want to move forward. They want to focus on international, collaboration, economic connectivity, and people-to-people exchanges.
Okay. Very interesting, Wooly, for joining me here with your perspective. Wooly of the CGTN for joining us here on India Today. Many thanks. So the situation, as you noticed, from the Chinese perspective, improved relationship, economic cooperation, greater access to Indian markets. From the Indian side, the point remains peace and tranquility at the borders essential for the relationship to move forward, and greater access to Chinese markets for Indian goods, reduce that trade imbalance that hurts India so drastically. Right. Will there be forward movement on these very critical aspects? We stay on this big story, but for the moment, over to you in the studio, because that's one way that we can actually think about whether there is forward movement, or this is just, intense jockeying that's taking place.
Oh yes, absolutely, Gaurav. The same point you mentioned, and I have been reading about it. Is this mere symbolism, or can this be a turning point when it comes to the power play that we are talking about? I request you to stay on. We have to slip into a short commercial break. But before that, we play out those pictures of the rousing reception for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a cultural program that has been organized, and most importantly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacting with the Indian diaspora that has travelled through the length and breadth of China to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Slipping into a short commercial break, we'll be back. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you. How has he seen it all?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96.
Get ready for the big NDA versus India grudge match, days before the big Bihar battle.
This is the 46th India Today Mood of the Nation, the Sea Voter Survey, when it talks about the Prime Minister's popularity.
Time for the ultimate national mood check, Mood of the Nation. Our next guest for Run Politics, we have with us Mr. Revant Reddy.
Cliches agar bolein to you don't carry the weight of your legacy, you have created your own legacy. What will you say to those who say that you are a political mercenary and you don't have a core political ideology? आपको वैसे डीके शिव कुमार जी को तो याद है, आपको भी आरएसएस एंथम तो याद होगा.
Chandrababu Naidu is too senior.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Thank you for staying Staying with India Today, I'm Suesha Samant and our non-stop rolling coverage on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China for the SCO summit. Shortly from now, I'll be joined by my colleague Gaurav Samant, who reports live from Tianjin. Before that, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi lands in China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping tomorrow and Russian President Putin on Tuesday. Floods continue to batter North India. Cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban triggers flash floods, kills 4. Landslides in Riyasi claims 7 lives. Cloudbursts, landslides in Uttarakhand claims 6 lives. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar's Saran. Akhilesh slams BJP, says BJP robbing votes in Bihar. MP Mahua Moitra lands in soup yet again. Recently says Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on table for display. BJP terms remarks disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of Trump's tariffs are illegal. Alright, those are live pictures coming in from Tianjin in China. Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacting with the Indian diaspora as he has arrived in China for the SCO summit. And there you see Indians from across the length and breadth of China who've travelled all the way to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi for that one handshake. Prime Minister, as always, adding that personal touch where he interacts, especially with the children. And that very special moment that is being recorded at the moment from Tianjin in China. There are loud chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai that are resounding from Tianjin in China, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived at the hotel. And there you see a cultural welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a warm reception. We saw the red carpet that was rolled out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his arrival at the airport, and as he met with important dignitaries, here he is at that hotel in Tianjin. The cultural exchange is, of course, something that we had been waiting for, as China and India particularly high on that front. And even as India looking to reset diplomatic ties with China, let's take a And even as we save those pictures, I'd like to welcome our special guest joining us on the broadcast. First up, Mr. Sushant Sareen, Strategic Affairs Expert and also a Senior Fellow, ORF. Mr. Sareen, thank you for speaking to India Today. We stay with those pictures and your first reactions to what you witness at the moment. From Vande Mataram being played on the sitar and the santoor and the tabla to loud chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also witnessing Bharatnatyam performances. A good start to this visit indeed.
Look, honestly, I think the challenges before us are far more serious. And I think all of this is okay if this is what pleases people. I don't have a problem with it. But I think what is more critical is the kind of challenges which await us. There is a diplomatic reset taking place, not just between India and China, but also between India and the United States. There are huge headwinds headed our way, some of it already buffeting us. And I think the kind of flux there is in international affairs is worse today than what it was maybe 5 or 6 months back. So look, if it pleases people to see these cultural, expressions, it's good for them. As far as I am concerned, I would look for the more substantive conversations that are likely to take place over the next day or two. And I think that is what is of greater interest to me, because we've seen these scenes plenty of times in the past. And really, let's face it, it doesn't add up to much. We've seen, even in the Western countries, we've seen the diaspora in the United States, doing Howdy Modi and everything. But when push comes to shove, most of those people have gone into their holes and not come out. Except for a few people, nobody has bothered to, pick up cudgels on behalf of India. So these things which we are seeing today, these scenes, I take them with a pinch of salt. And frankly, I don't take them seriously. I'm not impressed by them. I'm afraid that violates other people's sensibilities just too bad.
Right, then we get down to business and talk about what's really expected out of the big bilateral to happen between Modi and Xi Jinping, because it is his first visit after 7 years after the Galwan clash, and lots that is at the stake when it comes to the LAC situation, whether there can be a realistic reset of trust between India and China, when it comes to India's trade deficit with China, and most importantly, the tariff conflict that the globe is witnessing, and both India and China at the receiving end. How do you really witness what the outcome can be?
Look, my own sense is, and I could be completely wrong, but I think there is a kind of opportunity which has come about. Till about 5 years back, we used to say that perhaps the Chinese president has done everybody a favor by waking up the rest of the world to, the kind of the looming Chinese presence, especially when the Chinese were indulging in what was often referred to as wolf warrior diplomacy. And we used to, blame it on the Chinese. Today, I think India and China, if at all they are headed towards a rapprochement, some kind of normalization, perhaps settling many of their differences, I think we can blame it on Donald Trump and the crazy crowd he has gathered around him in Washington, D.C. So it's a point of inflection, clearly. But the point is, I think both sides sense an opportunity. The question is whether both sides are going to rise up to the occasion to try and sort out some of the big problems that are bedeviling them. And of course, the boundary question is perhaps the mother of all issues between India and China. If you can get that out of the way, and there is willingness on both sides to get into a negotiation with a give and take approach, and you get that out of the way, then I think all the other problems, and there will be plenty of other problems between India and China, are much more easily tackled. The trade deficit, again, we can make a big deal out of it, but as long as market access your market access is not blocked, if we are running a deficit of trade with China, we will make surpluses elsewhere. That was the globalization model. Now, of course, if the Americans are going to dismantle that globalization model of running deficits with one country and running surpluses with other countries, then we will be in a new kind of a scenario, and we'll have to traverse that particular thing. But for now, if I'm running a deficit with China, of course, the deficit with China is just too much. But it helps me have surpluses with other countries. I don't see anything wrong with it. So there will be other issues between India and China. But I think there is a point which has come where maybe we should start looking at the boundary question. Now, we've tried to tackle this issue in the past. The Chinese proposed certain things way back during, if I'm not mistaken, during Deng Xiaoping's time. At that point of time, India was not ready. Subsequently, India made certain offers. The Chinese were not ready. In 2014, Mr. Modi wanted, he was very keen for some kind of a boundary settlement, but the Chinese were not ready to bite. I think both sides have received their comeuppance over the last couple of decades. And again, an opportunity has presented itself. Can we rise to the occasion? I don't know. But if we can, and we can try and sort this thing out, then I suppose that we will be in a better place to tackle some of the emerging challenges that are headed our way. And quite clearly, the United States and the kind of craziness which we are seeing in Washington, D.C., the fact that you have the Europeans who don't know whether they want to assert themselves or they simply want to follow the lead of the United States. You have an entire global south which is in a flux, doesn't know which way to look at. So I think in these circumstances, if India and China can settle or manage their problems, I think the both will be better off for it. But we'll have to wait and see what comes out of this particular meeting. I'm not saying everything will be settled in this one meeting.
Right.
It could give some sense of direction to how the two countries are likely to approach their relationship. And of course, then there is going to be the Russia issue, which is again quite critical. And then, a lot of people are looking at not BRICS, but RICS, Russia, India, China. So let us see how that plays out.
Surely would want to discuss that with you in greater detail. Also wanting to welcome Ambassador Venu Rajamoni. He's a former diplomat. He joins us on the broadcast. Thank you for talking to India today. In fact, shortly from now, my colleague Gaurav Sawant will also join in from Tianjin as he reports live. But before that, for our viewers who are just tuning in, we give you a glimpse of the pictures that are coming in at this moment. Yes, that rousing reception for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There you see at the hotel where the Indian diaspora got a chance to interact, catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As always, Prime Minister Narendra Modi adding that personal touch. There you see Vande Mataram played on the sitar, sarod and the tabla by the Chinese. And of course, loud chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Narendra Modi that resounded across. Let's listen in.
My name is Hari, and I'm very proud that we see Modi ji and then we can get a blessing from Modi ji. I'm very excited to see Modi ji, but I shake hands with him and I also touch his feet and he also give me blessing. Yeah, I'm same with my brother.
I'm living in Xiamen, Fujian, and I'm here like in China for 23 years now, all total, yeah. So this is my whole family here. So we are so excited to see Modi ji, and he given the blessing to everyone. That's what's important, yeah. So I'm really thanks a lot for organizing everything, and really God bless, everyone here, whoever here, participate. Thanks a lot.
Of course, I was like blackout when he saw him. I don't know, I've been waiting him for a long time. So as soon as we just thanked him, was so excited, very grateful to him. I would like to thank him for visiting here and on a...
So the diaspora is very excited. We interacted with the Indian community here in China. They were very excited meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The business community, incidentally, is very keen that business-to-business ties between India and China, they are taken to the next level because they say there are big gains for India and big gains for China. On the strategic aspect, it's a road which is extremely difficult to travel. Joining me on this special broadcast is Ambassador Venu Rajamoni and, of course, Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow of the Observer Research Foundation. Ambassador, your appreciation of Prime Minister's visit, we are told this is more a multilateral visit, not much expectations on the bilateral leg of it. While the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping interact for about 40 minutes, do we expect something from that interaction, or that's just exchanging pleasantries with the head of state of the home, host country?
The visit of the Prime Minister was preceded by State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India, when we saw some very substantive announcements on how we are going to progress on the border front, both in terms of de-escalation, demarcation, and having further discussions at different levels. It would be interesting to see whether the Prime Minister and President Xi discusses that and whether there is any announcement with regard to that after the bilateral meeting. That truly is the most crucial item on the agenda issue to be discussed, particularly considering the clashes in Galwan and the fairly long period of frozen relations after that, or bad relations after that. So it is difficult at this stage to say what will come out. Only the two governments know, and they have been in close discussions with each other. But I would say that the Indian side would certainly hope to take the discussions further forward from whatever was discussed during Wang Yi's visit. And there will surely be some announcement, but let us not expect earth-shaking changes or earth-shaking announcements. The relationship has been bad. There are fundamental issues which are not not easy to resolve. There is a trust deficit. Yes, agreed. Because of the actions of the United States, the atmosphere has become a little more congenial for India and China to come together. But we should not jump to conclusions. We should wait and see what progress is made. It will be incremental progress. It will be small steps. Essentially, first, we need to bring the relationship back to normalcy. At the same time, we need to see how our border agenda can be moved forward. At the same time, we need to see what is the international
So let's take this step by step. Let's take this step by step, Ambassador. You mentioned bilateral relations, and then, of course, how a third party, which is, our relations with the United States and Chinese relations with the United States impacts this relationship. I'll come to that in just a moment. Sushant Sareen, when you talk about bilaterally India-China relationship, one is disengagement has happened after the Kazan meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Demarcation of border, should there be forward movement there? Would that be seen as a big step if the border is actually marked on borders? Some bit of ambiguity in the relationship will go, or do we see this more as we do take one step forward sometimes, but then ultimately end up taking two steps back? We still haven't seen de-induction, de-escalation, let alone de-induction.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer that this is going to be the real test case on how we manage the border issue. Are we going to move towards a settlement? Are we moving towards a management of the problem, which we've tried to do in the past as well? I think from Mr. Modi's point of view, or the Modi government's point of view, they tried to push the envelope by asking for the interpretation on detailed maps of the line of control. The Chinese were not willing to do it. Like I said, there have been occasions between India and China when one side has proposed something and the other side has not decided to rise up to the occasion. The Chinese did it, we did not reciprocate. We did it, the Chinese have not reciprocated. Like I said earlier, this is a point in time where perhaps an opportunity has once again emerged. Will we rise up to the occasion? Now, whether it is demarcation, of course, it's going to be a step forward to what it was in the past, right? Let's not keep talking about this trust factor. I think it's a very overrated virtue in international relations. What matters is interest. Right now, the interests of both India and China are converging. Can we therefore rise up to the occasion? We keep talking about the Chinese helping the Pakistanis 3 months back. The Americans have held Pakistanis for 30 years. We did not let that intervene in our attempts to rebuild our relationship with the Americans. So why are we so stuck up that we are not going to make a big issue of what the Chinese have done, but we are not making a big issue of what the Americans have done, what Donald Trump has done? The kind of vicious language that his cronies have been using, people of his staff have been using. Is this diplomatic language? Is this diplomatic behavior? Okay. Are we there? So, the point is that we are making a big deal out of what the Chinese have done with the Pakistanis. The Americans have done the same. I don't think that should become the deal breaker.
Oh, absolutely.
We can push the envelope and see where we can go with it.
In fact,
I'm not everything will work out in a jiffy. It's not. It will take time. But at least let's be open about it. Let's try and do it.
Okay. In fact, Americans giving F-16s to Pakistan in the past and then upgrading those F-16s has been a major bone of contention between India and Pakistan, as has Chinese giving them not just the J-10Cs but also the PL-15s, long-range air-to-air missiles, and their entire air defense system post Balakot airstrikes. But Ambassador, if I could come back to you on the on the point that Sushant Sareen raised, that you were raising in the past about a very crucial time in the relationship between the two countries, impacted more because of the actions of a third party, which is the United States of America. Will China and India use this as an opportunity to come closer, or in your appreciation, would China see this as an opportunity that America and India are not the best of friends? This perhaps may be a time where they would want to extract more out of India, considering they may think we are vulnerable, or they've seen how we've stood up to the Americans and may look at it as an attempt to bring us onto the, on a more even keel in global equation. How do you see this pan out?
I would say that we should not jump to long-term conclusions based on short-term recent events. Whether it is the US, whether it's China, both are extremely important for India. With both, we need to stand firm when it comes to our interests. We need to articulate our interests clearly, and wherever our interests are affected, they appear to be set back because of the actions of the other country, we must have the strength to say no and stand firm, stand on our own feet. At the same time, we need to engage with both. We do not gain anything by making enemies of it. And ultimately, President Trump is going to be in office for only one term as of now. And his policies may not continue forever. Even during his term, we have seen how many times he flip-flops. And the Indian government is still engaged in discussion with the United States. So the Indian effort would be to stabilize the relationship with the US, even while conceding no ground on issues extremely important to us. Similarly with China, there are issues extremely important to us. Part of it is the Pakistan issue, which you mentioned. I don't think we can just equate China and the US and US support to Pakistan in that regard, because at least the most recent reports indicate a fair degree of integration between the Chinese militaries and the Pakistani militaries, and a continuous flow of intelligence to Pakistan while hostilities were taking place. Certainly, if there is an opportunity, this is an issue Prime Minister Modi should raise, and he should try and get the Chinese to not just pull back, but to put pressure on Pakistan to wind up the terror machine within their country and to stop creating instability in the region by constant terrorist attacks targeting India. Ultimately, China is fairly clear. While Pakistan is a close ally it could not abandon, China's long-term interest lies in a good relationship with India, which is the much bigger country, a bigger player on the international stage, and a strong economic partner. India and China collaborating in the economic field is of benefit to both, and we all know how much economics dictates Chinese policy. So I would say that for India, whether it is China, whether it is the US, the policy approach clearly is stand your ground on vital issues, yet try and make progress wherever you can. Let us not make enemies of them. Let's try and build bridges. Let's try and build friendship. But at the same time, let us also be prepared for the worst. With regard to China, it will be on the defense front, on the security front, if ever our relationship degenerates into a conflict or into tensions, we should be able to deter the Chinese and stand our ground. Similarly with the Americans, when it comes to vital issues of economic interest to India, whether it is purchase of oil, whether it is protecting our agriculture and dairy sector, we must stand firm. Yet we have everything that commands a good relationship with the US.
Interesting you should say that, and I'll get Sushant Sareen to weigh in on this as we take this conversation forward, but we're getting more reactions. You know, when we caught up with some of the Indian diaspora here in Beijing who've come from different parts of China, whether it's students who are studying here or those who are working here, they seem to seek better cooperation. They say people to people, the Chinese people also want much better cooperation and coordination between the two countries. Easier said than done, but I want you to listen in to some of the excitement that we witnessed just a short while back as Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived here at the Wanda Hotel in Tianjin.
My name is Hari, and I'm very proud that we see Modi ji, and then we can get a blessing from Modi ji. Thank you. I'm very excited to see Modi ji. But I shake hands with him and I also touch his feet, and he also give me blessing. Yeah, I'm same with my brother.
I'm living in Xiamen, Fujian, and I'm here like in China for 23 years now, all total, yeah. So this is my whole family here. So we are so excited to see Modi ji, and he given the blessing to everyone. That's what's important, yeah. So I'm really thanks a lot for organizing everything, you know. And
of course, I was like blackout when he saw him. I don't know, I've been waiting him for a long time. So as soon as we
It was very good, interacting with the Prime Minister.
What did you say to him?
No, we just said that we've been waiting for you for quite a long because, obviously China is very big and people travel across. A lot of people have come in. There was excitement all around. And you know how popular our Prime Minister is and the kind of work that he's doing for the country. Looking forward, it was his visit after 7 years and very excited. He's very popular in China.
It's so excited and I think we do our best. And I think the Prime Minister, he like our music, classical music. It's so exciting and honor. Thank you. Thankful.
So whether it's the Sarod or the Santoor or Bharatnatyam, Chinese artists, Chinese nationals learning to play Indian classical instruments or Indian classical dance, Bharatnatyam, Kuchipudi, Odissi, we saw all of it here. We heard, Vande Mataram also being played here. But I want to bring in Sushant Sareen. Beyond the optics, Sushant Sareen, while people to people we hear the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra or the direct flights between India and China, how do you take this relationship forward if that disengagement does not lead to either de-escalation or de-induction ultimately, or the borders remain tense? Or is there merit in the Chinese saying, let a future generation deal with the borders, keep the borders calm, but move forward economically?
No, I don't think you can, I don't necessarily buy what the Chinese argument is. Look, it's not as though that has not been tried. In fact, after the normalization with China took place, that was exactly what we were trying to do. We were trying to manage this issue. We were trying to come up with protocols and, various agreements on how the border management is going to take place, how we are not going to do anything aggressive on the borders. But what does it take to change that whole thing? All that it took is that you sent in, you were doing an exercise and then you tried to encroach further into India. And that was not the first time it happened in 2020. It has happened in the past as well. So it's a better thing to have. And I think the Chinese also have this saying that tall fences make for good neighbors. So let's get the fence in place, right? Let's decide what is our part and what's theirs. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be easy, but I think that will lead to a lot of other problems getting sorted out. It will lead to a much greater amount of interaction between the two countries than if this problem keeps niggling, because these disputes can actually blow up in everybody's face, and we've seen that in the past, right? So I don't necessarily buy that argument that, look, you just need to manage it, leave it for the future generations. In the future, everybody is dead anyways, right? So let's tackle it as soon as we can. That's my view. The second thing is, I don't disagree with what the ambassador is saying. Yes, ideally, we would like very good relations with all countries and benefit from good relations with all countries. But I suspect we are reaching a point in time where it's going to be you have to make certain choices now. Not that it wasn't there during the Cold War era, but I think you still had some room for maneuver at that time. Today, you, partly because of your economy is much more integrated with the West, your ability or your vulnerability is that much greater. And now we are seeing that the American administration is actually leaning upon the Europeans to ramp up sanctions on India. Okay. And you don't know,
Yes.
the ambassador.
And that would indicate.
No, so Gaurav, the ambassador is presuming that
that would indicate that there could be troubled times ahead. Give me a moment, Sushant Sareen. Give me a moment. I have Shweta Singh, my colleague, who's also joining us from Tianjin. And Shweta's been covering this for Aaj Tak very extensively. Shweta, excitement when it comes to people-to-people ties. You were recently at the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. You visited Tibet, but officially, Shweta, what are expectations from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Shanghai, for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization at a time when borders remain frozen and yet there's cold peace there?
I think, Gaurav, even the most optimistic person would not think too much of this particular meeting. But whenever we are talking about one meeting between these two leaders, it is definitely a step forward. And as you rightly said, I was here for Kailash Mansarovar. We reached China. The first city that we went to was Chengdu. Chengdu, we were taken to see the pandas there. And the Chinese side made an all-out effort to actually exercise all its soft power when it came to journalists. Definitely when the journalists come from India, they'll take everything with a pinch of salt, but they made all efforts and full marks for the efforts because from there we were flown to Lhasa in Tibet and basically we traveled through the heart of Tibet till Kailash Mansarovar and to the Divine Darshan. But even if we talk about the efforts of the Chinese side for the devotees, it was definitely something they wanted to show to the people of India that they want a change. They want to take it forward. But then, Gaurav, whenever we talk about the two countries, we definitely think of Sardar Patel as well, who had cautioned then Prime Minister Nehru about his assessment of the situation. If things have changed, we would like to see that things have changed. But there is a part of your heart which does not want to believe.
Okay, there's a part of your heart because that part of the heart has actually seen our soldiers bleed in Galwan, or we've seen the Chinese creeping forward in various locations. There used to be a no man's land and now you were virtually eyeball to eyeball. And Ambassador, that's the situation we're talking about. There's a situation. America breathing down India's neck on tariffs or so-called sanctions. You have China, the situation that we saw at the LAC. We saw India's situation with Pakistan during Op Sindoor. And in this situation, we are engaging with China. Now, what are we expecting out of this re-engagement with China? How do we, use this? Or how are we using this to mitigate the challenges that come from the American sanctions on India or additional tariffs on India, sir?
Well, I think the situation emerging from the additional tariffs on India is something which we have to resolve with the Americans. I don't see our relationship with China as a direct factor into it, nor will whatever we discuss or decide with China play a big role in changing American policy. It is through our dialogue with us, our discussions, our negotiations, that we'll have to try and get the Americans to change their position. As far as China is concerned, as I had mentioned earlier, we must only expect slow, incremental progress, first towards normalization. We must try and take the relationship back to the pre-Galwan days. And that's not easy because in Galwan, we saw a complete collapse of all the confidence building measures on the border we had agreed upon through formal agreements, and both sides had reiterated support for. Now, let me explain some factors. There is the border settlement, and border settlement is going to involve a give and take of territory. Today, China claims all of Arunachal Pradesh as part of its territory. India claims all of Aksai Chin as part of its territory. It is not going to be easy to do this give and take. And there has to be a building of opinion within India. The opposition has to be on board. The media has to be on board. So these are all the reasons why previously when a package deal was proposed, it did not succeed and it collapsed. So as an interim measure, in order to prevent incidents like Galwan happening, was the two steps which India and China had agreed upon initially. One is confidence building measures and management on the border. Nobody sees it as a final step nor something which is postponed into the future, but it is an interim step whereby in the absence of clashes and hostilities, the atmosphere becomes more conducive for an eventual settlement. The second most important pillar of whatever has happened till now was what was called the clarification of the line of actual control. Now, what is the clarification of the line of actual control? It is not border settlement, but just both sides agreeing, this is where I stand, this is where you stand. And beyond this point, I will not go, you will not come. And if that is done, once again, we can make a major step forward in reducing hostilities. Unfortunately, the Chinese see this as a ploy by India to make permanent this line of actual control. And as far as India is concerned, this is the necessary first step before a border settlement.
Give me a moment. Suyesha, my colleague, joins us for now explaining where those tensions at the border right now are and what is, how this presents us an opportunity to take this relationship forward. Suyesha Sawant with details. Suyesha, take it away.
Oh yes, absolutely, Gaurav. And I'd also like to tell our viewers how Sushant Sareen was talking about the revival of BRICS a short while ago. Now, why is it so important for Russia, India and China, and why the timing of it comes together? Because Russia is desperate for allies amid the Ukraine war. China, on the other hand, is seeking economic opportunity, and India seeks flexibility amid tariff blows. So like we have been saying, that the timing is such that it suits the interests of Russia, China and India if this grouping really happens and grows. But where is the thin line and what could really be an obstacle? Yes, the trust factor when it comes to India and China, especially after the Galwan clash in 2020, where our soldiers had taken the hit, and of course we had caused more damage on the other side. But facts still remain that despite the fact that it was discussed that confidence building measures would really take that on both sides, that did not happen. And of course, rare earth curbs from China that threaten India's EV sector could certainly be the other thought. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first visit to China in 7 years. The talks come at a time of global economic turmoil and Trump tariff row. But to understand what's at stake, we must look back. From Wuhan to Mahabalipuram, from Galwan to BRICS, the Modi-Xi story that has swung between bonhomie and breakdown. Can Tianjin mark a reset is the big question.
Two Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping travelled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signaled the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped push forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
West is watching very, very carefully and rather uncomfortably. But why is it that the SCO poses a challenge to US dominance? Share in global GDP based on PPP, where SCO members constitute 34.2%, that is of the United States, 14.8% share that comes to the others. Now, the global population, as far as SCO members are concerned, 42.4% is where the United States stand, and 4.3% is the rest. SCO members that include China, India, Russia, Iran, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Now, I'd like to also take this question to our guest back, Sushant Sareen, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Your view, and I believe you want to make a point there, all right. Your view on what you expect as far as this power play is concerned, because the US certainly watching this grouping very closely.
Yeah, so look, it could play out, it could play out in unpredictable ways as well. One way of looking at it is that, look, there's a constant balance of power act which is under play. The fact that we were looking at a quad kind of an arrangement was balance of power. The fact that the Chinese look at Pakistan is to balance India. So there is always a balance of power which is at play. The question is that if the American, and given the capriciousness in Washington right now, and the way these guys react, they're hardly called rational actors anymore. The fact that they see India, China, and Russia get together, even if informally, for some kind of confabulations, how will that play out in DC? Will that mean that they back off from putting pressure on us? Or will, the crazies around Trump provoke him into saying that virtually declare war on India? You are already treating India as enemy number one in many ways. You declare war on India. So you put pressure on the Europeans to sanction India. You do whatever else you can do to show these damn Indians that they're getting too big for their boots. You can't put that past the MAGA crowd, right? And the one point of my disagreement with Ambassador Moni is that, we are thinking that Trump is here for 3.5 years. But the forces that Trump has unleashed in the United States, we don't know whether they have actually managed to capture a large part of the American imagination. I can't rule it out. But how do we know that someone Trumpian will not succeed him 3.5 years from now? So how long are we going to continue to hedge our bets and say that, okay, fine, there will be a new change in the United States and we'll have, a certain amount of moderation coming back in US policy, and we will have the United States, a more predictable kind of a player, which we had in the past, coming back in the future. We can't say that with any degree of certainty anymore. Not that we can say that about China, not that we can say that about any other country, right? So my own belief is that ideally we should become powerful enough ourselves that we don't have to look for balancing acts with other countries. But until that happens, we will have to do this kind of a diplomatic dance. We will have to, do this kind of balance of power kind of stuff which we are trying to do right now. We don't have too many options. That's my opinion, right? I don't represent the government. I don't make policy. But that's my opinion. That's the way I am looking at the strategic chessboard that India is facing right now. And yes, I think it's smart to try and reach out to the Chinese right now, but also let us not overestimate what will happen. Even if, supposing, for example, you get, some kind of a border settlement, and I'm using the word settlement loosely, in the sense that you manage to settle something along the border and you bring down tensions. The problem is also going to be the economic question. It's all very well to talk about GDP in per capita income, purchasing power parity terms, but that's not how international economics works. The fact of the matter is India's economy is very, very deeply integrated with Western economies. Just look at the trade figures between India and the United States, India and Europe, and India and other alliance partners or other partners of the United States and Europe. And it's very clear that it doesn't measure up to whatever SCO brings to the table, whatever BRICS brings to the table. It just doesn't measure up. So this create problems for us. So let's not also get ahead of ourselves in thinking that, okay, fine, if it's not the United States and Europe, we can have a new marketplace between, China, India, Russia, and some of the other BRICS countries and other countries. It's easier said than done. It's far more complicated and far more torturous path to take. But nobody, I think, can predict with any degree of certainty how things are going to unfold in the coming few months.
Right. So, Shansari, the predictability factor that you talk about, and Ambassador Rajamani, I'd like your response to this, because who had expected Trump 2.0 will turn out like this? Rather, the insinuation at that time, I remember, was that, this will be very pro-India. And that has not really turned around. Also, the other factor we are talking about, the RICS revival, because the timing works, the motives work, but as far as the India-China thaw is concerned, can that reset really, be built in the time to come? All these factors at play. Your word.
I entirely agree with Sushant. What the need of the hour is diplomacy, a very nimble diplomacy, focused completely on our own interests. And to see how we advance these interests, I believe that Prime Minister Modi's bilateral meeting on top of the SCO is a step in that direction. The SCO itself, we heard the figures of GDP. Once again, where does the GDP come from? Predominantly it is China, and then followed by India. We heard population figures. Where does it come from? Once again, it is China and India. Therefore, it is extremely important that we reset India-China relations to a level of normalcy, which increases our maneuvering ground. But it is not going to replace India's relations with the US or India's relations with the West. Shanghai Cooperation Organization originated as an anti-terrorism organization, keeping in view the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda elements in Afghanistan and the instability caused by many forces in Central Asia, which were targeting Central Asian countries as well as China in its western Xinjiang province. Russia, of course, has had its own history of problems in Chechnya. So that is where the roots lie. But as far as India is concerned, the moment they admitted Pakistan into the grouping, the grouping became even more useless. Because like right now, one question which nobody is discussing is Prime Minister Modi going to talk to Shehbaz Sharif, who's going to be there at the summit? Is there at least going to be a handshake? And that is going to be a difficult step for India to take after Operation Sindoor and after Pahalgam. That requires a lot more preparation. So Pakistan coming into SCO has reduced its importance for India. Similarly, BRICS is an imaginary concept which emerged from financial institutions in New York. They are not natural partners. Huge geography divides them. But even there, China is the biggest player. And following China, it is India. So once again, I reiterate, it is India-China relations which is the bedrock of all these organizations. If India-China relations are not good, their efficiency and their utility will be affected. If India and China can collaborate with each other, they can be strengthened and they will play a much larger role in the world as a counterbalance to many other things which is happening.
Right. Gentlemen, I apologize, but we'll have to pause this discussion at the moment, given the paucity of time. However, we continue to keep our viewers ahead on every development coming in from Tianjin and, of course, get you the best voices to decode this big power play that is on at the moment in Tianjin in China. Sipping into a short break, stay tuned.
Are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi emplains for China after Japan visit to attend SCO Summit, grand show of strength by India Alliance on last day of Voter Adhikar Yatra. US cancels visas of Palestinian president and 80 officials.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
हाँ, मैं बिहार हूँ। जनक की नगरी हूँ, माँ गंगा का श्रृंगार हूँ, चाणक्य की नीति हूँ, आर्यभट्ट का आविष्कार हूँ, बुद्ध का अवतार हूँ, गांधी के सिद्धांतों पर चला हूँ। हाँ, मैं बिहार हूँ। बिहार का वर्तमान भी दीवार पर एक हुंकार की तरह दर्ज हो रहा है, जिसमें प्रतिरोध की शक्ति है, टकरा जाने वाला सामर्थ्य है, गर्जना भरने वाली जुबान है। ये बिहार सन 70 के जेपी के संपूर्ण क्रांति के नारे का मंथन भी है। संपूर्ण क्रांति का नारा है, भावी इतिहास हमारा है। लेकिन ये बिहार आज कहां पर खड़ा है? ये इस बात का भी मंथन है कि आखिर इस नारे से आज पहुंचते पहुंचते बिहार की राजनीति कहां पर पहुंची है। ये इस बात का भी प्रमाण है कि अगर बिहार की राजनीति में अमृत भी है तो हलाहल भी है।
ना बैटल करते हैं, देख लेंगे।
नीतीश कुमार, लालू प्रसाद यादव, रामविलास पासवान से लेकर तेजस्वी यादव, चिराग पासवान, सम्राट चौधरी और प्रशांत किशोर के जनसुराज तक ये बिहार एक करवट ले रहा है। ये करवट सिर्फ सत्ता के खेल का है या बिहार के बदलाव का है? ये वाली पीढ़ी किसको मानती है दमदार, ये जानने के लिए कि यहाँ पर पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं में और लोगों में कितना जोश है। सुशासन की रफ्तार बिहार में बहा। नीतीश बाबू के लिए काम करने में आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा मन में सोचता है कुछ?
कोई बोलता है पलटू राम, तो हम उसका जो है प्रतिकार करते हैं कि ये पटकू राम है, आप जरा करेक्शन करके बोलिए।
इसे समझने का चुनाव से बेहतर मौका कौन सा होगा? 2025 के बिहार विधानसभा चुनाव की आहट सुनाई पड़ चुकी है। वो आहट खुद में क्या समेटे है? आइए मिलते हैं बिहार में नेताओं की अगली पीढ़ी से। जिया हो बिहार के लाल। बिहार में लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं वो उनसे पूछते हैं। बहुत देखिए, लालू जी थे, नीतीश जी हैं, तेजस्वी हैं, नई पीढ़ी के बहुत नेता। आपको किस पर भरोसा है?
तेजस्वी यादव नई पीढ़ी के नेता अच्छा है अभी के युग में।
आपको लग रहा है तेजस्वी जी अच्छे? आपको क्या लगता है?
हमको नीतीश कुमार अच्छा लगता है।
क्यों अच्छे लगते?
पहले बिजली नहीं आती थी बिहार में, बिहार की बात करें तो आज 22 घंटा 23 घंटा बिजली रहती है।
सब बिहार के हैं, तो कितने लोगों को भरोसा होता है नीतीश बाबू और बीजेपी पर? हाथ उठाइए, कितने लोग हैं?
लेकिन उनका उम्र हो चुका है तो अब युवा पीढ़ी को मौका मिलना चाहिए। हमारी पहली पसंद एनडीए है।
बिहार में सर बदलाव जरूरी है। अब किसी को लगातार सत्ता दीजिएगा तो फिर अपना मनमानी करने लगता है।
इस बार तो बदलाव का माहौल है क्योंकि ये सरकार अब थकी हुई है।
देखिए, जितने बुद्धिजीवी लोग हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं और समझदार लोग हैं, वो एनडीए को ही वोट देंगे, चाहे किसी भी जाति के हों। किसका ज़्यादा आता है, सीट आता है, उस हिसाब से हो सकता है बीजेपी का इस बार पार्टी हो, बीजेपी का आदमी मुख्यमंत्री बने।
नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के विकास के लिए बाधक हो गए। अब 1 घंटा भी मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो बिहार के लिए हानिकारक है।
मैं सम्राट चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
उप मुख्यमंत्री जी बिहार के हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं आज तक पर। आप ही बताइएगा कि हो क्या रहा है?
ये ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री हैं जो ठंडा के समय 60 दिन में पूरे बिहार को घूमते हैं और घूमकर यात्रा करके प्रगति यात्रा के माध्यम से 50,000 करोड़ की योजनाओं को स्वीकृत करने का भी काम। और आज यदि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आप देखेंगे बिहार में, रोड हो, सड़क, बिजली हो, पानी हो, ये नीतीश कुमार जी का प्रयास था, एनडीए का प्रयास था।
नीतीश कुमार के मामले में जो है हम देख रहे हैं कि प्रोग्रेस हुआ है बिहार का, और हम भी चाहते हैं कि फिर से जो है बीजेपी की सरकार बने बिहार में।
बिहार में माहौल तेजस्वी सरकार है सर, इसमें कोई रोक नहीं सकता अबरी बार, समझे? और तबरी बार भी कोई नहीं रोक सकता, तब बेईमानी से जीत गए। पूरा बिहार के जनता तेजस्वी यादव को वोट देने के लिए तैयार है।
कोई भी नया सरकार आ जाए, लेकिन युवा में तो हम तो चाहेंगे जैसा कि 17 महीना में तेजस्वी जी ने किया, हम चाहेंगे उनको मौका मिलना चाहिए।
हम लोग नए लोग हैं, नया बिहार बनाना है। सब लोग, हम लोग इंडिया अलायंस के लोग एकजुट हैं और हम लोगों की कोशिश होगी कि भाजपा और एनडीए का खाता ना खुले।
इसी के साथ हम पहुंच गए हैं आरजेडी ऑफिस पटना में, ये जानने के लिए कि यहाँ पर पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं में और लोगों में कितना जोश है। बात करते हैं, क्या सोच रहे हैं वो, क्या लग रहा है इस बार, क्या देख रहे हैं चुनाव में?
तेजस्वी यादव के लिए तो आंधी है। तेजस्वी यादव इस बार, नीतीश कुमार तो अचेतावस्था में चले गए। तेजस्वी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री बनना महागठबंधन का तय है।
110% पर 10% एवब जोड़ दीजिए चांस है।
तो लालू जी के नाम पर आप तेजस्वी जी को भी वोट देंगे?
वो विकास करेंगे जी, जो बापे उतना विकास करे, बेटा कहीं विकास करी, बाघ के बेटा बाघ होला, शेयर थोड़े होला। तब तेजस्वी यादव बाघ का बेटा है तो बाघ नहीं होगा सर।
जो वादा करता हूँ उसको निभाता हूँ, इसी वादे के साथ राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तेजस्वी यादव चुनावी मैदान में उतार रहे हैं इस बार, और उनकी एक कोशिश है कि इस बार नीतीश कुमार को वो सत्ता से बेदखल करने में कामयाब होंगे।
मोदी जी हो, नीतीश जी हो, अपने आप पर भरोसा है कि हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं।
भले तेजस्वी की उम्र कच्ची हो लेकिन जुबान कच्ची नहीं है। तो बिहार की जनता अब ऊब चुकी है। अब नीतीश जी जो है अब योग्य नहीं रह गए हैं मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए, बिहार चलाने के लिए। अब उनसे बिहार चल नहीं रहा है, थके हुए हैं। हमने पहले भी कहा था कि भाई सरकार खटारा, सिस्टम नकारा, मुख्यमंत्री थका हारा, बिहार के आम लोग कर रहे हैं मारा मारा।
बट तेजस्वी यादव जब तक सरकार उन बनाएंगे नहीं अपना, तब तक वो घोषणा ही है, और उनकी सरकार तो आने वाली है नहीं।
माहौल लग रहा है यही कि अब की बार नीतीश कुमार को पद से हट जाना चाहिए। काफ़ी उम्र हो चुके हैं, युवा नेता है अभी चिराग पासवान, उसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए।
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका आज तक पर। आपके नाम में ही चिराग है और उस चिराग को इस बार फिर जलना है बिहार में। पहली बार, अगर मैं सही हूँ, पहली बार आप नीतीश बाबू के लिए वोट मांगेंगे
विधानसभा चुनाव। हाँ, पहली बार
विधानसभा।
जनता दल यूनाइटेड और मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी, हम लोग पहली बार साथ मिलकर विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
विधानसभा के लिए मतलब उनको सीएम बनाने के लिए?
बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री जी को
सीएम बनवाएंगे आप अगर सफल होते हैं।
अगर नहीं, इस बात में तो पूरा विश्वास है कि एक बार फिर मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री ही मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेंगे।
युवा जो 18 साल का भी हुआ है, फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, 22 साल का है, 25 साल का है, उसकी बहुत सारे एस्पिरेशंस है, उसको आप क्या कहेंगे कि नीतीश बाबू में ऐसा क्या है कि वो उनके लिए वोट करें?
फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर को ना, और कई बार जब हम लोग ये बातें कहते हैं ना तो लोग सवाल पूछते हैं कि भाई कब तक आप हम लोग को 90 के दशक में उलझा के रखिएगा। पर ये जानना जरूरी है ना, हिरोशिमा नागासाकी के ऊपर अगर वो बम गिरे थे, उन्होंने कितना पीछे ले गए। ऐसे में उस 90 के दशक ने हम लोगों को कितना पीछे ले गया, उस खाई को भरने का काम मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री ने किया।
सुशासन की रफ्तार बिहार में बहार, नीतीश बाबू को सीएम बनाइएगा।
ये तो जनता ने मन बना लिया और एनडीए के सभी घटक दलों में इस पर सहमति भी हो गई।
गुण बताइए ना, क्या गुण है उनकी, खूबी क्या है?
जो उन्होंने 20 साल से जो भी कमिटमेंट किया है वो करके दिखाया है। यही विश्वास जो है ना जनता को पसंद है, और इसीलिए 25 से 30 बिहार की जनता फिर से नारा लगा रही है कि फिर से नीतीश।
टोपी सेट हो गई, ठीक से लगी? नीतीश जी को दिखाना है कि तीर दिखाना है? क्या दिखाना?
तीर दिखाना है।
बोल रहे हैं कि बार बार हमला दो ही बात पे करते हैं कि नीतीश जी की अब तबीयत खराब हो गई, कभी अफसर के सर पे गमला रख।
नीतीश जी का कोई भी तबीयत नहीं खराब, समता पार्टी का सिपाही है, समझे ना। और नीतीश जी के साथ शुरू से हैं और रहेंगे। उनका काम और देख के, विकास देख के जो काम किए हैं ये बिहार में, कोई नहीं कर सकता है।
वो वाच कर रहे हैं कि कौन क्या कर रहा है। अगर तबीयत ठीक नहीं होता तो क्या अपने फैसले को किसी पर थोप देते?
हम तो बहुत चिंतित रहते हैं उनको सेहत को लेकर के। पता नहीं क्या अचानक से एक उम्र का पड़ाव भी होता है। इस स्थिति में 14 करोड़ लोगों की भविष्य जिनके हाथ में है, अब वो असुरक्षित है।
ऑडियो ठीक है? बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री अगर नीतीश कुमार हैं तो जेडीयू के अध्यक्ष संजय झा जी हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका आज तक पर। पटना में बहार है, कितना है नहीं है, आज संजय जी से ही पूछेंगे। उनकी तबीयत कैसी है? एक जेन्युइन सिंपल क्वेश्चन है एक इंसान के बारे में।
बिल्कुल उनकी तबीयत ठीक है।
फिर ऐसा कर क्यों करते हैं?
मैंने कभी कभी आप कोई, जब आप माइक्रोस्कोप लेके देखेंगे तो 4 चीज़ आपको मिल जाएगा जिसका पब्लिक लाइफ में इतना सारा एक्टिविटी दिन भर रहता है। लेकिन इसी मुख्यमंत्री जो घूम रहे हैं, पिछले 2 महीना वो ठंड में घूमे जब प्रगति यात्रा पूरे बिहार में कर रहे थे। उनको इसके अलावा कुछ आता ही नहीं है, पूरे बिहार में दौरा करना और काम करना। वो एक्टिव है, काम कर रहे हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है। तो तैयारी जो उनका है पूरा है, सारा कागज बना लिए, हर एक जगह क्या काम किया, हर एक विधानसभा में उस स्तर का उनका तैयारी है चुनाव।
बोलिए, आपको क्या लगता है?
क्या लगता है होगा, ये होगा इस बार जन स्वराज आएगा।
अच्छा, आपको प्रशांत किशोर पर भरोसा? क्या लगता है?
आप उनका लॉजिक देखिए ना, कैसा दिखा रहे हैं, पर्दा की तरह खुल जा रहा है आँख लोगों का।
रोजी रोजगार चाहते हैं, नया बिहार चाहते हैं।
अभी तो प्रशांत किशोर, जिन्हें पीके कहते हैं बिहार में, उन्होंने ज़िंदगी में हाफ सेंचुरी भी नहीं लगाई है, लेकिन चुनावी रणनीतिकार से अब वो बन गए हैं एक नेता, फुल नेता। लगभग 9-10 साल से तो मैं उनको जानती हूँ। मतलब पहले कौन सी पार्टी है जिसमें उन्होंने काम नहीं किया, सबकी अंदर की बातें वो जानते हैं। बीजेपी के साथ काम किया, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ 2014 में, नीतीश कुमार के साथ तो वो यहाँ इन्वॉल्व ही रहे, सरकार में, पार्टी में जुड़ गए। कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी करीब से देखा, वहाँ भी बदलाव करना चाहते। कौन सी पार्टी है जिसकी इनसाइड स्टोरी प्रशांत किशोर को पता नहीं है? पीके पर क्यों भरोसा कर रहे हैं आप? क्या कर रहे हैं? कौन सी जादू की छड़ी है उनके पास?
प्रशांत किशोर बोले जिसके अंदर जो काबिलियत है, आप आइए, आपके अंदर काबिलियत क्षमता, आप आकर राजनीति कर सकते हैं। इसी का नाम तो जनसुराज है।
इनमें मेरिट है, क्षमता है, ये कर सकते हैं।
हमारे दल में कोई व्यक्ति नहीं तय करेगा, यहाँ कोई लालू जी या तेजस्वी जी या राहुल जी नहीं है।
मुझे ऐसे लड़कों को तैयार करना है, ऐसे परिवार को, ऐसे लोगों को जोड़ना है जो इस बात में यकीन रखते हैं कि बिहार 10 साल में कैसे देश के अग्रणी राज्यों की श्रेणी में खड़ा हो। नंबर वन नहीं बन सकते हैं, हम इतने बड़े बेवकूफ नहीं हैं। उस विचारधारा से जो सहमत हैं और लॉन्ग टर्म 2 साल, 4 साल, 5 साल, 10 साल अपने जीवन का इस क्षेत्र में लगाना चाहते हैं, मैं उनको जोड़ने आया हूँ।
प्रशांत जी नमस्कार। आपका एकदम व्यस्त चल रहा है मामला पूरा, चुनाव का?
व्यस्त नहीं है।
हाँ?
व्यस्त नहीं है,
पूरी फौज पड़ी हुई है। ऐसे वो यहीं से शुरू करते हैं। मुझे लग रहा है कि टिकट वाले हैं क्या सारे?
नहीं, ये तो एक मुझे लग रहा है कि हम लोग, मुझे निकलना है अभी, एक मेरा कार्यक्रम है दुल्हिन बाजार में, मैं वहाँ अभी जाऊँगा, फिर उसके बाद वैशाली जाऊँगा। ये तो यहाँ पर जो पदाधिकारी लोग हैं, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं और उनकी बैठक चल रही है, गया की आज बैठक है, उसके लिए लोग जुटे।
बीजेपी की कौन सी वो एक चीज है जिसको आपको लग रहा है कि आप इनसाइडर होने की वजह से जानते हैं और आज आप टैकल कर रहे हैं?
इनसाइडर होने की वजह से तो नहीं, लेकिन जो मैं यहाँ पब्लिकली भी कह रहा हूँ कि बिहार में राजद जो है, वो उनके नेता भ्रष्ट हैं, उन पर भ्रष्टाचार का, अपहरण का, रंगदारी का आरोप है और करीब करीब ये बात जग जाहिर है। लेकिन भाजपा के जो नेता हैं बिहार में, जो चाल चरित्र चेहरा की बात करने वाली पार्टी है, बिहार में भाजपा का नेतृत्व ऐसे लोगों के हाथ में है जिनका चाल चरित्र चेहरा कई मायनों में राजद से भी ज्यादा बुरा है। भाजपा का अध्यक्ष वो कॉलेज कब्जा करके बैठा हुआ है, सिखों के कॉलेज को कब्जा कर लिया है। भाजपा का अध्यक्ष, उस पर मर्डर का इल्जाम है, संगीन अपराध का इल्जाम है।
लालू जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी 2005 से हार रही है बिहार में। पहले लालू यादव इसी घर से, इस घर में भी लालू जी रहते थे, इस घर में अपराधी का फैसला होता था। इसी घर में बैठकर वो तय करते थे कि किसी का किडनैपिंग हुआ तो कितना पैसा देगा। वो अराजकता नहीं है बिहार में। आज यदि कोई अपराधी है तो 100 घंटे में उसकी गिरफ्तारी होती है, 100 घंटे में कार्रवाई होती। और देश का पहला राज्य बिहार है जहां आपको 15 मिनट में पुलिस दिखेगा 112 डायल की।
कांग्रेस और आरजेडी जैसे दल बिहार के लोगों का हक छीनकर घुसपैठियों को देना चाहते हैं। तुष्टीकरण के लिए, वोट बैंक को बढ़ाने के लिए कांग्रेस आरजेडी वाले कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, कितने ही नीचे जा सकते हैं।
पीएम अभी आए थे गया जी में, उन्होंने कहा कि लालटेन वाले चोरी करते थे या भ्रष्टाचार करते थे, उसको कैसे काउंटर करें?
चोरी तो वही कर लिया ना।
नाम काटा जा रहा है और बेईमानी करके भाजपा सत्ता में आना चाहता है। ये हमारे नेता आदरणीय श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी कभी होने नहीं देंगे। यह बिहार की जनता ऐसा कभी होने नहीं देंगे।
चुनाव आयोग तो चीयर लीडर हो गया है। इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है, संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जो हैं, पूरी तरीके से भाजपा ने इनको हाईजैक कर रखा है। ये बिहार है और बिहार गंगा जमुनी तहजीब को मानने वाला प्रदेश है। यहाँ लोग भेदभाव के खिलाफ, अन्याय के खिलाफ हमेशा आंदोलन किया है।
तो हम आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी को आग्रह करते हैं कि आपको संबोधित करें। आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी।
इसमें लिखा है कि एक व्यक्ति को 1 वोट मिलेगा। आपने 65 लाख वोट बिहार में क्यों काटे? आप संविधान पर आक्रमण कर रहे हो।
चुनाव आयोग अब चुनाव आयोग नहीं रह गया है, वो गोदी आयोग रह गया। चुनाव आयोग की क्रेडिबिलिटी जो है खत्म हो चुकी है।
कि वोट चोरी कर रहे हैं आप लोग।
एक वक्त वो भी याद है जब लोकसभा चुनाव के दौरान चौकीदार चोर है, जनता ने इनको जवाब दिया था। हो सकता है हमारी नीतियों से आप सहमत नहीं हो, आप उसका विरोध कीजिए ना, बट प्रभु हमारी नीतियों का विरोध कीजिए। ये तो चुनाव आयोग का है ना, इसमें सरकार का क्या लेना देना। ना हम 3 में ना 13 में। आपने शिकायत की, आप नहीं शिकायत करते तो संभवतः शायद चुनाव आयोग ये फैसला भी नहीं लेता। आप मुझे बताइए क्या मैं गलत बोल रहा हूँ कि लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद आप बार-बार विपक्ष बार-बार गया था दरवाज़ा खटखटाने की भैया वोटर लिस्ट में धांधली हुई है।
आपके पास काउंटर करने का तरीका क्या है? वो तो वोट चोरी सब जगह कह रहे हैं।
अरे देखिए, जो चोर होता है वो यही हल्ला करता है। एक राष्ट्रीय स्तर का चोर है और एक प्रदेश स्तर का चोर है। एक परिवार जिसने बिहार को लूटा, चारा खाया बेजुबानों का और जमीन के बदले नौकरी दिया। और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर तो आप समझ ही रहे हैं, जिसने गांधी परिवार ने जिस तरह भारत को लूटा है 55 वर्ष तक, यदि देश गरीब है, ये देश गरीब है तो गांधी परिवार दोषी।
देखिए, चोरी करने की कोशिश बिहार में वोट की हो रही होगी, हो रही है,
होगी।
हाँ बिल्कुल
होगी, हो रही है, चल रही होगी,
हो रही है, इसलिए हो रही है। SIR 20 वर्ष के बाद हो रहा है। तो पहला सवाल भाई क्यों हो रहा है? आपने कहा कि इलेक्टोरल रोल के शुद्धि के लिए हो रहा है। तो मेरे भाई 1.5 वर्ष पहले इलेक्टोरल रोल से वोट हुआ, जिसमें पार्लियामेंट और मोदी जी का चुनाव हुआ। तो क्या वो इलेक्टोरल रोल शुद्ध नहीं था?
हमें मालूम है कि ये बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए हमने वोटर अधिकार यात्रा यहाँ शुरू की है।
बर्दाश्त ही नहीं कर पा रहे कि दूसरा आदमी कोई सत्ता में बैठ सकता है। लोकतंत्र नहीं है, दोनों राजतंत्र के युवराज समझते हैं अपने आप को। यही दुर्भाग्य है, इसलिए ये लोग सिर्फ अफवाह फैलाने का प्रयास करते हैं।
ये बिहार के लोगों को गाली दे रहे हैं जो लोग घूम रहे हैं, माने बिहारी वोटर वोट चोरी कर रहा है। 20 साल से नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री है, तो माने जो चोरी करके उनको वोट दिया गया।
अगर राजद का साथ न हो तो यात्रा का बात छोड़िए, कांग्रेस वाले 5000 आदमी नहीं जुटा सकते हैं बिहार में।
राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे हैं कि बहुत सफल उनकी यात्रा रह रही है, हजारों हजार लोग सिर्फ राहुल जी को सुनने आ रहे हैं।
ठीक बात है, वो उनका अपना मानना है, वो कह सकते हैं, लोकतंत्र है, कोई इसमें दिक्कत नहीं। आपने मेरा आकलन पूछा तो मैंने बताया कि कांग्रेस देश की बड़ी दल हो सकती है, राहुल गांधी दूसरे जगह पॉपुलर हो सकते हैं। बिहार में कांग्रेस राजद की पिछलग्गू दल है।
आपने जिनका नाम लिया तेजस्वी यादव, कहीं लिख के देंगे कि अगर उनको बहुमत आया तो पिछड़े जात के किसी भी व्यक्ति को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे? नहीं, फिक्स है। आरजेडी का गठबंधन को अगर बहुमत मिला तो एक ही परिवार का आदमी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेगा, और उस परिवार में भी पता नहीं खींचातान है, दोनों भाई भी बनना चाहते हैं, बहन भी बनना चाहती है। ऐसे में बिहार की जनता का कोई भला होने वाला है?
ये पटना का बीजेपी दफ्तर ही है कि मीडिया विभाग भी यहाँ पर है, तो मीडिया विभाग में क्या क्या होता है जरा देखते हैं चलकर। तो नीतीश बाबू को सीएम बनाने के लिए बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता डटे हुए।
बिल्कुल, आज से नहीं, पिछले 2005 से हम लोगों ने सीएम नीतीश जी को ही बना करके रखा है।
एकदम खुशी से काम कर रहे हैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार। एनडीए के
खुशी बोल रहे हैं और हंसी नहीं रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं एकदम खुशी से काम कर रहे हैं।
हंस करके हम लोग बोल रहे हैं, हंस करके बोल रहे हैं।
दिल बहुत
दिल पलटने की ही चीज है। अगर दिल पलटे नहीं फिर दिल कैसा? दिल एक पर रह जाए तो फिर बेकार है, वो तो पत्थर हो जाएगा। फिर दिल को पलटने दीजिए और इसीलिए वो मोटिवेट रहेगा।
बीच में बार बार तेजस्वी जी कहते थे, पलटू पलटू कहते थे उनको, इस पर क्या बोलिए?
पलटू राम कभी है ही नहीं, पटकू राम है।
अब अपने सीएम को पटकू राम बोलिएगा।
वो बोलता है पलटू राम, तो हम उसका जो है प्रतिकार करते हैं कि ये पटकू राम है। आप जरा करेक्शन करके बोलिए, ये पटकते हैं, वो बीजेपी हो चाहे मतलब कि आरजेडी हो।
नीतीश कुमार जी का गुण अगर पूछ रहे, नीतीश कुमार जी जिस पार्टी के साथ अलायंस में रहे तो उन्होंने विकास के
को रफ्तार दिया है।
अच्छा, मतलब इनका गुण है कि किसी के भी साथ रहे वो
विकास के कार्यों को रुकने नहीं देते हैं।
क्या अच्छाई क्या है?
गुड गवर्नेंस जो है वो और परिवार, अपने परिवारवाद से भी सत्ता को दूर रखा, ये सबसे बड़ी बात।
उनके बेटे आएंगे पॉलिटिक्स में?
देखिए, ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत व्यू है।
क्या व्यू है?
ये कॉल अगर लेना होगा तो नीतीश जी को लेना होगा।
हाँ।
क्योंकि पार्टी उन्हीं का बनाया हुआ है।
हाँ।
तो आगे आना है नहीं आना, और आज तक उन्होंने कभी किसी को परिवार से 20 साल यहाँ रहे और उससे पहले केंद्र में भी मंत्री रहे। आज तक आपने सुना नहीं होगा कि उनके परिवार के दूर दूर से भी कोई पॉलिटिक्स में उन्होंने कभी अलाउ किया इस चीज़ को। लेकिन मुझे व्यक्तिगत रूप से लगता है कि आने वाले टाइम में, क्योंकि बहुत समझदार लड़का है, आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से थोड़ा उसको पार्टी में समय देना चाहिए।
हम गाली नहीं देंगे परिवारवादी, बल्कि भले ही पूरा कैबिनेट नीतीश जी का परिवारवादी क्यों ना हो, हम मोदी जी की तरह परिवारवादी नहीं करेंगे। चाहे उनके भी मंत्रिमंडल में कितने परिवारवादी, कितने सांसदों को इन्होंने टिकट दिया परिवारवादी, कितने गठबंधन अलायंस पार्टनर उनके परिवारवादी हैं, तो भी हम नहीं बोलेंगे परिवारवादी।
निशांत कुमार की एंट्री सही रहेगी पॉलिटिक्स में?
ये आपका सौभाग्य हो सकता है कि आप किसी बड़े व्यक्तित्व के सुपुत्र या सुपुत्री हैं, पर ये मेरी काबिलियत कतई नहीं है। मेरी काबिलियत मेरी मेहनत से होगी, मेरे परिश्रम से होगी, मेरे संघर्ष से होगी। अगर मुझ में वो काबिलियत होगी मेहनत करने की, संघर्ष करने की, आज से 3 साल पहले चिराग पासवान की पॉलिटिकल ऑब्चुरी लिखी जा चुकी थी ना। अपनी मेहनत, अपने परिश्रम से यहाँ तक आया ना, अगर उनमें भी होगी तो वो आगे आए।
बेटा चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे?
नहीं, बेटा चुनाव तो अभी नहीं लड़ेंगे, लड़ना चाहें तो लड़ भी सकते हैं। उनके बेटा चुनाव
परिवारवाद नहीं होगा?
नहीं, ये हम नहीं कह रहे हैं कि परिवारवाद होगा कि नहीं होगा। परिवारवाद वो होता है ना कि हमारा बेटा राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हम है तो हम भी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं। उनके बेटा चुनाव लड़ेंगे, जदयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नहीं बनेंगे। मेरा कहना यह है, लालू यादव राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे तो वही रहेंगे, और वो नहीं रहेंगे तो तेजस्वी यादव रहेंगे। ये परिवारवाद है।
नेता जो है वो तो अपनी जात की राजनीति कर रहा, अपने बेटे की राजनीति कर रहा है। जात में हम और आप उलझे, समाज उलझा है। लालू जी अकेले नहीं हैं, मांझी जी हैं, पासवान जी हैं, पंडित जी हैं, कुशवाहा है, भूमिहार है। जो भी जिस जाति का है, नेता अपनी चिंता कर रहा है, अपने बच्चे की चिंता कर रहा है। जात में समाज उलझा है।
जातिवाद कौन करता है? जातिवाद
सब कर रहे हैं, सारे नेता कर रहे हैं। समाज,
हमें तो पता चला, आप भी देख रहे हैं कहाँ पर कौन कितनी जाति के कितने % लोग हैं, उम्मीदवार उस जाति का ही हमको सामने कर।
आपको
सारी पार्टियां यही करती हैं।
आपको क्या पता चल रहा है, ये तो आपको पता है। अगर लोग जातियों की राजनीति करते और अपने जात की भी चिंता की होती तो कम से कम बिहार में आधी जनसंख्या का तो कल्याण हो गया रहता। यादव समाज के सारे बच्चे पढ़ लिख गए होते, यादव समाज के गांव की स्थिति सुधर गई होती, वहां पर बढ़िया स्कूल और अस्पताल होता।
अति पिछड़ा का जो एक समीकरण नीतीश बाबू लेकर आते हैं, वो आपके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
देखिए, हमारे यहाँ
बोल दीजिए,
यादव के बड़े नेता लोग हैं, नंद किशोर यादव, हमारे यहाँ नित्यानंद राय, राम सूरत राय, कई हैं बड़े चेहरे। अति पिछड़ा स्वाभाविक है, उसके लिए काम करते हैं। नीतीश जी पहली सरकार एनडीए बनी 2005 में, 2006 में कानून लाया। लालू जी का सत्ता रहा 15 साल, ना दलित को आरक्षण था, ना अति पिछड़ा को आरक्षण। नीतीश जी आए सत्ता में, सुशील जी थे साथ में, 2006 में कानून बनाकर अति पिछड़ा समाज को आरक्षण दिया, नौकरी में आरक्षण दिया। तो क्यों नहीं वोट करेगा? ये समाज को मुख्य धारा में लाने वाली पार्टियां हैं, तो सबको संरक्षण देकर एनडीए के लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया।
बिहार की एक पार्टी, सबसे पुरानी पार्टियों में से एक, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल, करती क्या है? मेडल की तरह सीने पे लेके चलती है एमवाई समीकरण को, जिसमें एम पूरी तरीके से सांप्रदायिक है, वाई पूरी तरीके से जातीयता को बढ़ावा देता है।
यही तो है, उनके पास 18 + 14 32% पे तो वो स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपके पास थोड़ी मुस्लिम वोटर है।
मैं बता दूं मैं कहां से स्टार्ट करता हूं। मेरे एम में महिलाएं हैं जो कि देश की नहीं दुनिया की आधी आबादी हैं। मेरे वाई में युवा हैं जो कि हमारे देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी है।
बिहार में चुनाव है और युवा क्या सोचते हैं, ये जानने के लिए हम एक इंस्टीट्यूट में आए। आप लोग सब वोटर्स हैं? सारे? या कोई है जो वोटर नहीं है बिहार का? अगर आपको सीएम बनाते, एक दिन के लिए सीएम, ठीक है, एक दिन के लिए सीएम, जब मैं माइक लेके आऊं तो इधर उधर की बात मत कीजिएगा, वो एक काम जो आप करेंगे, कौन सबसे पहले हाथ उठाना चाहता है? बताइए।
एजुकेशन, कंप्लायंस रेगुलेशन हटाएंगे
थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स करेंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट है जिसके कारण से बाहर से कोई निवेश करने के लिए आ नहीं पा रहा है।
यूथ डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट करेंगे, यूथ को पॉलिटिक्स में यूथ को मतलब प्रमोट करेंगे पॉलिटिक्स में ज़्यादा एक्टिवेट करने के लिए, एक्टिवेशन मतलब पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए। बिहार में देखिए तो मतलब कि यूथ पॉलिटिशियन बहुत कम है, अगर यूथ पॉलिटिशियन रहेंगे तो बिहार का व्यू अपने आप ही चेंज होगा।
आपका यूथ का डेफिनेशन लगता है नेताओं वाले से अलग है, क्योंकि उनके लिए तो 40-50 में भी यूथ ही रहते हैं।
नहीं मैम, 40-50 में यूथ नहीं होते, वो बूढ़े हो जाते हैं, उनका सोच बूढ़ा हो जाता है।
मैम अगर मैं बनती हूँ जितने भी स्टेट सर्विसेज हो रहे हैं या फिर जो भी एग्जामिनेशन में जो क्वेश्चन लीक हो रहे हैं, मैं सबसे पहले उसको रुकवाऊंगी। जो भी
पेपर लीक, वाह, पेपर लीक सबसे बड़ी समस्या है बिहार में। आपको वो सितलरी के ठन बीपीएससी के छात्र को गर्दनी बार में देखे होंगे, वो ये सरकार नीतीश कुमार के टैंक से मारते थे, पानी से, लाठी से, थल्ली से मारा जाता था। वही 17 महीना की सरकार में तेजस्वी यादव उप मुख्यमंत्री थे, 5 लाख सरकारी नौकरी दिए, एक भी पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ बिहार में। बिहार के सभी युवा, सभी छात्र नीतीश कुमार के 2025 में एग्जाम ले लेंगे। वो एग्जाम लाठी से ले रहे थे, हम लोग वोट के चोट दे के एग्जाम लेंगे।
निश्चय रथ है आपका रोजगार मतलब नीतीश सरकार। अब रोजगार का मुद्दा तो आरजेडी भी उठा रही है, तेजस्वी जी कहते हैं हम डेप्यूटी थे तो हमने नौकरियां दी।
अब कोई भी स्टेट में आप भी जानती है, बक स्टॉप ऑन चीफ मिनिस्टर, मुख्यमंत्री ही कोई फैसला लेता है, फाइनल जो कोई तय होता है। और ये रोजगार नीतीश कुमार जी आज से नहीं दे रहे हैं, जब से सरकार बनी उस समय से रोजगार दे रहे हैं।
नौकरी क्रिएट करने के लिए आपको इंडस्ट्री लगाना पड़ेगा, कोई इंडस्ट्री आप लगाया नहीं। नौकरी क्रिएट करने के लिए आपको आईटी का हब बनाना पड़ेगा। आप पूछ लीजिए बिहार की जनता से, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का कोई ऑफिस है क्या पटना में? कोई फेसबुक का, गूगल का कोई ऑफिस है क्या बिहार में? चूँकि वैसा वातावरण ही बना के इन्होंने नहीं रखा है।
जब मौका मिला सत्ता में आने का 17 महीने में, तो हमने 5 लाख लोगों को सरकारी नौकरी, 3.5 लाख नौकरी प्रक्रियाधीन हम लोगों ने कराया। वही लोगों के हाथों से नियुक्ति पत्र बंटवाया जो समय हमारे चाचा कहते थे कहाँ से पैसा आएगा, इम्पॉसिबल है, अपने बाप के पास से लाएगा।
आपको पता है देश में सबसे ज़्यादा पुलिस में महिलाएं बिहार में। अब ये कोई कहे कि हम इतना, अगर ये समझ था तो सरकार तो चलाया ही 15 साल इन्होंने, तो बताना चाहिए ना क्या रोजगार दिया, क्या रोड बनाए, क्या बिजली की स्थिति थी। कभी उस सरकार का चर्चा काम का नहीं करेंगे। इसमें जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने थोड़ा मौका दे दिया, जिसमें कुछ नहीं किए, अब वही वजह था टूटने का भी।
यही तो है जो हम लोग को ट्रेन पकड़ना पड़ रहा है, ये नेता सब के चक्कर में।
किसके चक्कर में?
नेता सब के चक्कर में। यहाँ रोजगार रहता तो क्यों जाते ट्रेन पकड़ के?
कहाँ जाते हैं?
अभी राजस्थान जा रहे हैं।
ओह, आप नौकरी वहीं करते हैं राजस्थान?
हाँ, फैक्ट्री में नौकरी करते हैं।
लोगों को लगता है पलायन सबसे बड़ी समस्या है बिहार की।
इसीलिए हम लोग नया जनसुराज के साथ जुड़ना चाह रहे हैं, नया विचारधारा के साथ हम लोग उसमें।
इसीलिए युवा कह रहे हैं जनसुराज की बात।
जनसुराज
आप बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं, वही बात
नहीं।
हाँ,
जो पलायन रोकने का जो हम लोगों ने प्लान दिया है, हम लोगों ने बताया अध्ययन करके कि बिहार से 50 लाख से ज्यादा लोग बाहर पलायन करते हैं, डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन जिसको कहते हैं, मजबूरी में 10-12 हजार रुपए के लिए। साल भर के अंदर पहले हम पूंजी का पलायन रोकेंगे। जैसे ही पूंजी का पलायन आप रोकेंगे तो उससे बुद्धि का पलायन रुकेगा। जिस दिन आपने पूंजी और बुद्धि का पलायन रोक दिया, उस दिन यहाँ बिहार में श्रम का पलायन, लोगों का पलायन रुक जाएगा।
यहाँ पर पढ़ने के बाद कितने लोग बिहार में रह के नौकरी ढूंढेंगे और कितने लोग दूसरे राज्य में जाएंगे? कितने लोग दूसरे राज्य में जाएंगे? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14। कितने लोग बिहार में रहना चाहते हैं?
स्टार्टिंग यहीं से होगा ना, स्टार्टिंग यहीं से करेंगे अपने ही।
गाड़ी यहाँ स्टार्ट होगी लेकिन पहुँचेगी कहीं और?
ना मैम, पहले यहाँ पे सर्व होगा, उसके बाद कहीं और। इसलिए तो कहा था इंडस्ट्री चाहिए। डेस्टिनेशन विल बी बिहार, बट स्टार्ट कहीं और से अच्छे करना।
अगर विकास 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 पर पलायन 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 भारी हो गया।
एकदम पलायन। अच्छा चर्चा आपने किया। बिहार का 11% पलायन था, आज लगभग 2% पर है। आज बिहार में बेसिक एम्यूनिटीज, आप किसी गांव में चली जाइए, आपको यह स्वयं दिखेगा कि बिहार में बिजली गांव में 23 घंटे, बिहार के शहर में 24 घंटे, बिहार के गांव तक सड़क, बड़े गांव हैं तो 4 तरफ से सड़क।
क्योंकि मेरा कारण ही राजनीति में आने का बिहार और बिहारी रहे। दिल्ली में पला बढ़ा, मुंबई में मैंने काम किया, मैंने देखा किस कठिन परिस्थिति में बिहारी दूसरे राज्य में रहने को मजबूर होते हैं, किस तरीके से उनके ऊपर अत्याचार होता है। ऐसे में अपने राज्य को इतना सक्षम, इतना समर्थ बनाना चाहता हूँ कि किसी भी बिहारी को अब के बाद से ना सिर्फ पलायन करने की नौबत ना आए, बल्कि जो लोग पलायन करके जा चुके हैं उनका भी रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हो।
बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट। तो उसके लिए तो यू शुड बी एट द हेल्म ऑफ अफेयर्स ना, कि भाई चिराग पूरा स्टर कर रहे हैं बिहार को। मतलब अगर आपको वाकई काया पलट करनी है तो ऐसे थोड़ी होगा कि आप नीतीश जी को ही फिर अब 10 बार से तो 10th टाइम
नहीं। तो पिछली बार दिक्कत भी यही थी एक्चुअली। 2020 में जब मैं एनडीए गठबंधन से अलग भी हुआ था, उसके पीछे का कारण भी यही था कि उस वक्त मुझे गठबंधन के भीतर अपनी बातों को रखने का, बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट एजेंडे को मजबूती देने का मुझे मौका नहीं मिल रहा था।
तुम दीजिए। अरे यार इसके साथ खींचो यार, किसका कोई तो फोटो खींचो। एक छोटा सा रैपिड फायर आपके साथ करते हैं। जिस शख्स का मैं नाम लूं उसके बारे में जो सबसे पहले आपके दिमाग में आता है वो बोल दीजिएगा। नीतीश कुमार।
वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड पॉलिटिशियन।
दोस्त क्या आता है दिमाग में? टॉप ऑफ माइंड है ये।
नहीं, दोस्त तो फिर मेरे सारे जितने मेरे व्यक्तिगत दोस्त हैं, बट अगर आप राजनीति में पूछेगा, बिहार की राजनीति में, तो प्रशांत जी मेरे मित्र हैं।
पीके आपके दोस्त क्यों हैं? वो तो रोज गाली दे रहे हैं आपके एनडीए को।
नहीं ठीक है, वो उनकी सोच है, मैं तो व्यक्तिगत बातें कर रहा हूँ।
चिराग पासवान जी का बड़ा दोस्ताना चलता है। उनसे मैंने पूछा, अभी इंटरव्यू में ले रही थी कि आपको बिहार में कौन नेता अच्छा लगता है। उन्होंने कहा प्रशांत किशोर।
ये तो पूरा बिहार कह रहा है, उसमें चिराग पासवान भी कह रहे हैं।
ओहो।
चिराग ब्लेटेंट तौर पर जाति की राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, वो भाजपा के साथ हैं, इसलिए मेरा उनसे विरोध है।
प्रशांत किशोर।
प्रशांत किशोर अब भी पहले डायरेक्टर थे, अब एक्टर बनने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
घूम रहे हैं वो, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली जब चुनाव होता है तो बाइपोलर होता है। हम लोग तो यही देखे हैं। हमको लगता है इस चुनाव में कोई फैक्टर होंगे या कोई उनका वो होगा, आई डोंट नो।
पर आपका मुकाबला किससे देखिए? नीतीश कुमार। हाँ,
एनडीए से सीधा मुकाबला एनडीए वर्सेस
तेजस्वी यादव आरजेडी
तीसरे नंबर पे रहेंगे।
तीसरे नंबर पे
बिल्कुल क्लियर। आप
सबसे ताकतवर है।
लिख लो भाई, सबसे ताकतवर कौन कह रहा है ताकतवर है? फिर वही बात।
पेपर पेन है क्या?
लिखियो भाई, लिख के साइन करा लो यार।
लाइक के साइन कर। पेपर आ गया, पेपर दीजिए।
लिख दो भैया, अर्श पे या फर्श पे।
जन सुराज। जेएसपी।
चलिए पी लिख देते हैं।
अर्श पर या फर्श पर, मतलब 10 के अंदर या फिर बहुमत की सरकार। और प्रशांत किशोर सीएम।
नहीं, वो सब सीएम हम नहीं हैं।
हाँ।
लिख लीजिए, और ये भी लिख देते हैं 10 के नीचे
या
पूर्ण बहुमत।
पूर्ण बहुमत। आरजेडी आप बता रहे थे। नहीं, आरजेडी आप बता रहे थे तीसरे नंबर की पार्टी।
वो तो अपने आप हो जाएगी, उसके लिए।
और दूसरा
है?
दूसरे नंबर पर
लड़ाई एनडीए से है।
एनडीए से है,
बिल्कुल।
बीजेपी सबसे ऊपर रहेगी या जेडीयू? मतलब इन दोनों में कौन बड़ा बेटर रहेगा?
उन दोनों में बीजेपी बड़ी रहेगी।
बीजेपी बड़ी रहेगी,
बिल्कुल।
तो विपक्ष से एक नेता है जो आपको बहुत पसंद करते हैं और आप भी उनको बहुत पसंद करते हैं। आप ही ने बताया है, आपको पॉलिटिशियन के तौर पर पीके अच्छे लगते हैं।
अच्छा, राइट।
प्रशांत किशोर। हाँ, उनका एक संदेश है मेरे पास, ये संदेश उन्होंने भेजा है आपके लिए।
Are you serious?
कह रहे हैं कि जन सुराज को या तो अर्श पर या फर्श पर 10 के नीचे आएगा या पूर्ण बहुमत आएगा हस्ताक्षर के साथ। ऐसा होगा क्या?
होता क्या है ना कि जब चुनाव समीप आते हैं, भले आपको कितना जन समर्थन मिल रहा हो, सभाओं में कितनी आपकी भीड़ इकट्ठी क्यों ना हो रही हो, क्योंकि मेरा अनुभव इसलिए क्योंकि 2020 में मैं कहीं ना कहीं इस भूमिका में था। मैं अकेले में चुनाव लड़ रहा था और मेरी भी सभाओं में उस वक्त के भी आप दृश्य निकाल के देखिए, बड़ी भीड़ आ रही थी और बड़ी सभाएं मेरी हो रही थी। पर जब परिणाम आए तो वो मात्र 1 सीट मैं जीत पाया। बिहारी आज की तारीख में राजनीतिक दृष्टि से इतना जागरूक है कि वो अपने मत को बर्बाद नहीं होने देता।
बीजेपी के पास इतने साल बाद भी कोई नहीं है जिसको वो सीएम बनाए।
सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास के रास्ता पर चल रहे हैं हम लोग।
विश्व की सबसे अमीर पार्टी है भाजपा, सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है भाजपा, और बीजेपी में कोई चेहरा नहीं है। वही लोग हैं जो 20 साल से मंत्री रहे हैं या प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष रहे हैं, वही लोग हैं, और तो कोई है ही नहीं।
बीजेपी जो कहती है हम सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन गए हैं, अब विश्व में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी, वो बिहार में सम्राट चौधरी को आपका तो अपना एक रुतबा हो गया है, बार बार आप डेप्यूटी बनते हैं, सब कह रहे हैं आप फेवरेट हैं एकदम सेंटर के, आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट कर दें।
नहीं, हमको अंजना जी कोई हड़बड़ी नहीं है। बिहार में नीतीश है, नीतीश कुमार के ही नेतृत्व में काम करना है।
क्यों?
और इसमें क्या है, पार्टी का एजेंडा है हमारा।
हमें कई लोग मिलते हैं जो कहते हैं बीजेपी वाले हम एनडीए के साथ हैं।
नीतीश कुमार जब बिहार के साथ अनजस्टिस करने लगेंगे, जरूर मैं आपके सामने आऊंगा।
कई लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि नीतीश बाबू नहीं तो जेडीयू से कौन, तो क्या फिर आप सीएम बनेंगे?
नहीं। नीतीश बाबू के ही नेतृत्व में चुनाव होगा, वही सीएम।
वो तो हो रहा है।
नहीं, वही सीएम बनेंगे बिल्कुल। और क्योंकि जो जिस तरह उन्होंने, और उन्हीं पर लोगों का भरोसा है।
कितनी सीटें आती हुई दिख रही हैं आपको?
ओके, सो 225 प्लस, बिकॉज दिस इज
225 प्लस, इसमें से 30 सीटें आप लड़ रहे हैं।
Am I?
मैं पूछ रही हूँ आपसे। सीट शेयरिंग पे क्या हुआ है? 30 चाहिए?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। क्यों?
कितना? 40?
मैं अपने आप को कम पे क्यों बांधूं?
हाँ,
गठबंधन में भाई मैं भी तो नमक का काम कर ही रहा हूँ ना।
हाँ।
और बिना नमक के कोई दाल कोई सब्जी आपको स्वाद नहीं दे सकती।
क्या चल रहा है मामला? मतलब देखिए, लोकसभा चुनाव में तो आप लोग एक सीट, मतलब छोटे भाई में एक सीट से ही सही, छोटे भाई की भूमिका में आ गए थे, और वो एक सीट ज़्यादा आपसे बीजेपी लड़ी थी। विधानसभा में क्या होगा? क्योंकि देखिए सर, ये एक सच्चाई है कि 2010 मुझे लगता है कि आप लोगों का पीक था, उसके बाद से जेडीयू की सीटें घट रही हैं, है ना? तो फिर क्या होगा? सीट शेयरिंग का रेशियो क्या होगा?
नहीं, अभी नंबर तो मैं नहीं कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन इतना मैं ज़रूर कह सकता हूँ कि बड़ा लंबा एसोसिएशन हम लोगों का रहा है, और जब चर्चा करने, अभी चर्चा भी नहीं शुरू हुई, जब चर्चा करने बैठेंगे तो ये रिजॉल्व हो जाएगा।
बड़ा भाई कौन रहेगा?
नहीं, बड़ा छोटा कोई नहीं रहेगा।
चिराग पासवान वगैरह सब?
नहीं, हाँ, बिल्कुल कोई दिक्कत, कोई इशू नहीं।
कोई इशू नहीं होगा?
नहीं।
अंजना जी, मामूली बात है, एक सांसद वाली पार्टी को 5 सीटें दे दी गई हो चुनाव लड़ने के लिए। मैं भी उनके विश्वास पे खरा उतरा, मैंने भी 5 की 5 सीटें उनको जीत कर दी। बट ये विश्वास भी होना कि भाई सिंगल सांसद वाली पार्टी 5 प्रत्याशियों को जिता के ला सकती है।
5 से 50 इस बार
225 इस बार एनडीए, ये मेरा विश्वास है। जैसे पीके जी ने लिख के दिया वैसे ही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि 225 प्लस। सो दिस इज अ विनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन, इट इज अ विनिंग अलायंस।
देखिए, हम लोग सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, ये स्पष्ट है, और कंफर्टेबली हम लोग जो है सरकार बनाएंगे। इसलिए लोग अभी टेंशन में हैं, और जब हार का डर होता है तो जितने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं उनको आगे कर दिया जाता है, जैसे अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन को किया जा रहा है।
अपने बिहार में वापस आकर चुनावी कवरेज करके 2-3 दिन गुजार के तमाम राजनीतिक पार्टियों के दफ्तर में पहुंचकर जनता के बीच अलग अलग जगहों पर जाकर इसी के साथ साथ नेताओं के इंटरव्यू करके अब मैं पहुंची हूं गंगा जी के पास। और कहते हैं कि हर कोई एक मनोकामना लेके गंगा जी के पास आता है। हे गंगा मैया तोरे पियरी चढ़ाइबो, सब कहते हैं, और नेता कह रहे हैं कि हे गंगा मैया तोरे पियरी चढ़ाइबो, वोटरवा से मनवा मिला दे। लेकिन एक ट्विस्ट है, मैंने क्या देखा, बिहार के चुनाव को मैं कई दशकों से अब कवर कर रही हूँ। इस बार चुनाव में नेताओं में एक डेस्परेशन है, बहुत ज़्यादा, वो मतलब एक घबराहट भी है, एक डेस्परेशन भी है, बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र में होना भी चाहिए, ये चुनावी समर सबसे बड़ा समर होता है, लेकिन एक डेस्परेशन है, और उसकी वजह शायद ये है कि इस बार मेक और ब्रेक वाला, डू और डाई वाली पॉलिटिक्स है, क्योंकि ये डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट बनने वाला है बिहार में। और बिहार की राजनीति से जो होता है उसका तिया पाचा आसपास के पूरे देश के पॉलिटिक्स पर होता है। अब देखिए, ये सिर्फ एक मोदी और नीतीश वर्सेस तेजस्वी और राहुल गांधी की लड़ाई नहीं है। इस बार सिर्फ जो राजनीति के धुरंधर हैं उनकी लड़ाई नहीं है। इस बार सिर्फ जो पॉलिटिक्स के खिलाड़ी हैं उनकी लड़ाई नहीं है। इस बार जो हमेशा चुनावी और जातीय समीकरण बनते हैं ना, उसकी लड़ाई नहीं है। इस बार जो छोटी छोटी पार्टियां तुरुप का इक्का बन जाती हैं और सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर बन जाती हैं, उनकी भी लड़ाई नहीं है। इस बार विश्वसनीयता की लड़ाई है। इस बार उंगली सीधे सीधे चुनाव के कोतवाल पर उठा है, यानी इलेक्शन कमीशन पर उठा है। और बाहर की बात होती है ना बिहार में, कि बिहार में बहारे बा, अब जनता तय करेगी कि बयार किस तरफ बहने वाली है। इसी के साथ पटना से बिहार के चुनाव पर हमारी इस विशेष पेशकश में इतना ही।
Are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
You are watching India Today.
Thank you for staying with India Today. I'm Suesha Sawant and we now get you details of how from Patna to Delhi to Surat, BJP workers have been protesting against the abusive language that was used against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This during Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's Voter Adhikar Yatra in poll-bound state of Bihar. In Delhi, BJP chief and other MLAs led a protest demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi. They broke through the barricades and were eventually dispersed by the police using water cannons. BJP workers in Surat also staged protests but were lathi-charged by the cops. On Friday, BJP supporters in Bihar held a massive protest outside the Congress office in Patna, demanding an unconditional apology. The protest that turned violent, leading to clashes between BJP and Congress workers, with police stepping in to control the situation. The protest resulted in property damage, including broken windows and vehicles at the Congress office. Earlier, a local Congress supporter was arrested by the cops in the case. The arrested man has been identified as Mohammad Naushad, a resident of Bhopura village under the Jale Assembly constituency.
It is very disgusting that the Congress leaders, those who don't have any proof against the things we are saying in their yatra, their official stage, the person of their party are abusing Prime Minister and the mother of the Prime Minister, sir. It's not tolerable. The people of India feeling very frustrated and we are demanding apology from the Rahul Gandhi, Khadke ji and Sonia Gandhi ji. They can understand that politics is something different, but a mother should be on an honor place. So we are demanding apology from Rahul Gandhi ji.
I think this is a very natural reaction of the kind of language which has been used against for a female, for a mother, and that too mother of Prime Minister of this nation. It is not, I think it is not insult of a female or PM. I think it is an insult every citizen of this country. Insult of the female of this country. I think it is unfortunate. It is, I think, I never ever imagined that the level and the language in politics will stoop to such levels. It is absolutely unacceptable, unfortunate, and people will not forgive.
What you see right now behind me is a protest that the Delhi BJP is staging against the statements made towards the mother of the Prime Minister of India. This protest is largely against the Congress party. You can see there are cutouts of Rahul Gandhi, and this protest is an attack against the Congress especially. Politics aside, you cannot abuse a woman, you cannot abuse a mother. That's why you see the kind of protest that the BJP is right now doing here at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. You can see the placards, you can see the banners very categorically pointing it out. One thing, they're seeking apology from the Congress party, from Rahul Gandhi, from Kharge, from Sonia Gandhi. You cannot abuse the mother is what the BJP is saying.
And well, TMC MP Mahua Moitra once again has landed in a soup while speaking to reporters about the infiltration of illegal Bangladeshi immigrants into the Indian territory. The Krishnanagar Lok Sabha MP brazenly said that Amit Shah should be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on at the table for display. She further demanded accountability from the centre over infiltration, claiming that Prime Minister has himself admitted that infiltrators are entering and insulting women's dignity. BJP went all guns blazing against Trinamool Congress and termed the remarks disgusting and disgraceful. The BJP also stating that Mahua's comments were drenched in venom and she must apologize for using such language of urban naxals. Meanwhile, TMC defended Mahua Moitra and claimed that she made a figurative speech and her remarks were taken out of context. Listen in.
আমি জিজ্ঞেস করছি যদি ভারতের সীমান্ত রক্ষা করার আমাদের কেউ নেই, যদি অন্য দেশের মানুষরা রোজে শয়ে শয়ে লাখে লাখে কোটি কোটিতে ঢুকে যাচ্ছে, যে আমাদের মা বোনদের উপর চোখ দিচ্ছে, আমাদের জমি কেড়ে নিচ্ছে, তা তোমার প্রথমেই তো অমিত শাহের মাথাটা কেটে তোমার টেবিলে দেওয়া উচিত।
टीएमसी के अंदर में जिस तरीके की वायलेंट मानसिकता है, उस मानसिकता का ही ये सरफेस में आ जाना वही आ गया है सरफेस में, और इसका ही एग्जीबिशन है। जब एक सो कॉल्ड पढ़े लिखे विदेश में पले बड़े ऐसे नेताओं के मुंह से इस तरीके की भाषणबाजी आती है, इस तरीके की शब्द का इस्तेमाल होता है, वो तो तब जाके पता चलता है कि कितना अंदर में जहर भरा हुआ है।
कुछ लोग अपने राजनीतिक हताशा का पराकाष्ठा दिखा रहे हैं। ये लोग सभी मर्यादाओं को उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं। कुछ दिन पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी को कांग्रेस की मन से, आरजेडी की मन से बिहार में अत्यंत असभ्य भाषा में गाली किया गया था। आज एक टीएमसी की सांसद इन्होंने इस प्रकार की, जो कभी राजनीति में शत्रु के बारे में भी नहीं सोचते, इससे काम शब्दों को उन्होंने कहा है। जो लोग बांग्लादेशियों की ताकत पे राजनीति करते हैं उनको निश्चित रूप में चिंता में रहना पड़ेगी।
ये तो ऑलरेडी गृह मंत्री जी ने एक बार उत्तर भी दिया है शायद पार्लियामेंट में कि पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार जो बांग्लादेश से वगैरह से बाहर से आते हैं उसके लिए रोकने के लिए कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कोऑपरेट नहीं करते है, उसके बाद ये कहना कि सर काट के रख दो, ये क्या भाषा है? स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का जिम्मेदारी नहीं है क्या?
उनका इरादा भी वैसा कोई फिजिकली हिट करने को वो नहीं था, वो एक सिंबलिक, ये प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है, ये है ग्रामेटिकल कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी refers to the use of sophisticated and elaborate grammatical structures in language indicating a deeper command of syntactic resources and patterns। वो ये जो है, वो जो वर्ड जो है, जो वो मीन कर सिंबलिक वैसे जो मीन करना चाहते थे वो ठीक से नहीं हुआ, लेकिन उसका कोई इरादा अमित शाह जी को कोई फिजिकली अटैक करने का, हिट करने का वो नहीं था।
She had made the comment
And I think the clarification of her comment may be given by her. I am not in a position to make any comment on it.
मेरा मानना यह है कि इस तरह का वो देश के गृह मंत्री हैं, हम सख्त उनके मुखालिफ हैं आइडियोलॉजिकली, और जब तक हम जिंदा रहेंगे उस आइडियोलॉजी के खिलाफ हम लड़ते आए, लड़ते रहेंगे। मगर इस तरह का उन्होंने बयान दिया है तो महुआ मोइत्रा को बताना चाहिए कि वो क्यों इतना गंभीर बयान उन्होंने दिया, इस तरह का बयान दिया।
On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. News and updates continue on the other side. To stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you. How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you. How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
So sorry.
watching India Today.
Hi, good evening once again, and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching India Today. I'm Suesha Sound. A quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you at 7 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi lands in China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral with Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow and Russian President Putin on Tuesday. Prime Minister Modi receives a grand welcome in China. Prime Minister Modi meets Indian diaspora a day before the SCO summit in Tianjin. Floods continue to batter North India. Cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban triggers flash floods, kills 4. Landslides in Riyasi claims 7 lives. Cloudbursts, landslides in Uttarakhand claim 6 lives. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar's Saran. Akhilesh slams BJP, says BJP robbing votes in Bihar. TMC MP Mahua Moitra lands in a soup again. Recently says Amit Shah must be beheaded and his severed head should be placed on table for display. BJP terms remarks disgusting and disgraceful. Big blow to Trump's tariff war. US appeals court says most of Trump's tariffs are illegal. Rattled Trump Sarkar says will appeal to higher court and says all tariff will remain in place. The handshake the world has its eyes on. Prime Minister Modi is in China after 7 long years for the SCO summit. Just a short while ago, he received a warm welcome at the Tianjin airport and was also greeted by the Indian diaspora at the hotel. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram by members of the Indian diaspora also echoed across the premises upon Prime Minister's arrival. During the visit, Prime Minister Modi also will hold bilateral talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin. This much-awaited meeting comes at a critical juncture following recent agreements between both nations, notably on military disengagement along the LAC, which has been a major flashpoint after the 2020 Galwan clash. It's being said that a secret letter by the Chinese president to President Draupadi Murmu in March helped spur Delhi-Beijing thaw. The report suggests that the letter was an attempt to test the waters on improving bilateral ties. The message was later shared with Prime Minister Modi, which set off a series of back-channel talks and helped revive diplomatic engagement between the two Asian giants. The Modi-Xi meet also comes amid Trump's tariff tyranny. China has strongly opposed the US decision to impose up to 50% tariffs on India. Beijing says it will stand firmly with India to protect global trade rules, warning that silence only emboldens the bully.
My name is Hari, and I'm very proud that we see Modi ji and then we can get a blessing from Modi ji. Thank you. I'm very excited to see Modi ji. When I shake hands with him and I also touch his feet and he also give me blessing. Yeah, I'm same with my brother.
I'm living in Xiamen, Fujian, and I'm here like in China for 23 years now, all total, yeah. So this is my whole family here. So we are so excited to see Modi ji, and he given the blessing to everyone. That's what's important, yeah. So I'm really thanks a lot for organizing everything, and really God bless, everyone here, whoever here, participate. Thanks a lot.
I was like blackout when he saw him. I don't know, I've been waiting him for a long time. So as soon as we just thanked him, was so excited, very grateful to him. I would like to thank him for visiting here and honoring everybody of us. Thank you so much.
It was very good, interacting with the Prime Minister.
What did you say?
No, we just said that we've been waiting for you for quite a long because, obviously China is very big and people travel across. A lot of people have come in. There was excitement all around. And you know how popular our Prime Minister is and the kind of work that he is doing for the country. Looking forward, it was his visit after 7 years, and very excited. He's very popular in China.
Is so excited, and I think we do our best. And I think the Prime Minister, he'll like our music, classical music. It's so exciting and honor. Thank you. Thankful.
Prime Minister Modi in China for the SCO summit. Remember, this is his first visit after 7 long years to China, especially after the Galwan Valley clash. And now Prime Minister Modi is there to attend the SCO summit. Why this visit is particularly being eyed is also because of the bilaterals that have been planned. Remember, tomorrow he is to engage with the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and day after with Vladimir Putin. The West that is watching every development at the SCO summit very, very closely, rather uncomfortably, because this is coming at a time when the entire world is watching the tariff conflict and all that comes out of it. This as the RICS revival that is also being spoken about, but several issues that are to figure as far as the agenda of this bilateral with China is concerned, from the LAC situation to economy and trade to cooperation when it comes to businesses and investments in India, and of course all of that that may figure as part of talks when the bilateral that is slated to happen tomorrow between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping. So far, we showed you the pictures after Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed, the red carpet that was laid in his honor. He met with important dignitaries, after which he went to the hotel where a sea of people who had gathered, especially the Indian diaspora, to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Some handshakes, a personal touch, as always, added by Prime Minister Modi as he interacted with some of those people. And of course, the very warm welcome and a rousing reception that was laid out to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Let me cut across to Gaurav Sawant joining us live from Tianjin as he continues to track every single detail. Gaurav, 2 days to begin tomorrow when the summit will kick off, and of course a lot of work in play. However, with regards to this evening, Prime Minister Modi's welcome and the rousing reception for him, all that you've been tracking.
From the SCO media convention. This is China's National Convention Center in Tianjin, and this is the march of technology that China wants to show here. So right behind me, the lady that you see, or the robo that you see at the National Media Center of the SCO summit, is the robo that will be welcoming all the journalists and delegates who come in at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit for the coverage. And this is what China wants to showcase. They want to showcase their achievements in the field of robotics, in artificial intelligence. And when India and China have their bilateral, that's on the sidelines of a very important multilateral meeting. So do we expect something really major from the bilaterals? From what sources in the government are telling India today, expectations from the bilaterals are, yes, the two heads of state and government remain engaged. We saw on the sidelines of BRICS Kazan summit, there was a dialing down of tensions between the two countries, and there was a strategic message that went out from both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping that led to disengagement at the remaining friction points. So that was the strategic message that was sent out. Once that message was sent out, Wang Yi, Chinese member Politburo, state councillor and foreign minister, when he was in India recently, he said it's not in the interests of India and China to continue with this friction of the past several years, and this has not in the interest of the people of both the countries. So that is why both the countries now want to move forward. But to move forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made one thing very clear. There has to be stability, peace on the borders. So peace and tranquility at the borders the prerequisite for the relationship to move forward. China wants to take this relationship forward in various other ways. They're seeking greater access to Indian markets. India is seeking greater access to the Chinese markets. The supply of fertilizers or rare earth minerals or tunnel boring machines that had stopped, that has resumed. We're perhaps thinking that there'll be a higher direction that will come to the two foreign ministers of both the countries or the NSAs of both the countries to take the relationship forward. So very slow, small, incremental steps to improve ties. Will they be speeded up given the way Donald Trump is behaving? That remains the big question, Soyesha.
All right, Gaurav, many thanks for, of course, getting us the latest. We watch what happens in that bilateral tomorrow. For the moment, I'd also like to cut across to Satoru Nagao, fellow Hudson Institute. He's joining us live from Tokyo in Japan. And Satoru, what a visit it has been for Prime Minister Modi when he came to Japan, of course, leaving with the fact of stronger ties between India and Japan. But all eyes now on how the China visit will pan out. How are you observing this from your end?
Schedule indicates a message from the Prime Minister Modi. Because before he visits China, he visits Japan. And after the SCO, China will hold massive size military parade to celebrate the World War II against Japan. But Prime Minister Modi will not attend and return to India before it. This means that this is the message. Even if the Prime Minister Modi visits China, he cares about Japan as a partner. That is very important. So schedule itself sending the message. Because there are plenty of the issue, India cannot share the national interest with China, but India can share the same national interest with Japan. For example, in the SCO, there is a Pakistan. So there is no mention about the Pahalgam. But in case of the joint statement between India and Japan, we can see the word of the Pahalgam. Why India and Japan can do that? Because we share the same interest. And India and China, there are plenty of the problem. So instead of just sharing the same national interest. So this is the firstly, very important message. And secondly, indeed, currently, Japan wants to cooperate with India very strongly because India is rising. India is rising in the global level great power, not only inside of the South Asia. More wider area, the Indian influence is spreading. Look at the map. If India has enough resources, the location indicate that India's influence will spread to the Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Africa. So that's why this time, India and Japan share the same interest in this region, invest India to create a factory in India, and export to the Middle East, Africa, the Southeast Asia, or other area. India starts a project of the IMEC in 2023, India, Middle East, Europe. This time, Japan starts a project Indian Ocean, Africa's Economic Zone Initiative. So that's why region is a little bit overlap. Of course, Europe and Africa both are connected with Indo-Pacific, and India and Japan, if collaborate, we can connect this region as a one big market from India. So that's why this is very important. Now, India's naval ship holds a joint exercise with the Philippines, a little bit earlier, but that has happened, and exporting BrahMos missile to Philippines. So India is actually in this Pacific side, and Japan shares the same region. So that's why Southeast Asia, the two countries can collaborate too. So all of these areas, India and Japan share the same interest and start to collaborate. That is happening in this visit. So that's why this is very important visit. Thank you.
Very true, very true. And you put out all the details correctly. The message is loud and clear for the very reason why Prime Minister Modi said that shared Interests equals shared prosperity. I want to go back to my colleague Shweta, who is joining us from Tianjin on the very latest that is underway, how the buzz is building up ahead of the SCO summit tomorrow, especially the bilaterals that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is to engage in, given the fact that it is being harped on again and again that the focus should be on the fact that this is a multilateral engagement.
Yes, they're making no 2 points about that. And I would say exactly like what our expert just said, the entire diplomacy is right now between India's membership of Quad, India's role in the Quad, and India's role in BRIC, India's leadership of the Global South, and the SCO's vision of the Global South. And amidst it all, the Indian side is making no two things when they speak about India's interest in all of it. They reiterate, although not on cam, but in off-camera briefings, that this is a visit by the Prime Minister for the SCO, which is being held in China. That is one thing that is being particularly talked about. And whenever we are asking about what happens to RIC, is it actually possible that Russia, India, China, which was a vision of 1990s, can again actually form that troika which will challenge the United States? India is non-committal about it, and they say don't bring your hopes very high up. So that is the situation here. While the Prime Minister is having a 40-minute meeting with Xi Jinping tomorrow from 12 to 12:40 here, China time, everybody in the Indian camp is particular that do not think that this is an exclusively bilateral meeting, and the Prime Minister is meeting the Chinese Premier because he is visiting Tianjin for the SCO summit meet. Of course, something in the future might come out of it.
Oh yes, absolutely. And fact is that India is making its position very clear. We are a strong regional power. We engage on our own terms, and we cannot be sidelined when it comes to Asian geopolitics. Shweta, I want to thank you for getting us the latest, and of course we keep coming back to you for further updates as we also take a look at the stunning pictures that came in a short while ago from Prime Minister Modi's arrival to his interaction with the Indian diaspora. Take a look. Prime Minister Modi is in China after 7 long years to attend the SCO summit, where he was warmly welcomed at the Tianjin airport. Prime Minister Modi then arrived at the hotel, where he received a rousing reception from the Indian diaspora. Upon arrival at the hotel, Prime Minister Modi was also accorded a traditional welcome with a group of Bharatnatyam dancers performing in his honor. Chinese artists also played Indian classical instruments such as the sitar, santoor and tabla to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the hotel. The elated Indian diaspora also raised Modi Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants to welcome Prime Minister Modi.
Bharat Mata Ki Jai!
Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first visit to China in 7 years. The talks come at a time of global economic turmoil and Trump tariff row. But to understand what is at stake, we must look back. From Wuhan to Mallappuram, from Galwan to BRICS, the Modi-Xi story that has swung between bonhomie and breakdown. Can Tianjin mark a reset is the big question.
Asian giants meet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold talks in Tianjin on August 31st. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China since the Galwan clash of 2020, which pushed bilateral ties to their lowest in decades. But this is not the first time the two leaders have sought to reset relations. In 2019, Xi Jinping traveled to the historic coastal town of Mamallapuram for the second India-China informal summit. Images of Modi and Xi visiting ancient monuments send strong optics of civilizational bonding. Just a year earlier, the two leaders had held their first informal summit in Wuhan. The Wuhan Consensus was built as a reset in ties, stressing that differences must not turn into disputes amid Doklam standoff tensions. Modi's first major visit to China came in 2015. The chemistry was on display. Modi became the first world leader to be received by Xi in his hometown Xi'an. Then came the Galwan clash in 2020, breaking the fragile trust. For 2 years, Modi and Xi had no substantive engagement. A brief handshake at the G20 summit in Bali in 2022 marked Prime Minister Modi's first public contact with Xi Jinping since Galwan. A year later in Johannesburg, another brief conversation on the sidelines of BRICS signaled the need for continued dialogue. Their last meeting came in October 2024 at the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. That meet helped push forward disengagement at friction point in Ladakh.
It's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan.
From Mamallapuram's optics to Galwan's rupture, the Modi-Xi story swings between smiles and standoffs. All eyes now on Tianjin. Can this reset really hold? Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Modi has concluded his two-day power-packed Japan visit, and all eyes are now on Modi's meeting with Xi Jinping in China's Tianjin. Prime Minister Modi's Japan visit that further bolstered India-US ties with the aim to boost investment, technology and green growth. Take a look at how Prime Minister Modi forged ties with the new leadership as India faces Trump's tariff blow.
A two-day power-packed Tokyo visit. Growing strategic and economic partnership between the two nations. Amid the tariff blow from Donald Trump, India has bolstered ties with Japan. The two nations signed several agreements focusing on trade, investment and innovation. On the second day of his visit, Prime Minister Modi took a bullet train ride with Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba from Tokyo to Sendai. Crowds in Sendai greeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi with chants of Modi-san welcome. Highlighting the growing India-Japan collaboration in advanced tech and supply chain, Prime Minister Modi also visited Tokyo Electron Factory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gifted stone bowls with chopsticks to his Japanese counterpart and a pashmina shawl in papier-mâché box for his wife. Prime Minister also unveiled an ambitious investment roadmap with $10 trillion in the pipeline.
हमने अगले 10 वर्षों में जापान से भारत में 10 ट्रिलियन येन निवेश का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। भारत और जापान के स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस और स्टार्टअप्स को जोड़ने पर विशेष बल दिया जाएगा।
As Modi's visit to Japan concludes, all eyes are now on the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. Up next, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav has joined the Vote Adhikar rally in Bihar Saran. Akhilesh has slammed the BJP, saying BJP is robbing votes in Bihar. We'll get you the latest after the short breather. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
are watching India Today.
And well, during the last leg of the Voter Adhikar Yatra, Tejashwi Yadav has declared himself as the CM fix. Tejashwi's big declaration in Rahul Gandhi's presence that has raised eyebrows. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav backing Tejashwi Yadav. Akhilesh has said Tejashwi is Bihar Chief Ministerial face for the India bloc. Listen in.
इन्हें काम करके दिखाया यहाँ पर, और जब वो थे यहाँ सरकार में, जो फैसले लिए, जो काम रिकॉर्ड बना करके नौकरी देने का काम किया, उनसे बेहतर चेहरा क्या होगा। और मैं भरोसा दिलाता हूँ तेजस्वी जी को, अभी हमारे यहाँ चुनाव नहीं है ना, हम सरकार में हैं, लेकिन पूरे अनुभव के साथ इनकी मदद करने का काम हम लोग करेंगे।
ये नकलची सरकार है, इनके पास कोई विजन नहीं है, और नकलची जो सरकार है नकल तो कर सकती है लेकिन विजन नहीं ला सकती। और देश का लोग जो है देख रहे हैं कि बेशरम लोग हैं, और बिहार में हर एक लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमको डुप्लीकेट सीएम नहीं चाहिए, हमको ओरिजिनल सीएम चाहिए।
And well, Congress's Voter Adhikar Yatra that has entered into its last leg, and it is a massive show of strength by the opposition. Now, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav has joined Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav in the mega rally in Bihar Siwan. Akhilesh slammed the Election Commission of India for conducting the special intensive revision in poll-bound Bihar, alleging that the poll body has become the Jugaad Commission of BJP. Taking a jibe at the Election Commission of India, Akhilesh said that the people of Bihar have instead decided to carry out an SIR of the Election Commission. He also added that first people of Awadh ousted BJP and now people of Magadh will do the same.
अखिलेश जी, बिहार आ गए हैं आप।
अवध, देखिए, अवध की जनता ने बीजेपी को हटाया है। हमें उम्मीद है कि मगध के लोग भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हटाएंगे और पलायन बीजेपी का होगा। ये SIR धोखा देने का बात है, ये सरफिरा फैसला है। आयोग को इस समय ये फैसला लेना, इसका मतलब है कि वोट चोरी के साथ साथ वोट डकैती की तैयारी चुनाव आयोग कर रहा था।
अखिलेश जी, वोटर अधिकार यात्रा में आपके हिस्सा लेने का क्या मतलब है? राहुल गांधी, तेजस्वी।
मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ राहुल गांधी जी को, तेजस्वी जी को और बिहार की जनता को, जिन्होंने ये स्वीकार किया है कि वोट चोरी हो रही है और अपने
वोट के अधिकार को बचाने के लिए लड़ाई लड़ेंगे।
कांग्रेस दफ्तर में कल लाठियां चली और राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि तू तड़ाक की भाषा बोलते हैं।
ये बीजेपी बिहार से बाहर होगी और बीजेपी का पलायन होना निश्चित है। यहाँ से बीजेपी का पलायन होगा, बेरोजगार पलायन नहीं करेंगे, रोजगार मिलेगा। तेजस्वी जी ने जो नौकरियां दी थी, रोजगार दिया था, लोगों को आज भी याद है।
आज अंतिम दिन है और आज अखिलेश यादव जी भी हम लोगों के साथ यात्रा में शामिल हो रहे हैं और बीजेपी जो है घबराई हुई है। जो ये ऐतिहासिक यात्रा हुआ है, इससे एनडीए में बड़ी बेचैनी है। सारे तंत्र मंत्र जो है इस्तेमाल जो है एनडीए के लोग कर रहे हैं। वो क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, एक एक चीज़ों पे हमारी पैनी नज़र है। लेकिन कुछ भी कर ले, इस बार बिहार में सत्ता में वापस लौटने वाले ये लोग नहीं हैं।
यात्रा का अंतिम दिन है। वोट अधिकार की रक्षा के लिए संघर्ष जारी रहेगा और मैंने जैसा पहले भी आपसे कहा था, कल की पीसी में भी कहा था कि यात्रा अब तेजस्वी जी राहुल जी के वश में रह नहीं गई, जनता के दिल में उतर गई, उनकी परेशानी का सबब बन गई, उनके डर का कारण बन गई। तो जाहिर तौर पर अब इस यात्रा से जो अनुगूंज सुनाई दे रही है वो सिर्फ बिहार में नहीं है। अमित शाह जी को पहले ये सोचना होगा कि अगर देश में एक भी घुसपैठिया है तो जिम्मेवार कौन? मिस्टर होम मिनिस्टर, यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल, यू शुड क्विट gracefully.
With that, it's a wrap with this edition of the news. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can also log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download our app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you. How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
The last time the Indian Prime Minister was in China, it was 2018. A very different time, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping were still friendly. Doklam border disputes did cast a shadow, but the bright promises of bonhomie chased those shadows away. So much so that a year later, Chinese President Xi came for an informal meeting in Tamil Nadu. The two leaders talked business in Chennai. And in Mahabalipuram, there were two friends reveling in the ancient culture and tradition of greatest civilizations of all times. And then a year later, the two neighbors turned into bickering enemies. Galwan border disputes snowballed into a bigger conflict along the line of actual control in Ladakh. For the first time in 40 years, fires were exchanged. Direct flights between the two countries stopped. In fact, all signs and gestures of friendliness stopped. After 4 years of border disputes, things started to look up in 2025. The Indian Prime Minister was invited personally by the Chinese President to attend the SCO summit in Tianjin in China. Once again, the dragon and the tiger look each other in the eye and hope for peace and prosperity.
Hello and welcome to the special edition. The Indian Prime Minister's visit to China is very significant because he's going to China after 7 long years. The Chinese president hasn't come to India as well for 6 long years now. But why is that important when they've met a number of times between then and now in different international locations? It is important because in the first term of Narendra Modi as Indian Prime Minister, the two leaders visited each other's countries at least once a year. Chinese President Xi Jinping came to India thrice between 2014 and 2019, Ahmedabad, Goa and then Chennai. Modi went to China 4 times in that same period, but then Galwan border disputes derailed everything. Here's how.
China's port city of Tianjin will host this year's SCO meet. Leaders from 10 Eurasian countries would meet and pave the way for better geopolitical integration. The Prime Minister of India and President of China will be meeting in China for the first time since 2020 Galwan border disputes and COVID pandemic caused both the dragon and the tiger to maintain freezing distance. Things were very different a decade ago. Prime Minister Modi was barely a year old in Delhi power corridors when he visited China and held meetings with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Keqiang. That was May 2015. The trip served as a quid pro quo for Chinese leader Xi Jinping's late 2014 visit to India. He came to Modi's Ahmedabad in his first official visit to India. There was tremendous personal chemistry between the two leaders that paved the way for $20 billion in Chinese investment pledges as well as 12 different agreements for cooperation across various fields. Xi in return hosted Modi in his hometown, Shanxi. The selfie moment captured became iconic. They held wide-ranging discussions on matters like terror, boundary dispute and confidence-building measures at the summit-level talks.
We are two of the world's largest economies and among its fastest growing major economies. We have enormous economic synergies. We also face similar challenges. We have some similar experiences. We have both seen differences in the pace of development in different parts of our countries. Our economic relations are growing rapidly. During President Xi's visit last year, we set for ourselves an ambitious plan to take our economic relations to a new level.
A year later, when the duo met again at the G20 summit in Hangzhou, the relations between the two Asian giants had been on a downward trajectory. Over China vetoing India's petitions to ban Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar in the UN Security Council. India cautioned China over the multi-billion-dollar China-Pakistan economic corridor being laid through POK. A month later, Xi Jinping was in Goa to attend the BRICS summit. Modi and Xi held fruitful discussions on key issues, including terrorism, NSG, and enhancing trade and investment. And then on June 16, 2017, the face-off on Dolam Plateau in Doklam area of Bhutan between India and Chinese soldiers started. Prime Minister Narendra Modi informally met President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Hamburg, Germany in July, and had a conversation on a range of issues. But it was not a formal bilateral meeting between the two leaders, as the atmosphere was not right for official dialogue between Modi and Xi. After 73 days, the Doklam face-off was resolved through diplomatic channels, and Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a substantive bilateral meeting at Xiamen in September 2017. The course for a new forward-looking round of engagement anchored by fresh mechanisms to ensure calm at the borders was set. The two leaders reaffirmed their understanding that differences shouldn't be allowed to become disputes.
सीमा पर अभी भी देखा जाए तो तनाव है। तनाव मतलब स्थिति बेहतर हुई है, लेकिन अभी भी गड़बड़ है। सेनाएं डिप्लॉयड है, 50,000 सैनिक डिप्लॉयड है। भारत अभी भी नज़र रखे हुए है। चीन भी अपनी डेवलपमेंट करता जा रहा है, नए नए बेसिस बनाता जा रहा है। तो ये सब देखते हुए एक तरफ चीन अपने भारत को घेरने की काम कर रहा है, दूसरी तरफ भारत भी सुरक्षा के हिसाब से काम कर रहा है। चौकस रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि चाइना का इतना क्लियर नहीं रहता है हिसाब किताब। कहीं पे हम देखते हैं कि उनकी तैयारियां भी पीछे चल रही हैं, साथ साथ भारत को घेरने की भी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। श्रीलंका के साथ संबंध, बांग्लादेश के साथ संबंध, पाकिस्तान, म्यांमार, इसके अलावा बाकी जो देश हैं इनके द्वारा, जिसको स्ट्रिंग ऑफ पर्ल्स कहते हैं, भारत को घेरने का भी काम हो रहा है। यूनाइटेड नेशन में भी वो पाकिस्तान का साथ देते हैं। तो ऐसे में क्या हम इनके ऊपर पूरा भरोसा करें? आज भी कई बार वो अरुणाचल की बात छेड़ देते हैं, कई बार अपने गांव के नाम बदली कर देते हैं। तो ये भरोसा हम तभी कर सकते हैं, पूरा भरोसा तभी कर सकते हैं जब उनके व्यवहार में बदली हो। भारत तैयार है।
Roughly 6 months later, Modi-Xi's camaraderie once again made waves during the heart-to-heart summit in the central Chinese city of Wuhan in April 2018. They had a series of one-on-one informal interactions. Doklam wounds were still very fresh. Modi and Xi decided that they will issue strategic guidance to their respective militaries to strengthen communication and to build trust and understanding. A couple of months later in June, Prime Minister Modi went to the Chinese port city of Qingdao to attend the SCO summit of 2018. And then finally in August 2018, India got the Chinese side to reach an agreement to resolve the situation with the disengagement of border personnel at Doklam. A year later, Mahabalipuram was the grand host for the two giant leaders to meet, greet and talk. 2019 Chennai talks of the Modi-Xi was the second informal meeting and the last one held so far. The two leaders agreed that they need to work together to fight radicalization and terrorism as common challenges.
चेन्नई समिट में अब तक हमारे बीच द्विपक्षीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर महत्वपूर्ण विचार विनिमय हुआ है। वुहान स्पिरिट ने हमारे संबंधों को एक नया मोमेंटम और ट्रस्ट दिया। आज के हमारे चेन्नई कनेक्ट से दोनों देशों के बीच सहयोग का एक नया दौर शुरू होगा।
As the calendar turned its page, 2020 became the pandemic year of lockdown. India and China clashed at Pangong So in Ladakh. It all started in May 2020. On 7th September 2020, for the very first time in 45 years, shots were fired along the line of actual control, with both sides blaming each other. What started in Galwan in summer of 2020 spread to Pangong So and Gogra Hot Springs in 2021, and most recently to Demchok and Depsang in October 2024. In the past few months of 2025, both sides have made progress. Talks have resulted in pilgrim and tourist movement after years of frozen relationships. The two leaders haven't met on each other's soil since the 2019 meeting in Chennai, which was Xi Jinping's last India visit. June 2018 Qingdao was the last time Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in China. It has taken roughly 7 years for the two Asian giants to meet in either country. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, here's what experts have to say on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's crucial visit to China and Japan. Listen in. You had tweeted about it, and that's a very significant message that you put out, that everybody's focused on China, but the more important visit is Japan. In your appreciation, what is the big takeaway that you see from this visit of Prime Minister Modi in Japan?
There is an annual summit that the two countries are supposed to hold, but that annual summit is not being held annually. So it's very good that Prime Minister Modi has gone to China at this time by going to Japan. By going to Japan, he has balanced his China trip, which is a very good signal, because the Chinese leaders, as we all know, often come to India, then go to Pakistan, or go to Pakistan, come to India. But Modi is showing that India can also play the same card. Japan and China have been historical rivals, and the Prime Minister's trip to Tokyo before going to Tianjin for the SCO summit is a very good message to Beijing. It's important to remember that Japan, India, and China make a strategic triangle. In the strategic triangle, if Japan is B and India is C, B plus C will always be greater than A, which is China. If B plus C will always be greater than A economically and militarily. So India-Japan partnership is vital for Asian power balance and stability. Unfortunately, at the moment, Prime Minister Ishiba's future hangs in the balance. Yet, the institutionalized collaboration that has developed between India and Japan, that will continue irrespective of who's the Prime Minister in Tokyo or in New Delhi. This is a relationship between two natural allies. Look at it, Geeta, that when the Prime Minister goes to Tianjin and meets with Xi Jinping, he'll be discussing how to manage differences, how to moderate disputes, temper down disputes. But in Tokyo, his discussions with Ishiba have been about reinforcing an already flourishing strategic and economic partnership. So right. It's a stark contrast to the kind of discussions that you will have in Tianjin.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Sajjan, stark contrast, but would you agree that this was a very crucial visit, and clubbing Japan with the China visit that was because of SCO certainly is clear messaging from Indian side?
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Geeta. I think in the past also, if you remember the first visit that Prime Minister Modi had undertaken to China, he'd gone to Mongolia, he'd gone to South Korea, along with those visits. And I think sometime later, again, when he went to China, he also came to Vietnam. So I think the Prime Minister always tries to balance those visits. The second point that I would like to make is, that is a visit to Tianjin and China is an international commitment. It is the annual summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Barring last year when Prime Minister could not go because of the parliament session in India immediately after the elections here, and 2023 when we were hosting our own summit, Prime Minister Modi has attended all SCO summits. So that was a given. But I think coming to Japan, particularly in the context of the geopolitical changes, the turbulence and the flux that is taking place, I think for bilateral reasons in terms of strengthening the economic and strategic cooperation, also sending out a message, as has been mentioned, to China, but also sending out a message to the United States, because both India and Japan are at the receiving end as far as the tariffs from Mr. Trump are concerned. So I think on a variety in a variety of perspectives, this was a very significant visit. And if you look at the outcomes, Geeta, then of course the significance and the importance of this visit in bilateral context, regional and global context increases all the more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China's Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, that is SCO Summit, isn't just another diplomatic stop. It's his first China trip in 7 years, a high-stakes moment that could recalibrate Asia's power balance, from Galwan's shadow to global trade. This visit may redefine India-China dynamics. Here's a report.
Narendra Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit is far more than a ceremonial visit. It marks his first trip to China in 7 years, and it could well reshape the balance of power in Asia. Relations between India and China have always been a complex mix of cooperation and confrontation. The 2020 Galwan Valley clashes were a breaking point. Lives were lost, trust collapsed, and ties sank to their lowest in decades. But 5 years on, New Delhi and Beijing appear ready for what some are calling a strategic reset.
China was ripped up by Xi Jinping and his actions in 2020, which culminated in Galwan, where 20 brave Indian soldiers lost their lives, and several Chinese soldiers died as well. Now that was a red line, so to speak, between India-China relations, but things have moved on since then. The relationship is not as adversarial as it used to be in 2020. It looked like India and China were going to go to war, but now that seems to have abated. A better sense seems to have prevailed in Beijing, and what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, beginning with the summit in Kazan, was a warming, a thawing of ties between India and China. There was a certain outreach made by China, and India seems to have reciprocated.
At the heart of this lies India's foreign policy evolution. Gone are the days of Cold War non-alignment. What we see today is multi-alignment, a deliberate strategy to engage all major powers while preserving strategic autonomy. India is not choosing sides, it is choosing options.
आप अगर पुराने रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, सदियों तक चीन और भारत एक दूसरे से सीखते रहे हैं और दोनों मिलकर के दुनिया की भलाई के लिए कोई न कोई कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहे। ग्लोबल पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स है कहते हैं कि दुनिया का जो जीडीपी का था उसका 50% से ज्यादा अकेले भारत और चीन का हुआ करता था। इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन।
Economics is a big driver here. Despite tensions, China remains India's second largest trading partner. Yes, the trade deficit bothers New Delhi, but the reality is India's manufacturing ambitions still depend on Chinese components and raw materials. Put simply, India cannot industrialize at scale without some level of cooperation with Beijing. Security is another key layer. The SCO, once focused on fighting terrorism, has now grown into a platform that offers an alternative to Western-led institutions.
The SCO was established with the primary goal of countering three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism, which continue to remain a challenge. Today, as a regional platform, there is a broader range of sectors of cooperation among the SCO members.
For India, active participation ensures its voice is heard in multiple forums without getting trapped in one-sided alliances. Border management is perhaps the most immediate concern. The revival of the long-dormant Special Representatives framework is a breakthrough. Both sides are exploring early harvest solutions, resolving simpler segments of the contested border first, leaving harder disputes for later. It's pragmatic, if not ambitious. Then there's the American angle. Washington's tariff war, particularly under Donald Trump, has rattled New Delhi. India still values its partnership with the US but doesn't want to appear overly dependent. Engaging China helps India widen its options and sends a clear signal. India will not be boxed in.
साथ होना ना सिर्फ बेनिफिशियल है बल्कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए भी जरूरी है। और जब 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी है तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि भारत चीन के बीच में स्पर्धा सब स्वाभाविक है। स्पर्धा कोई गलत चीज नहीं है। इस संघर्ष नहीं होना चाहिए।
But let's be clear, this is not a love story. Beijing's tight embrace of Pakistan and its growing naval footprint across the Indian Ocean remain red flags for India. Old suspicions cannot be wished away. Still, the ripple effects of Modi's China gambit could be significant. A revived Russia-India-China trilateral, dormant for over a decade, may re-emerge as all three grapple with Western pressure. That would be a big shift in global power politics.
I mean, these are two countries who are neighbors. They lost trust over Galwan and other issues. It is time for these two civilization states realize that neither one of them are going anywhere, that there has to be a resolution to the issues in there. Trust has to be built slowly based on actions, not words. But you have to start somewhere. And while you can have suspicions about anybody, you can point to this and that, the issue is, what is the future? Want a future under the United States where, whoever is in power is going to dictate what you do, and if you fight back, you're involved in an asymmetrical conflict, which is very difficult to win? Or do you want to be a proud nation that determines its own future in a multipolar world where consensus, right, and cooperation are the main key elements?
In truth, Modi's Tianjin visit is not about resolving every dispute. It is about creating space. For China, easing tensions with India blunts America's containment efforts. For India, engaging China while staying close to the West is multi-alignment in action. The world is moving towards multipolarity. Whether China and India can compartmentalize their rivalries while cooperating on shared interests will determine not just Asia's stability, but the very architecture of the global order. And that is why Tianjin matters. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
2025 is expected to rewrite and rework, or rather mend relations between India and China. The two neighbors need to stand together. They are the Asian giants and in many ways the future leaders of a new world order that's not driven by the West but led by the East. That's all we have time for in this special edition. Time for a break. News and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you. How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi arrives in China to participate in SKO Summit. Rahul Gandhi accuses BJP, RSS and EC of vote theft from Bihar. Shivraj slams Trump, says India not dead, but long live economy.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Oh, sorry.
You are watching India Today.
China rolls out red carpet for Narendra Modi. All eyes on high-stake talks and handshake. Modi, Xi and Putin. Troika in Tianjin. Triple trouble for Donald Trump amid tariff tyranny. Is a new global order in the making? RIC's revival to rattle Donald Trump. Top focus on India Today.
From the points of being an important port city, but also a very important industrial hub. And this is where China is showcasing its industrial power. This is where the 25th Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit is happening. Now, usually when an SCO summit happens, all the SCO member countries watch these developments very closely. But this meeting is special because it's not just the Eurasian bloc, the Europe and Asian bloc with several giants, India, China, other countries in Asia, but also Russia are looking at this summit very closely. Of course, from what top sources have already told India Today, the Western apprehensions of an RIC or a Russia-India-China troika posing a threat. That's not happening this time. But what's very crucial, the images that you have on your television screen is the grand reception for Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he arrived here after a very successful visit to Japan. And Japan has been one of the main, success stories of the Prime Minister's two-nation visit. Why am I saying that? Look at the agreements that have been inked between India and Japan. It's not just about a bullet train, but it's about the speed of a bullet with which India and Japan economic cooperation, strategic cooperation is being taken forward. Skilled labor and semi-skilled labor, their movement between India and Japan, technology cooperation, economic cooperation, investment cooperation, the eight-pronged offensive to deal with the threats of our times. That's something which is significant. but the optics in Tianjin will also be extremely significant. We have special guests. We'll talk about it in greater detail. But first, we bring you this ground report from Tianjin and the importance of the SCO summit and the bilaterals that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have, both with the Russian President Vladimir Putin and with the Chinese President Xi Jinping.